I keep getting these messages saying you haven't turned them. Right, a very good morning from the Utilita Bowl, where yes, it's still a little cold, but the sunshine is out again, and we are just a few minutes away from the start of day 3 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Warwickshire. We said last week here against Lancashire it was a slow burner. I'm afraid I think we can say the same thing about this one, because we have a situation where overnight Hampshire are 140 for 1 in their first innings, and they still trail Warwickshire on the first innings by 315. So 2 days of cricket, and what have we had? 11 wickets that have fallen. Your commentary team for this morning, a little later, you'll hear from Southern Vipers, Trent Rockets, Oval Invincibles and Welsh Fire and Hampshire's batter Emily Windsor. She's been through so many clubs, and she's here. She'll tell us all about yesterday's game at Beckenham, where the Vipers were slightly short in that one. But for now, it's myself, Kevin Jameson from BBC WM, Richard Wilford. Richard, good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you. Chilly morning, to be fair. A little bit of high cloud, but looks like we should get a full day's cricket in today. The question is whether it's a moving day or not, in that the way this match has played out so far, you fancy we might get to the close with Hampshire somewhere around level, with 1 day left in the game. There wasn't a lot of help for the bowlers. Mark Robinson, the Warwickshire head coach, was pleased with what they did with the ball yesterday. Thought they created some opportunities. They did put 3 sharp chances down, which could have given a slightly different reflection. He also thought that Hampshire's rather slow run rate was excusable, that it's not easy to accelerate particularly if you set fields for the drive. He was saying, if you cut the drive out, then it's not easy to score unless a bowler loses their length. So, how many runs did we see yesterday in the end? 255 in 94 overs. It was not a high-scoring day, was it?
No, it was hard work, and I think it was particularly noticeable for me anyway. Fletcher Middleton, 61 not out overnight, has 5 half centuries to his name, hasn't actually got 100, and for me I just detected that he looked very determined to keep going. I think the one small criticism of his first year opening the batting in the Championship was that he's good enough, but probably somewhere along the line one of those should have been converted to 100. So I just detected yesterday that he seems very determined to do that. Nick Gubbins, equally as determined, will also resume this morning on 67 not out. So yeah, you're right, it's the 2 or 3 fielders on the drive, Richard, does seem to sort of block out a fair chance of a batter just nudging it for 1 at the very least.
And we're 24 overs away from the second new ball. The Duke's ball has not had as much of an impact here. The first time it's being used this season, compared to other grounds around the country where more wickets have fallen, and when normal order has been restored a bit. But it was interesting, Emily will talk about this when she comes on, but she was saying yesterday at Beckenham the wicket there was very, very dry, and it's the odd thing, isn't it? You have a very wet spring, but that can lead to wickets being prepared slightly differently. The ground staff have got on them a bit later, and you can end up with quite a dry surface. So.
Yeah. I'm sure the wind obviously dries things out as well. I'm sure the cold has some sort of effect, because we've certainly had both of those in these last week or 2 here. The 2 umpires, Martin Saggers and Rob Bailey, are 3/4 of the way to the middle. The 2 batters are leading the fielders.
That's a bit peculiar, isn't it?
Yes, not very often that happens. They obviously seem very eager to resume and continue their partnership for the second wicket, which currently stands at 124. And the crowd greeting the players as they make their way out. As I say, still very chilly this morning, but it is bright. And I do, these hardy souls that watch cricket, if you watched cricket yesterday, I spoke to Nick Gubbins last night after his innings, and obviously about the game, but he also said that it's very cold out there fielding.
Yeah.
Extremely cold, and he says it's quite hard. It's quite over a number of hours, which of course Hampshire did spend in the field. He said it's very hard work. Anyway, it's your mate OHD who's going to start things off this morning.
Simon Hughes was comparing his run-up to Bob Willis yesterday.
Right.
There's a nice post if you go on the Twitter /X or indeed Instagram account of Warwickshire County Cricket Club. There's a couple of good posts about that. Ollie was taking it as flattery, which is a good thing. He was taking it as flattery to be compared to Bob Willis, which is the right position to be in.
Well, he also said, the other description is, he looks like he's a man running for a bus holding a briefcase, which I have to say is hilarious and probably about as good a description, I think, of his run-up as ever I've heard.
Yeah. Whereas Bob Willis looked like he was hiding something behind his back as he approached, because that's where the hand was going. Ollie's comes out.
Very funny. Simon Hughes not with us today. He is cheering on the Good Samaritans on the embankment of the London Marathon. He's a volunteer there, cheering, but he's back tomorrow.
So I was just checking the time on your phone, so I don't go and miss the thing I've got to do in a
Oh
minute.
don't miss that.
Because we're already after 11.
Go on then. Off you go.
Well, okay, I'll be back in a minute.
It's Oliver Hannah-Dolby round the wicket to Gubbins, on the mark straight away. There's the bowler, and it's pushed out short on the leg side. So 140 for one. The follow-on figure, just to remind everybody, is 306, so there's still an awful lot for Hampshire to do, even though they put in some sterling work yesterday. But as we've said many times yesterday and already hinted at this morning, it is a wicket that, whilst it might not be that difficult in terms of batting at early season, it is difficult probably just to ease away when bowlers are accurate. Gubbins works that to mid-wicket. There is no run. There is some women's county championship matches going on today. A new look competition, 50 over, which is split into 3 divisions. Rather interestingly, there are numerous teams in the divisions. I think it ranges from 8 up to a few more, but each team only plays 4 games. So it's rather bizarre. Emily might explain a little bit more about that. She's not playing for the Hampshire team today. But outside the off stump, and that's left alone. But Hampshire, Dorset and Warwickshire all in action today. So we'll try and keep you up to date with that. Hampshire are playing Surrey at Reigate. That's in Division 4. Dorset are playing Devon at Canford School in Division 3. And in the same division, Warwickshire are playing Worcestershire. And that's at the Foundation Ground in Birmingham. So the first round of 4 fixtures in that, which is a new competition, which, as Charlotte Taylor was explaining yesterday, is kind of a forerunner to where the counties, the Tier 1 counties, will be next year. Hannah-Dolby pushes that up to mid-on, and there is no run. Are you impressed by my knowledge, that, Emily, so far on that? Thank you. How many runs did you actually end up with yesterday, by the way? How many did you actually get yesterday? 8. I'm sorry. Well, it's not all right, but it's better than 0. Hannah-Dolby has one slip who's fairly wide and a second slip who's just as wide, really. There's quite a gap between the keeper and those two behind the bat as Gubbins off the back foot punches that up to mid-on, and there is no run. Just looking at 1 or 2 hardy souls walking in the gate and walking around the bone trying to find their spot. So when you look out from the camera gantry where we are, which is the opposite end of the pavilion, if you just look it out and take it at face value, it looks a beautiful summer's day. But not quite in terms of temperature. Hannah-Dolby runs in and bowls, and Gubbins is forward, plays it back to the bowler, and we've started with a maiden, and half of Hannah-Dolby's overs that he's sent down have been maidens. 12 over 6 maidens, 1 for 26, so Hampshire haven't advanced their overnight total of 140. They are still 315 behind Richard Wilson.
There we go. Well, that was not 315 behind me, but nonetheless. Yeah, it's an interesting one, this, isn't it? I think you're right that the first thing is for these 2 batsmen to capitalise on the situation that they've got, in that on this surface, with a ball already now 57 overs old, there's a real chance to go through to 3 figures. For Middleton, it would be a really important landmark, wouldn't it? It gives you something to build on. Get that first one ticked off in your career,
Yep.
and it takes some pressure off for the next few games, amongst other things.
Certainly does. Early season runs, which of course your batters know all about.
Well, yeah,
But it's quite important for an individual.
but they know about that, but they can't turn it into winning cricket matches. And the surfaces have played a huge part in that. And even now, look, this morning you've got one slip in position and then a real tight ring of fielders. And one or two interesting positions here. As Hassan Ali bowls for the first time today, and Middleton chops down on it. So with that slip, there's a point, Ed Barnard. There's a very square cover. There's a mid-off, and then on the leg side, mid-on, a short mid-wicket and a short square leg, but there's also an orthodox mid-wicket. So there's a bit of an... I'm not calling it's not an in and out field in the traditional sense of it, but it's interesting. You've got two fielders in close so that they're maybe catching positions, square leg quite unusually close, but then a deeper mid-wicket. Most of them have got their hands in their pocket until Hassan Ali reaches the umpire, and that's well outside off stump, taken low down by Michael Burgess. No sign that the carry is going to be any better than it was yesterday. It's an interesting leg side field, that. And also the fact that that's almost 2 points. I mean, Dan Mosey's just going more towards an orthodox cover now. But he and Barnard have been quite closely squeezed together for the first couple of balls of the over. That's a lot more orthodox where he is now.
It's for the chip, isn't it, on the leg side?
Hassan Ali in, nicely across into line is Middleton and guides it up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, you're right. It is a different field. We saw all sorts of weird and wonderful fields last week as well, as I guess you might have done, just the captains and the bowlers just try and find a way or something, just a slight something that they think might bring a breakthrough.
Hassan Ali, quite the sprint that he comes in, quite even paced, and then a smooth delivery stride, bowls on and around off stump, and Middleton again is forward watchfully. Alex Davis very much taking on the mantle of Will Rhodes, in that Will Rhodes was a very active captain, didn't like to keep things too still over the course of a 6-ball over, even in the championship match. And Davis will not delay in trying something new or different.
Which is fine. It's quite good, actually.
Busy in the field, busy with the mind as well, as this goes past the edge of Middleton's bat. That is a good area for Hassan Ali to hit.
I think it's good in a way that, when you're out in the middle, you do look at areas against certain bowlers and you think, well, the way he's bowling, that's my most likely area to be scoring, whether the length that they're bowling or the line or what have you. And if you see a line of fielders or a ring of fielders in that particular area, it is quite off-putting.
Hassan full, trying to bowl a Yorker length delivery, and he's down on top of it, Middleton. It's fielding his follow through by Hassan Ali, and that actually does remind me of a conversation with the analyst yesterday where Simon was bemoaning the fact that bowlers won't pop the odd Yorker in championship cricket. He said it's still a valid delivery. And I was comparing it to the great West Indian pace attacks of the past, particularly with the taller bowlers. That, they used to bowl a lot of short stuff, but they used to intersperse it with toe crushers. And that was very much part of their armoury.
Yeah, the thing is with that, of course, if you don't quite get it right, then it's a full toss or it's a half volley, which means you kind of... I think in T20 cricket, it's not actually the end of the world. I think sometimes in championship cricket where you're trying to build up some pressure, so sometimes just say, well, I'll go for the Yorker here, and if you don't get it right, you've kind of given the batters a boundary. I don't know, I just think it's a slightly different way of thinking. I think it's almost accepted in T20 cricket sometimes that you'll go for a certain type of delivery, but if it doesn't quite work, sometimes it will still come off anyway. Here comes Hannah Dolby again to Gubbins, because depending on how the batter's lining up, you can get away with certain balls that maybe weren't quite in the right area that you were intending.
I mean, every sport has its cliches, but I mean, often in white ball cricket they say that a low full toss is hard to put away. So if you were on the side of the low full toss, it can be. Now, I'm not sure it is. It's a bit like the concept in football. It's really hard to play against 10. It doesn't really make that much logical sense. But maybe you're not looking for it so much in a 4-day game. And it's a weapon.
True.
I'm not saying you should be using it every over.
No.
It's a weapon of surprise.
Agreed. Gubbins plays that late into the ground on the offside. The thing is, generally in 4-day cricket, the batters are looking to play more technically correct, so with a straighter bat. So that would help you in terms of playing a Yorker. When you are looking to move around the crease and the bat's coming down at different angles and you're aiming for different areas in unorthodox shots, that Yorker then becomes a very good ball, because you're not actually in a great position to be playing it most of the time in T20. There comes Hannah Dolby, pulled away by Nick Gubbins, down to the man at deep back with a square leg. That is a single. That's the first run of the morning. And Hampshire move on to 141 for 1. So you see what I'm saying? I mean, to play a Yorker, ideally, the bat wants to come down in the same line as the ball's coming at you.
Yeah.
And of course, if it's a really good Yorker, then you've got to make sure the bottom of the bat is right hard on the floor. But if you are sort of stepping away to leg side, there's no way the bat's coming down straight. If you're stepping over towards the offside, then of course you're leaving your stumps unguarded, and your bat's coming across the line of the ball. If you're moving forwards, backwards, there's all sorts of variations from that point of view. As Middleton's off the back foot, punches that up to mid-off. So you're not necessarily in a great position in order to keep that ball out, which actually is when it's delivered right, is a serious wicket-taking ball.
I mean, maybe it favours those with extra pace. The era of Garner and Holding and Croft with their height, Malcolm Marshall with the astonishing speed of his arm when they were putting it at Yorker length. And I suppose you think in the last 15, 20 years of English cricket, the likes of a Flintoff or a Stokes will use it in the Test arena.
Yeah. Mixing it up. Next ball again. Accurate start here from Hannah Dolby, especially. That ball goes out into the covers. There's the two close fielders on the leg side you were talking about earlier in terms of the slightly unorthodox fields, trying to cut off an area. They're there in case Fletcher Middleton just leans over the ball a fraction on the offside, and as he's clipping that away on the leg side, doesn't quite get over it, so the ball travels in the air somewhat.
Well, they're staying close together for human warmth, I think.
They're very close. They could shake hands, couldn't they? Very, very easily. One of those is Will Rhodes as Middleton pushes that up to mid-on. And that is the end of another over for Hannah Dolby, and it's 141 for 1. Hampshire trail by 314.
Quite a start to the session, but that's, I'd say not quite been true in that each innings has had a second over that had 3 boundaries in, but generally each session batsmen have come out and been very watchful against the new ball attack, or the opening bowlers at least.
Yeah.
And then maybe look to accelerate a little bit later. Hampshire freed themselves up a bit in the final 45 minutes of play yesterday, because it had been barely 2 and over up until that point. I think at tea they were 45 for 1 from 24 overs, so that was under 2 and over, and they'd taken 12 off the second over.
That's what it is, isn't it?
So that was 33 off the other 23 overs. I mean, that is pretty stolid stuff.
It is testament to good bowling.
It was, Hannah Dolby in particular just bowled a very accurate opening spell, didn't he? Hassan Ali will come round the wicket immediately to the left-hander Gubbins, who leans forward and defends out into the offside. And he's kind of got the same field as that Middleton had. A couple of fielders in short.
I think the other point as well is that when a side bats first and gets 455, the side going in next, it's very difficult to see where you're going to win the game from there. How are we going to win the game? Are we going to get nearly 600 and get 150 in front?
Hassan Ali in, and again forward and dabbing on the leg side. There's no real pace for Hassan Ali, who held that one back a little bit. Well, that's the thing, is, and to do that they would have to have thought about, are we going to try and get the 450 in 110 overs? That's long since out the window. 400 is probably out the window now. 350 will depend on a bit of James Vince, I think.
Yeah.
They've decided actually no, what we need to do is bat long and get some players into form, which they're starting to do. Gubbins on strike now, and again just kills the ball as he comes forward. It dribbles out into the offside, and Jacob Bethel does the fielding.
Well, of course, that's important. because obviously the Hampshire batters haven't done really as much batting as the Warwickshire boys. But the other side as well is, if you're not going to get 450, then you'll be behind on the first innings, and then what you don't want then is still a lot of time left in the game, because then you leave yourself open and up for the final innings of the game. So
Hassan Ali back of a length a bit more, trying to force it off the back foot was Gubbins. Deflected in the follow through by Hassan Ali, or did he pick it up cleanly? We'll see whether it went through to mid off. I think he left it there to be picked up by one of his teammates, who then lobbed it up to Alex Davis.
So there's still a lot of time to bat when you're facing such a large first innings total. You've got to bat long to reply.
Gubbins dabs it out again in towards the short extra cover Bethel. So no risk strategy so far this morning, and the bowlers are putting it in the right sort of places. Nothing too much loose, as that one shorter ball from Hannon Dolby that Gubbins pulled for a single. Breeze is right to left as we look across towards the pavilion again.
West to east.
I knew you'd help me with that.
Yeah.
I just know the motorway somewhere over there.
Behind us.
Yeah, behind us. As Hassan does drag this down the leg side, so Gubbins can flick it round the corner and take the second single of the morning. 2 runs in the first 4 overs. Hampshire 142 for 1. They trailed by 313. Yeah. So I do have a view of the M27 through my window.
Lucky man.
If I look beyond the golf course, they were playing that special game of golf, that magic golf ball thing this morning, where you hit 3 balls in a row into the lake, then you walk round and you get one of the nets and you come out with 6 golf balls, which is clever, isn't it, really, when you think about it? They were fishing out so many balls by the side of the green. They were in profit.
Yeah, it's a very that's an easily achievable lake on that first hole.
It really is, isn't it?
For some more than others. Yes. Second shot, if you want to go for the green, you've got to go over the edges of the lake. Here comes Hannon Dolby, and that's pushed forward by Gubbins, who's showing every intention of fighting this out as he did last night. But Hannon Dolby has started very, very accurately indeed.
I'm not saying that the golfers were getting it awry on a Sunday morning, but I thought it was hailing for a moment.
So it's not a game then. That they were just hitting. Sometimes it looks like you're deliberately trying to hit the lake. I did play Emily Windsor around there once. Me and Em's played around there, didn't we? A couple of years ago, so. And the Dolby Bowls left alone by Gubbins. Late decision, that one. Unfortunately for me, the result was in Emily's favour.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Emily kept saying to me, I don't play very much, I don't play very well, I'm not hitting it well, I'm not doing this and that. But slowly but surely, she ground me into the dust.
And because of your competitive nature and spirit,
Yeah.
you haven't invited her for another round?
No, I haven't. No, I can't, no. It was a good game, but wrong result for me. That's a cutaway by Gubbins to deepish gully. Throw comes in to Gubbins' end.
You have to challenge him, Emily. You have to challenge him. It's the only way.
I think there was one shot in that round where I hit something, wasn't it? And it came back past me. So I actually ended up taking the next shot further away from the hole than I actually started. It hit a post, didn't it? Do you remember that? I can remember that very well. I haven't heard Emily laugh as much as that's pushed out towards extra cover. And there's no run.
As always, given your quirky ambidextrousness, do you play golf right or left?
Left.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Emily was suggesting that I should try right during the round.
Well, so you're the Phil Mickelson of the cricket circuit.
I'm the Phil something. No, it was good fun. It was good fun. Hannon Dolby's just having a quick chat with Alex Davis. Are they thinking about a slight fielding change? They are. What are they doing? Going to have a man on the drive, which is more traditional. That's short extra cover. That's Jacob Bethel. Gubbins drives, and it's gone to backward a point. And there's a fielder there, no run.
Switching hands can work. We pre-lockdown, for some reason, we were sort of bequeathed a table tennis table at work. Brand new table tennis table. It was put in the studio areas.
Yeah.
And it was very, very, very popular. And I'd played table tennis all my life left-handed. And I wasn't doing very well against people, so I thought I'm going to try playing right-handed. It turns out I should have been playing right-handed all along. Far better playing right-handed. But, you know, I was in my late 40s by the time I had this moment of realisation.
Did you? That's quite late.
It's a bit, isn't it?
And the Dolby's continuing around the wicket. Gubbins drives. He's found the gap this time, backward a point. That'll go all the way. Opened the face of the bat. Maybe he didn't quite aim it as backward as that one, but it was certainly a strong shot. Nevertheless, he moves on to 69, 142 for one. Got an email here. This refers to you, actually. Oh, no. Yes, it does. You, Richard. From John Hitchins, silentcricket@gmail.com is the way to get in touch. Listening in from Portsmouth after spending the day at the Utilita Bowl yesterday. Just wanted to check if you ever got a response from Susie Dent.
No, we haven't, no. And yeah, I was hoping we would. It's over the correct derivation of nightmare.
Yes.
We haven't as yet, which isn't to say we won't altogether. She's got plenty going on in her life and loads of people sending her stuff on Twitter. I was just hopeful that we might get something, but no, not at this juncture. Here's Hassan Ali into bowl to... So he has tried to get it right under the batsman's eyes a couple of times here.
Did there, didn't he? Yeah.
So, you know, it's disappointing, that, isn't it? John Edwards on Twitter says, Blues at Rotherham definitely gave me a nightmare last night. So he's referring to the nightmare discussion. Yeah, they got a point yesterday, but 3 would have made a lot of difference to their final fortnight of the season. But there you go. That's football. Hassan Ali is third over of the morning, yet to pick up a wicket in this innings, and he won't here as it's turned square by Middleton. His first runs of the morning, he'll get 4. Will he? No, he won't. It's a sliding stop by Ollie Halland-Dolby, who picks himself up rather slowly after that. But he'll come through for 2. That was a good effort by Halland-Dolby on that tight side of the ground. Hopefully he hasn't done himself a mischief. 148 for 1. Middleton on 63. Gubbins on 73. And this partnership now worth 132.
22 minutes for Fletcher Middleton to record his first runs this morning.
So 184 balls for his 63, so 34 runs per 100 balls. And as he stands tall and punches this up to mid-off to Alex Davis, and there's no run.
Is Susie Dent from the West Midlands, I take it?
No.
Oh, she's not.
No. Just been fortunate enough to interview her a couple of times on programmes, so I didn't know whether that would help me get a response. It hasn't, you know. But she's always entertaining.
So she didn't see the tweet and think immediately, oh, that's Richard Wilford, the interviewer.
She was probably doing better things with her family. Forward comes Middleton. Might even have been filming. I don't know whether they film at weekends for Countdown or whether it's during the week. It could well have been filming yesterday. I mean, she doesn't have to react to requests. Might be closing in on the first century of the day in the Championship, by the way. Dom Sibley is 97 not out for Surrey. They were 201 for 1, 43 behind Kent. So, on the back foot, he's jabbed out. He's got a short mid-off. Dan Mosley now has virtually got his foot on the strip. So they're trying anything to create here.
Yes, trying to create an illusion of, we have a plan to get you out.
We have a plan to try and fool you into the notion that we might be able to get you out. As this is driven up towards mid-on with no timing whatsoever. That might have rattled the hands of Fletcher Middleton, but did collect a couple of runs off that over. Just 8 runs in 6 overs so far this morning. Hampshire 148 for 1. The nursery ground quiet at the moment. Not sure there's going to be any action there today. But it was quite a busy day there yesterday.
Yes, what was it? It was the Hampshire Academy against South Wilts pre-season. Scoreboard wasn't going, so nobody quite knew what the score was. When I asked the coaching staff, they said, we think it's about 100 for 4.
How difficult that is when you're batting to not have a clue what the score is. That must be really distracting.
That is, especially if you're scoring runs.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And then all of a sudden somebody puts up 48 and you go, oh, right. Here comes Hannah Dolby again, slightly slower, and Gubbins leaves that one alone. Yeah, it is. It's not very inspiring, is it? If you play a game of cricket, I'm sure many people listening to this that play cricket have played at some place where there's no scoreboard or numbers or anything like that, and I find it quite deflating.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way, because you don't quite know the state of the game, and that's part of the excitement, really. Not too many places. I remember once. There's Hannah Dolby again, bowls, and that's pushed out in the offside. And there is I've mentioned them before. There is a lovely little club called Wood Green near Fordingbridge in the New Forest. They are a lovely little club. We used to have a game there once a year. Up until 6 or 7 years ago, we used to take a team, mixture of BBC guys and a couple of ex-pros, because we one year when we were on the staff, I don't quite how it came about, but there was a team sort of the lower Hampshire pros, I was one of those, that went over there to celebrate some sort of centenary or something like that. This little club in the New Forest, Wood Green. Here's Hannah Dolby bowls. And that's pushed up to mid-off, but there is no run. And we played there, and this was a game where I actually was scoring some runs. I mean, admittedly, it was only amateur bowlers and that sort of thing, but that's you expect to score some runs anyway. And I was thinking, hang on, I must be close to 100 here. And that's a no ball, and that's the 150 runs up for Hampshire. That was the applause. Anyway, so the guys went to the scoreboard, my teammates, my fellow pros, and they put up 96. So I thought, oh great, so I'll hit a 4 and I'll just sort of walk past one and go back to the pavilion. So I hit a 4 and everybody clapped. I think you know what's coming. That's a missed drive there outside the off stump. So I got out, walked past one, went back, and they said, well played, you got 94. So they completely stuffed me out of sight, because they knew that I would, once I got 100 I'd walk back.
Did that save you buying a jug of ale though?
Probably did actually, yeah. But that wasn't my first thoughts.
No, I can understand that.
My first thoughts, how could my friends, my fellow teammates, do such a horrible thing to me? They found it very funny. They giggled for quite a while. I, on the other hand, didn't, as that was pushed out on the other side. Even though, of course, all it was just a little knockabout in a lovely little ground in the New Forest.
I have vivid memories, probably tail end of my primary school days, might have been secondary school, of having a picnic by the riverside at Fordingbridge with the family, with Test Match Special on the little portable radio, dangling the legs in the river. Oh,
God,
nice.
that was cold.
Oh, it was a proper, one of those idyllic summer hot days that we believe we used to have in England, but we can't remember quite when it last happened. But yeah, it was one of those.
Gubbins gets a length ball. It's quietly played out on the offside once more. Yeah, it's a nice part of the world around there. The surrounds around Fordingbridge.
With Blowers and Don Mosey on, it would have been that long ago. Christopher Martin Jenkins, those would have been the voices. Trevor Bailey.
Wow, that is Trevor Bailey. That is a while ago.
Sir Frederick.
Yes.
Those were the days. I suppose I need to desert at the end of this over to make way for Emily. She's taken my advice and put her coat back on.
Don't blame her.
Yeah, she's done the right thing.
That's the end of the over. 2 no balls in that over. Otherwise, it was. There was no runs off the bat, and it's 150 for 1. So Hampshire have added 10 runs in half an hour this morning, and they've knocked off the deficit down to 305. And we're seeing pretty much a slow-paced type of game, certainly in this period. Emily Windsor, welcome.
Yeah, good morning. At least the sun's shining here today, Kev, but it's been very, very slow going so far, hasn't it?
So, well, we've been used to it here, I'm afraid. 4 days last week and 2 and a bit days now. It's not quite what we've been used to over the last few seasons here. Game's moving forward a bit quicker. How was it in the field at Beckenham? Was it cold?
Freezing.
Yeah.
Our overseas, actually, Charlie Knott, who's come from Queensland in Australia, she was like, is it always like this? And I was like, no, this is a freak game. I honestly, do you know that game that you play where you put so many layers on and you got to race to take them off? I literally, every bit of playing kit that I owned was on. There's Hassan Ali from the pavilion end bowls. That's left alone outside the off stump. Will be no run. I'll tell you what, Kev, as well, I was just listening to you about stories about scoreboards and teammates stitching you up. This is probably my low point of my whole entire playing career. Playing for Hampshire, playing at Northants, batting really nicely. Got to 100. Celebrated my 100.
Okay.
Or what I thought was my 100. Next ball, then I was like, right, I'm going to take this on. I've got to the milestone. Tried to go over mid-off. As Hassan Ali comes in from the pavilion end, bowls, and that's played back down the pitch. Will be no run. Got caught. Came off the field. One of the scorers had miscounted. I was out on 99. It would have been my first 100 for Hampshire.
Unbelievable.
Didn't get it.
So
That
that's
is
a
a
proper
stitch
game,
up.
and that's worse.
And celebrating your 100. That is so embarrassing. I did then go on to bowl and get 6 wickets, so I was angry and made up for it. But can you imagine that? Your first 100 for your county, turns out you got 99. As Ali into Middleton. That short ball that's popped into the onside gets through a short square and it'll be a single. But Warwickshire will like the sound of that. Middleton to 64.
It's aerial, isn't it, a little bit? So, did the scorer apologise to you?
They did, but I wouldn't have played that shot, Kev, if I hadn't have made the milestone.
I know what you mean.
It's just embarrassing, the fact that I took my helmet off, gave it the big one, and I was out on 99. I'm actually sure Dave Oakes has a photo of me, obviously celebrating my 100 because I was there as well. Yeah. Oh, that's a tough day. It scars me still now. As Ali round the wicket bowls to Gubbins, pushed down to a third. They're going to run this first one hard. They think about a second. Good running from Gubbins. He'll come back for 2. And he moves to 75, 153 for 1.
Have you scored 100 for Hampshire since?
No.
Gosh, so that would have been your only one. Oh dear.
It's tough.
Oh dear, that is a tough to take. That's a tough one.
But hopefully, Hampshire have a tier 1 from next season.
There you are. There's your opportunity.
There's my opportunity.
Yeah. Have you got a contract for next season?
Not yet. I need to score some runs probably to get one of those. Yeah, that's very true, Kev. Put me in my place.
Well, no. Well, it wasn't meant. It was meant as you know, flippant enough more than anything.
Ali round the wicket again, left alone by Gubbins outside the off stump.
Which actually brings me on more to a serious point. Then, am I right? And I've heard this: is all women's contracts, do they all end this year?
Yep.
Everybody.
I think, other than, well, it's quite unique actually, because I think there's a few Diamonds players, so Northern Diamonds players, that signed 3 or 4 year deals when everyone else was given 2. So I don't know what that looks like now, as they're obviously off to Durham. It's a new, I guess, team management, so I don't actually know what happens there. But yeah, pretty much the whole country. It's going to be carnage, I think, and obviously counties can invest more money, so people can entice, as Ali in bowls, left alone outside the off stump, entice players in to move with some more cash, I guess, especially with Surrey and Lancs. I imagine we'll be leading the way in that sense. So yeah, it'll be really interesting how things play out. And I mean, you've got to look at teams like Western Storm, Sunrisers. They're quite a big region, and obviously Western Storm have gone down to Somerset, but some of the players that live in Wales, there'll be a lot of movement, I think.
So when does this all start in terms of when can contracts be offered?
So within the home clubs, so Hampshire could technically start to offer Southern Vipers players that are on contract any time now,
right.
But other teams are not allowed to approach until June the 1st. So that's the magic date, if you like.
So whoever you want, you've kind of got to get in before June.
So if you want to stay in your home region, so clubs like some Vipers, I imagine, will want to try and lock in some players before June the 1st.
Yeah, before they get offered something else.
Yeah, and then from June the 1st, like some players might decide not to sign. They want to wait and see if other options come. And I think the final time is like November. I think it's October the 31st. You have to have made your decision to sign, accept, reject a contract.
Okay. Right, we've got a bowling change this morning. After 35 minutes, and Oliver Hannon-Dolby has been replaced by Craig Miles, who yesterday bowled 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 24. The right-arm pace bowler bowls, and that's neatly played down to third, where there is nobody, by Fletcher Middleton, and that was completely deliberate. Let the ball come on, just use the face of the bat, plays it into the ground, use the pace of the ball, down to third. Opens the face a little at the same time. And he moves on to 68.
Yeah, great signs for Hampshire. Fletcher Middleton getting some runs. Opening the batting. It's obviously been a position we've talked about a lot over the years, about who fits the opening pair. We've obviously signed Ali Orr this year, who's yet to go on and make a big one, but let's hope Fletcher can really build on this impressive start.
Miles bowls and keeps a little low. Middleton stabs down on that one, out deep on the leg side, and picks up a single, 69. I think sometimes a little bit of extra pace on this wicket, which Miles has, might just actually help. I mean, he will still produce some decent deliveries, of course he will, but I think generally the ball coming onto the bat in this situation, on this pitch, will be a help for the batters.
Yeah, and I think it says a lot, doesn't it, when we look at the field and there's just one slip in. There's very much a ring field. There's sweepers out on the boundary. Potentially could be looking at a short ball ploy here with like a deep square leg and a deep wide fine leg to Gubbins, but they've got to try something different, haven't they?
Yeah.
We've heard a lot about them saying, I heard Nick Gubbins, I know it's been the Kookaburra ball previously, but saying how soft the ball gets, and then when you've got a pitch like this as well, to get a wicket is tough. But if you are bowling a short ball with a soft ball on a very good wicket, that's going to take a lot of effort from Craig Miles here.
Certainly is. Yeah, I'm told that he's used very much as an impact bowler these days, Craig Miles. Just a few overs at a time.
Just getting the angles of the field right. Alex Davies very much animated at mid-off, a very proactive captain.
Certainly is. Here's Miles round the wicket to Gubbins. Full. Gubbins drives, doesn't time it. That goes up to the captain, Alex Davies.
I wonder what Hampshire's game plan's going to be here today. Obviously, I said to you, like, it's day 3. It could be an exciting day because Warwickshire, if they get some quick wickets, could be in a commanding position. But it doesn't look like there's much threat at the moment. But obviously, Hampshire have James Vince, Tom Prest to come, who are more proactive players. They want to score. Tom Prest was absolutely brilliant here the other day against Lancashire.
Yep.
These two are building a platform.
Miles again, full, driven up to mid-on this time by Gubbins. No, you're right, but I sort of was mentioning to Richard earlier that you've still got to be careful here. I know there's, one or two sort of thoughts that the scoring rate is slow here because it's less than 2.5 and over, but when you're facing such a big first innings total, you've got to be a bit careful when you reply to that, haven't you? Because yes, it's nice to score at a reasonable rate and keep this game moving forward so that you're giving yourself half a chance. But what you don't want to do, of course, Gubbins gets a length ball, that goes up to mid-on. But if you do find yourselves bowled out and there's a deficit, then there's actually then quite a lot of time left in the game, and you really do leave yourself wide open.
Yeah, the deficit now, 297, which is a big deficit. And I think these two are playing it right at the moment, take a bit of time out of the game as well. But I think if these two can build a platform, it will allow Vince and Prest to express themselves later in the day, which I think is a real danger in this Hampshire attack. When you batting lineup, if you look at that middle order, it's very strong.
Miles down the leg side, trying to whip that away. Good diving stop there from Michael Burgess to end that over. 158 for 1. Hampshire with Middleton on 69 and Gubbins is on 75.
And although it's flat and there's not much in it for the bowler in terms of purchase, in terms of lateral movement, it doesn't look easy to score either. I know there's like a ring field, but it's not coming onto the bat. When Gubbins and Middleton are driving, it's not pure timing, is it? It does look challenging for both sides, so we're in it for a long haul.
Yeah, you've got. It's very difficult to try and win a game when a side's got that many runs first innings, isn't it? I mean, one way is to get past them, but then you try and do that and still leave yourself enough time. That's not easy. You've got to be talking, close of 600. The other way, of course, is sometimes being bowled out at an optimum time, even if you're behind, which then gives the side batting first just that little carrot saying, well, shall we just sort of leave them something in the final innings. But first and foremost, you've just got to make sure you get it close, and you've got to get pretty close at the very least.
Yeah, and I think that's why we're going to see spin into the attack early as well here. Alex Davis has to try things. I think be proactive, almost a bit like one-day cricket, because you need, their only way in is to make a breakthrough, see if they can get a couple of quick ones early. But even that looks tough going, Kev. I think
It does.
Danny Briggs, the ex-Hampshire player.
Yep. Were you around when he was still here? Were you
I
too
was very
young?
much a fan at that point.
Was you? Yeah.
Yeah, he was a good bowler, especially remember him in the shorter format cricket.
Yeah, Hampshire won their first T20 title in his first T20 year playing.
He's from the Isle of Wight, isn't he?
He is Ireland, yeah.
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 He'll be bowling from the pavilion end, just to pause in players. We're getting helmets and players ready to be under the lid. There's new rules this year, Kev, actually, about the angle. So if you're now, it's like 45 degrees. It used to be 90 degrees. So do you know on the offside, you wouldn't see people with helmets on?
Yes.
If you're within a certain amount of metres, which is why you don't see it when the slips are further back, there's Briggs into Middleton, off the back foot, punches to extra cover, no run. You've got to wear a helmet. So we were having a laugh about this because obviously in the women's game, even with seamers, the slip cordon's not, I think it's 7 metres, I want to say. As Danny Briggs in again, bowls in defence by Middleton again, wouldn't be 7 metres away. So if you had anyone, we reckon, from like third slip round, they'd have to be in a helmet, which is so bizarre.
Wow. So you had that yesterday?
No, we didn't. We didn't go that far as Briggs in, and that's played to mid-on, will be no run. It was a road. The slips were not in play. Tash Farron, I'll tell you what, and Bryony Smith played beautifully. Tash not known for her batting.
So what was the thinking there, do you think?
Briggs into Middleton. That's darted into his pads, and he's turned to deep square leg for a single. Here moved to 70.
Because she got 90 odd, didn't she?
Yeah, I think obviously she's had a couple of stress fractures in her back, so she's clearly had time where she can work on her batting. But to be honest with the Selfie Stars, we never quite know what line up they're going to come at us with, because they literally bat from 1 to 10 and they quite often change things. But we didn't expect Farron to open the batting, but well, she's made a mark now, hasn't she? And she played some great shots as Briggs in bowls, and that's driven up to mid-off, a quick single. Hassan Ali there, shies at the bowler's end, but Gubbins comfortably in. He's on 276, 160 for one Hampshire. Deficit 295 in the first innings. But yeah, I think having a left hand, right hand as well, that does have a big impact as Briggs in bowls, and that's driven lovely by Middleton.
Shot.
That's beat the fielder. There's a fielder chasing after it who will get there, so they're going to come back for a couple. It's a long side to the right, but over-pitched by Briggs, and Middleton punishes. He's on to 72 now, 162 for one.
Yeah, well, anyway, interesting because the Central Sparks beat the Blaze yesterday. You lost to the South East Stars, as you mentioned, and the two teams meet at Wormsley on Wednesday.
Yeah, we do.
Enjoyed that game there last year when you two sides met each other. I think you guys came out on top in the end, didn't you? Just about. That was a close game for a long period, I remember. But yeah, live commentary of that one on the BBC Sport website and app, and also on the live picture feed, so look out for that. And you'll be there for the Vipers.
Yeah, Central Sparks, I think, have the best seam attack in the country.
Yeah, good, aren't they?
And a couple of times they've had us under the pump early. But Wormsley, we played a warm-up game actually against Western Storm the other day, and it looks like a good pitch, so hopefully be a good high-scoring game again.
Right, I got an email here from Nick Wheatley. Well, we just wait for Craig Miles to formulate a plan with one or two of the Warwickshire fielders. It feels like the over rate's quite slow this morning, but it might be just me. Nick Wheatley, who's emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. I'll come to that in a moment as Miles runs away from us round the wicket to Gubbins, flicks it away down to fine leg. He moves on to 77 and the Hampshire total on to 163 for 1. He says, good morning, enjoying the broadcast as always. Myself and my friend Tom will be partaking in a charity walk on the 30th of May, where we're going to walk from Brockenhurst. For those of you that don't reside down here and are not quite sure, that's in the middle of the New Forest, or not in the middle, but it's in the New Forest. Lovely spot. We're going to walk from Brockenhurst to the Utilita Bowl through the New Forest and Southampton to raise money for Dementia UK and a local hospice. In total, it's 18 miles. That's a long way to walk that.
I hope they got some comfy shoes.
Oh yeah, you need some good soles on those, which I'm sure you've got. Nick is Miles again on the back foot. That's a nice shot. Fletcher Middleton. He's found the gap on the offside. He won't quite go all the way to the rope. A bit difficult to get on top of that extra bit of bounce, but it was nicely played anyway. He picks up 2, moves on to 74, and the total on to 165 for 1. Over the winter, says Nick, I sadly lost both my nan and my dad, who both followed Hampshire and enjoyed trips up from Bournemouth to the Utilita Bowl. So we're doing this in memory of both of them. But to treat ourselves, we booked ourselves a balcony room at the hotel for that evening. Fingers crossed that the weather stays good, as short delivery left alone. Bit of extra pace there from Craig Miles. Keep up the good work, says Nick Wheatley. Well, good luck with that. And give us a wave when you're here towards the end of May. Nice spot. Brockenhurst to here. That'll be walking through some nice countryside.
Lots of
New
ponies.
Forest, lots of ponies, wandering around.
Horses, cows.
Yeah. It's when they're wandering around, because they get free rein, don't they? When in the New Forest, they quite often drive, and you park there for about 5 or 10 minutes waiting for something to cross the road. It's pushed up to mid-off by Fletcher Middleton, and there is no run.
The bit I can never understand with this, they're obviously wild horses, or ponies or whatever they are, but they always look so trim. It looks like they've had a haircut. We were there the other day, a few of us went for a walk round the forest, and I was like, I don't understand how they look so great. Bearing in mind they're wild, do you expect, I don't know.
Well, are they? No, are they? I think, are they owned by people? Because you get, I don't understand this, and I'm getting into an area where I have to be a bit careful, but you get all these commoners' rights and things like that, don't you? Short, and Fletcher Middleton ducks underneath that one. Yeah, there's also, you get rights to have your pony or horse graze, don't you? So you technically own it, but you can let it run free. I don't know. Somebody will know better than me and say, Kev, you're talking absolute nonsense. But
so they go to the hairdressers?
So, well, I don't know, but I think they're still looked after by an owner. I don't think they're totally wild, but as I say, if there's somebody who knows better than me, solentcricket@gmail.com. So that's probably why they look well kept. Well kept, yeah. Yeah, I don't think they're randomly there. They might be. Outside the off stump, that's a good over from Craig Miles. 3 runs off it. Hampshire 165 for 1, have added 25 runs now in 48 minutes of play, so it's still fairly slow. 290 behind. So there you go. What were you doing out in the New Forest? You just gone out for a random walk in the New Forest.
It's lovely, a little walk.
You surprised
and coffee.
me.
I'm getting old now, Kev, you know. Those recovery days. God, I sound old.
How old are you now?
I'm 27 in June.
You really, gosh, when you started with us doing commentaries, you were still at uni, weren't you? Or just come out of uni?
How far I've come. Do I look older?
No, you
Be
don't.
careful
You
what
look...
you say.
Well, of course, the obvious thing to say is, no, you don't look any different.
As Briggs bowls, and that's pushed out to a deep cover boundary by Gubbins. He moves to 78.
Actually, in all seriousness, you don't. There you go.
150 partnership then between Gubbins and Middleton of 364 balls. That's a lot of balls. 231 minutes. I couldn't concentrate for that length of time. There's Briggs into Middleton. Bowls, that's darted into his pads. Played up to mid-wicket. Will be no run. Look, here we go. See that close fielder on the offside in a helmet?
Yes.
They're not under the lids, what we traditionally see real close, but they're within 7 metres, so it has to have a helmet on.
It does look weird.
A short cover as Briggs in bowls, and that's in defence by Middleton.
That would be a position that would never have required a helmet in the past, would it?
No.
And it looks like somebody who's just gone out there for a couple of balls that would normally field short leg but can't be bothered to take the helmet off.
Yeah. That's Briggs in over the wicket, bowls to extra cover, no run.
Yeah, I think that's happened already in this game, and I just haven't thought anything of it. It's obviously you know the updated rules.
Briggs around again in defence by Middleton. There was interesting, I can't remember what game it was, but there was a picture of fielders round the bat in the last county championship round, and there were so many of them in helmets. As Briggs bowls, that's darted and that's played back to him. A crowd catch, he throws it in the air. No run, that's the end of the over. Another over gone. Deficit of 289 runs for this first innings, Hampshire. 166 for one, just up. Second wicket partnership of 150 between Gubbins and Middleton.
Tom Johnson has tweeted at Solent Sport. He says, "Are we batting too slowly?" A.D. Birrell said these pitches were prepared for more batting points, but on current rate we won't even get to 300.
I feel like they will consider this, but at the end of the day, what we talked about earlier, there's a big deficit still, and if you go hard and then we start to lose wickets quickly, you really bring Warwickshire into the game, so it's a balance, isn't it? But Hampshire do have James Vince, Tom Prest, who can accelerate in the pavilion.
So. Here's Miles round the wicket to Gubbins. Gubbins gets wrapped on the pad. That looks high. That looks very high, even from this distance.
That's how you can tell where the game is at. That looked almost like it was sliding too high, but the amount of excitement that the ball hit a pad from the Warwickshire team.
True.
That was almost a thankful plead.
Yeah. I think you're right. The fact that something slightly different happened other than just a prod. It's an interesting point because Hampshire are overall batting slower in their innings than Warwickshire were. Here's Miles forward. Here's Gubbins up towards mid-on. But I think also Hampshire have sort of said that they wanted a good pitch, which we've got, and we had a good pitch last week. I think they probably wanted it a bit quicker. I haven't got to the bottom of why it's not a little quicker. There's probably all sorts of reasons, i.e. the rain and all the weather we've had. It's probably going to take a little while for pitches to get a little quicker. I suppose you could leave a little bit more grass on. I suppose that's one option, which helps. But I think ideally they did want the pitch that was a fraction quicker than this. Here's Miles bowls, and that's worked on the onside by Gubbins for a single. Moves on to 79, 167 for one. So
I'm going to give some credit to the groundsman here, because I think early season it's been really tough with the weather that we've had. So the nursery ground, including the batting practice nets that we've all had, have been so wet. Like, it's literally been out of action until probably 1 week, 2 weeks ago. So this main ground has been used for netting for first team, second team, Vipers, which is obviously a lot of training sessions throughout the day, but also it's been used for all the practice games.
Miles to Middleton, short. Middleton ducks underneath that one,
which I think then does make it challenging, because I can remember we played a warm-up game over to this side, and there was potentially a bit of rain in the air, and it was the last warm-up game that was going to be played on the pitch. And Simon, the head groundsman here, he's like, if it's a bit of rain, I want you to keep playing because I need to get some more moisture in the square. Because he was like, I genuinely, even though it's been wet, because there's games, the whole square gets covered so that the games can play, but then they can't then get onto the square to work on it. So it's been a real challenge for them, and I think, credit to them that they've played a lot of cricket here already with the weather that we've had, and to allow the teams to prepare.
Definitely. Length ball, Middleton, nice and solid. As that ball goes up towards mid-on. No, I did an interview with him actually just before the start of the season, and he said that normally they would do about 6 weeks' work, proper work, leading up to the season. He said they'd done about 2. They had been covering the square from about February, so obviously a lot of the rain would have fallen on the covers there, but of course because it was so wet and damp and what have you, it would have probably found its way somewhere, not underneath directly, but under the soil, whatever. He said it was very challenging conditions. Oh, that's a good bouncer as well. That looked like it just swung a bit actually as it went over Middleton's head. Middleton had to duck quite low on that one as well. He's getting a little kiss off the surface, isn't he, Craig Miles? It's going through a little quicker, but he's getting a bit of extra bounce as well. 167 for one, Hampshire trail by 288. And of course, he wouldn't be the only one that's had problems. It'll be all over the country.
And like I look to our left and we talk about how wet it's been, but on the nursery ground there now, there's a groundsman watering the square. So, but I think that's the challenge. There's obviously, I don't know what it takes to prepare a pitch at all, but there's a lot more that goes into it rather than you think, oh, it's raining, just cover it, cut it, it'll be fine. But I imagine they need a bit of moisture and that side of things as well. As Briggs into the left-handed Gubbins, played in defence, will be no run. There is a short leg for Nick Gubbins. But there's just a lot of cricket played at these grounds now, a lot of teams to facilitate, and obviously moving forward, when we talked to Simon, obviously Hampshire are delighted to have a tier 1 team here, but there then comes a pressure of playing more games of cricket here, because at the moment we play over in Sussex, we play at Arundel, we play at Wormsley, but if you're playing for Hampshire, I think the majority of the games have to be played here.
Yeah.
As Briggs into Gubbins, and that's in defence, just bounces right at his feet to the keeper.
I think that was one of the main points of the tender process, wasn't it, really, that they wanted the women's teams to be based at the main grounds.
But that's, for the groundsman, that's tough. There's a lot of cricket already played, isn't there, as Briggs in, and that's pushed down to third man, thick outside edge by Gubbins. They'll come back for a couple. He moves into the 80s now, onto 81, 169 for one Hampshire. So yeah, it will be a real challenge. It'll be interesting to see across the grounds, across the country, what that looks like. Because at the moment, South East Stars that are moving to Surrey, they play 1-2 games at the Oval every year. Yeah. There's Briggs in, and that's played right by his feet again by Gubbins in defence, no run. It'll be interesting how the grounds cope and how teams adapt, I guess, to, because you still want the quality pitches for all the cricket that's played, but the groundsman can't work every hour under the sun. As Briggs in again, bowls driven into the offside, just guided nicely by Gubbins. He'll pick up a single. He's on to 82.
Yes, I guess all things that are going to become clearer over the next few months as to that sort of thing. Contracts, as you were talking about earlier, where you'll play, which obviously I guess most of it will be here, if not all, but that's all got to be worked out.
Briggs around the wicket, that's shorter, that's cut out to a deep cover, will be a single. Middleton moves to 75, 212 deliveries he's faced, 171 for one Hampshire, and that's another end of the over. 70 overs gone in this first innings now. Deficit 284.
Yeah, still a long way, isn't it? I'm going to be off in a minute, so let me read this email out. David Tatnell, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, great job, loving the band. So what is going on with the wicket? We had nothing but brilliant matches last year, yet the first two this year have been as dull as dishwater, says David. Agree with your co-commentator. Hampshire need a plan today. Surely we're not playing for the draw already. Well, we said earlier that when you're facing such a large first innings total, what you can't do is, even though you want to score quicker, you don't want to be giving it away, because last week players got into the 50s and got out. 4 Hampshire players, I think, off the top of my head, got between 50 and 80 and nobody went on, and that is a cause for concern. His Miles, that's pushed up to mid-on and there's no run. That's not ideal when you've got your 4 top batters getting into the 50s, a couple getting in the 80s, and there's no 100 there, and that actually did put them under pressure against Lancashire, because they got a big one first innings. And then actually the rain helped Hampshire on the last day, although again it was a docile pitch. Would they have been bowled out? Probably not, but we lost a few hours because of the rain, and that helps. But you start the day on the back foot, and you don't want that. As a team, you don't want to be on the back foot all the time. So you've got to not worry, but you've got to think about that. You've got to balance the fact that you're a long way behind in the game, as well as trying to get close so that you've given yourself a chance of winning. But I'm afraid when a side gets 450, there's not a lot of options, is there, to win a game? And the wicket is we were just been saying it's slower than ideal. Miles bowls. That's flicked away by Middleton out to deep mid. Wicket to 76. He moves on to 172 for 1. And we mustn't forget that actually the elephant in the room, if that's the right phrase, is that Hampshire do have a points deduction hanging over them from last year. And the wickets were more enjoyable in terms of watching play. The batters would say it was a little tricky at times, but I think from an entertainment point of view and a watching point of view, there were good games here and have been for a few seasons. Here's Miles. Forward is Gubbins, but Hampshire do have to be careful now, because if there is a wicket that's not quite right, then the issue of the point suspension might be brought up, and then of course what you don't want is Hampshire to, I think it's about a 12-point suspension, isn't it, something like that. So it probably forces Hampshire's hand a little bit there as well.
Yeah, no. Again, I go back to it. It's not easy to prepare a pitch. Towards the back end of the season, we saw them turning a lot more, didn't we? And we saw Liam Dawson very much in the game. But early season, when it's not been that dry to prepare a pitch like that as well, it's tough.
Agreed. Full from Miles, and it's worked behind square on the offside by Gubbins. More off the bottom of the bat than anything, but he'll pick up 2. And he moves on to 84, and Hampshire 174 for 1. Haven't lost a wicket this morning. They have added 34 in an hour's play. It's slow going. It's good bowling. We haven't seen too many bad balls floating around here. So the batters are having to work hard, just as they did yesterday. But what they are doing, of course, what they need to do is use up some time, because they're so far behind. 281 they are. Miles around the wicket, cut away by Gubbins. Now that should reach the boundary. Now there was width from that one, and Gubbins hasn't missed out there. He's moves on to 88.
Yeah, top stuff from Gubbins, and I think that's why he's such a great player, isn't he? He just looks so comfortable in his defence. He knows where his stumps are, leaves the ball well, but if you bowl any rubbish to him, he's going to punish it as well. He does very well for Hampshire in this number 3 position.
Yeah. That's the secret about being a good player, isn't it? Whilst it is tough to sort of push the ball around into the gaps as much as you like, make sure that when that bad ball does come, you put it away. Already 7 runs off this over. Miles cuts that into the ground and fielded at first slip. The throw comes back to Gubbins, misses him and the stumps, and that's the end of the over. 178 for 1. Gubbins 88, Middleton 76. These two now have taken their partnership up to 162. Is that right? Yeah.
Stray person on the field. His beanie, that shows you how cold it is. Warwickshire 12th man.
There's a question here for you, Emily. I'm off in a minute, so I could either leave them for you to read out. You could do that, actually. There's one sort of question for you, which you can answer.
I'm trusted.
Of course.
Danny Briggs will continue from the pavilion end into Middleton. Solid in defence. That was a textbook one. Front foot towards the ball, head over it.
There's been a few of those.
As Briggs again round the wicket bowls. That's driven nicely by Middleton, but fielded well at extra cover. Bit of movement to that left from the fielder. Middleton just poises himself again. One slip in play, short extra cover under the lid. As Briggs round again, driven. That's back up to mid-off. Will be no run. Hands in the pockets from the Warwickshire fielders. I have no doubts there's hand warmers in there.
You guys have that as well, don't you?
Yeah, I needed them yesterday, Kev. Briggs in again in defence. Will be no run. I feel like we could just put my commentary on repeat.
It is difficult when the play's like this as well, isn't it, really? Which is why we welcome the emails. We've got a couple which Emily will read out shortly. solentcricket@gmail.com to be in touch.
Briggs in, left alone outside the off stump. That was tight to the off stump, hands on head by Briggs. Middleton knew exactly what he was doing there, Kev.
Yeah.
Was bored of the forward defence.
It's just leaving it online. It's not going to do much. Hasn't done much.
Briggs in again in defence again by Middleton. No run. It's the end of another over. A maiden over by Danny Briggs. He's bowled 16 now. 6 maidens, just 32 runs. I'm going to see a change in the commentary position. Kevin James leaving us. And we'll be joined by Richard from Warwickshire. I do have a question here. Please could you ask Emily how likely it is, and do the players want multi-day cricket? Australia played a domestic game recently, and I believe India have just finished a 16 tournament. Thanks, Tom. I presume he means in the women's game, if we'd like multi-day cricket. Personally, I'd love it. I think we're seeing more test matches played because there's got to be that appetite at that top level. But at the moment, I don't think it's feasible when we've only got squads of 10 players. So some of our players are on a pay-as-you-play. And obviously, if you're playing multi-day cricket, you need to play during the weeks. I think it is something that we will see. Our academy teams actually are playing a 3-day game. So our youngsters are playing a 3-day game.
As Ed Barnard comes on to bowl for the first time today, Gubbins just nudges forward up towards the short mid-on where Danny Briggs is fielding.
So it suggests it may come in the future. If we're getting our youngsters to play it, we might see it. But at the moment, I don't think we're there yet. But I'd love to play it. Although I'm not sure I'd have the patience to leave the ball. That's a bit of a problem, Richard.
And that's on the presumption that it's red ball cricket, which, the attendances at test matches in this country have been very decent as well, which tells you there is a desire. Barnard, full of length, just outside off stump. Again, just dabbed down upon by Gubbins, doesn't go too far out into the offside. Mosley comes across to pick up. I mean, if you had, what is it, initially it's 8 teams, isn't it? So if you had 2 groups of 4 and said, for an experiment, we're going to play 3 2-day games or 3 3-day games against the teams in your group, it'd be a great start point, and maybe actually then you could have a sort of knockout phase depending where you finished in the group. Down the leg side, wrapped on the pad. That was a very optimistic appeal from Danny Briggs. Short mid-wicket, short mid-on. Now comes through for a leg bite, and it's 179 for 1. How would that do you? Sort of 3 group games, then the 2 teams that finish top play off to win it. 2 second place teams play off for 3rd and 4th.
Sounds good to me.
Be right. It would be a start point, wouldn't it?
Should get you in the ECB.
No. No.
Suggest these things. It seems so simple. There's got to be a reason, though, isn't there?
It's not a ridiculous number of games. It's a start point, really. As ball's defended out and towards the offside and no run. I would prefer 3 days to give you a chance of getting a natural result. I think with 2-day cricket, would it just be 1 innings a team? Is that? I mean, it's a bit like they're playing grade cricket then, isn't it? In Australia. Well, they do that over separate weekends, don't they? But
that's so bizarre.
Yeah.
That is. Yeah, I just can't imagine half finishing a game and then going back next week to finish it off. Clearly it works, though.
That was just hurried Middleton a tiny bit, but he's able to force it off the back foot up towards mid-off. Quite nicely timed that, picked up by Hannon Dolby. He's having a very good look at this Duke's ball as if it's maybe a little bit out of shape, but given that we're nearly at the end of the 73rd over, I don't think we worry too much about that.
Have we had many ball changes this year in the last innings with Hampshire?
Well, in this match we've had, there were 4 during the Warwickshire innings and there's been 1 during this. So it is still happening once you get the Duke's balls back in. Forward resolutely is Middleton. Just the 1 leg bye off that over, so a maiden for Ed Barnard. He's none for 10 from 7. That was his first of the day. 179 for 1. So just 39 runs in 67 minutes this morning. Hampshire's attitude to this innings has not changed, has it? It's about being out there all day, really.
Yeah, and on that we've had an email from Connor Potter. Thanks for getting in touch. It says, morning guys, nice start this morning. Feel like Hampshire need to pick up the rate at some point today to keep a result other than a draw possible. But Fletcher and Gubbins have done an awesome job. Lovely position for the rest of the order to come in when they are needed. Connor. It's the batting points, isn't it? Do you go after them? Obviously Warwickshire picked up 3 in their innings.
Yeah, didn't fall that short of 4, but didn't really go for it, didn't accelerate because they wanted to bat long, and then gave away a couple of cheap wickets. So I thought they missed a chance to put more scoreboard pressure on yesterday, and I think that 500 plus was there to be had, but they did lose 2 or 3 really cheaply before lunch.
Danny Briggs to continue from the pavilion end into Gubbins, and that's in defence, pushed to the offside. Think about a quick single, but the answer's no. I imagine we're going to see a lot of overs here from Briggs throughout today.
Yeah, I think you'll see quite a bit of Rob Yates as well. But actually, it's interesting they haven't used him yet, because we've got that second new ball now, just under 7 overs away.
Did we see much difference with the new balls? Briggs in again, bowls off the back foot, that's cut to backward point, will be no run. Did it look more dangerous?
No, not really. I mean, you could.
I'll stop that thought.
No, you could. You could live in hope, Emily. But I mean, Kevin, did the second new ball look any more dangerous when Hampshire took it? No. There you go.
Briggs in again, swept by Gubbins. Appeal for LBW. Umpire keeps his hands by his side. Briggs on his knee, pleading as we watch the replay. Outside the line.
It has hit him just outside the line. It was, for the first time today, that was definitely worth a shout.
That wasn't a shout in hope, as Briggs in again, this time outside the off stump, driven up to mid-off by Gubbins. Will be no run.
He'd beaten the batsman with the flight of the ball. It's hit him on the pad, but you're right, it's just outside the line of off stump. But yeah, you've got to at least ask the question for that one.
Briggs over the wicket off the back foot this time, will be no run. First sign of aggression though from Gubbins. We haven't seen him trying to go after Briggs with those sweep shots, so maybe they are thinking of trying to push this on, the scoring rate on a little bit. No one out on that leg side, it's just a tight ring field as Briggs in again, and that's driven up to an extra cover. They come through for a quick single shy at the stumps. At the bowler's end, could have been in trouble. Great bit of work. There he's lying on his floor, on the floor. He really thought that was a chance. Gubbins moves to 89, 180 for 1.
A tiny bit of scrambled thinking maybe by Gubbins in that over. He's gone for the aggressive sweep, missed it at Peel, which the umpire rightly turned down. That was a short single. Now, okay, the fielder's only got one stump to aim at, so it's going to be a great piece of fielding if he pulls off the direct hit, but I think he would have been in bother if it had been a direct hit. So I just wonder whether a little bit of confusion, a little bit of unnecessary urgency there. I get what people are saying about needing to create something to get a result out of this. As this one just back of length is cut into the offside by Gubbins. That's well stopped at point.
Very well fielded. When you got cold hands and the ball's hit like that, good commitment. I feel like Gubbins is trying to score a little bit quicker. I know you said that was a frantic single, but these are signs they may be trying to push it on.
Well, maybe they're eyeing up these last 6 overs before the new ball, even if the new ball isn't that much of a threat. Dan Mosley picked himself up like a man twice his age there, doing that fielding. That's a fuller ball from Barnard, looking to probe in and around that off-stump line. It's defended out into the offside. I mean, in terms of bonus points, let's say Hampshire's a minimum want to get to 350. I mean, that's already getting up towards 5 and over to get there. So actually, 300 might be where it is. And that's it. About 3 1/3 and over, which is still an acceleration from where they've been. It's Barnard full again, dabbed out into the offside. Mosley is in, looking rather more his own age that time. He picks up and fields. 22 for the record.
Hampshire women are playing today, and I'm going to give the listeners some bad news. We're batting first. We're 42 for none, going lovely. We're now 49 for 6.
Oh.
Wow.
6 wickets for 7 runs. Ouch.
That's impressive.
It's ball down the leg side, wraps him on the pad. There's no point appealing for that. They're going to come through for a leg by. Yeah, so it's all gone a bit wrong for Hampshire's women today at Reigate. Poor Charlotte.
Charlotte Edwards will not be there.
No, but
Charlotte Taylor.
That's what I mean. Because
Yeah.
she was with us yesterday, and there she is as acting coach.
We can give her a good spraying, can't we? Got to be better as a head coach than that.
Joe, I'm not taking her on. She'll kill me with her calves. She was what you're doing now, where you're standing on that strut on the stool to get up higher. She did it for the entirety of every session that she was on mic yesterday. Short ball pulled, Into the leg side towards the deep mid-wicket, Jacob Bethel for a single to Middleton. That takes him to 77, 182 for one. I mean, they must be like iron spheres, her calves. And her balance was perfect. Don't know how she was doing it.
I want to know her messaging though. Head coach, come on, Charlotte Taylor. She won't mind me winding her up.
She can't answer you at the moment. There's leaning forward to defend this out into the offside. There's no run. I mean, you know, she's got a very experienced batter in Emily Windsor who's being rested because she had a game yesterday. If you were there,
we'd be 40 for 7 with how I'm playing at the moment. I'm going to actually message Charlotte Taylor, head coach of Hampshire Women today, to get some thoughts from the ground.
I hope she remembered the kit. She'd got 6 reminders on her phone to take the kit. Can you imagine if she hasn't?
Maybe they've not got the balls and the batters haven't had warm-ups. Maybe that's the reason.
Well, the openers did their job.
Danny Briggs to continue. Bowling to the right-handed Fletcher Middleton. Current partnership for 166 between these two as Briggs in defence by Middleton will be no run.
Yeah, 4 hours and 18 minutes they've been out there in the middle together.
Briggs again from the pavilion end. Bowls, that's darted into his pads, played up to mid-on, they think about a quick single. But the answer's no.
And there haven't been very many moments that would make them nervous. You know, Gubbins did have a couple of lives yesterday. I think Will Rhodes in particular would have expected to take the catch off the bowling of Danny Briggs at slip. But it really has been pretty comfortable from out there, and I haven't chanced their arm very much, as you've seen this morning.
Briggs to Middleton off the back foot cut. Out to a deep cover, will be a single. Middleton to 77. 183 for one. And that is Fletcher Middleton's highest first class score, which beats his 77 versus Lancs at Southport last season. Well done, Kevin James. Give you the credit for that one.
Is that the gate like a greyhound to pass that to you?
Briggs in, and that's bowled. That's a lovely drive by Gubbins. The fielder's chasing after it, but he doesn't go to ground, and that's 4 runs to Nick Gubbins. Beautiful shot from him. Here moved to 93 now. 187 for one, that deficit. 268. Still a long way behind Hampshire. Lovely cover drive though. As Gubbins in again, bowls, uses his feet, tries to play in that same gap, but the fielder gets it this time, doesn't time it so well.
I think Gubbins' sense of urgency might be because he's getting close to 3 figures and wants to get over that line.
Briggs in again in defence, this time right by his feet. It's like he's playing one hand, one bounce that you see all the children play on the gantry here at the Ageas Bowl. No run to finish the over. 187 for one.
That tidy moment on the scoreboard. Overs bowled in the innings, 76. Overs remaining on the day, 76. So 20 overs today, Hampshire have scored 47. Not too much of a scare. The one appeal for LBW against Gubbins off the bowling of Danny Briggs. The only thing that the umpires really had to consider, and it was hitting him outside the line.
I love this part of Championship cricket where the field, how do you describe it? It's very unique.
Yeah. Let's run through it in a moment. As the first ball of a new over from Barnard is defended out into the offside. It's a 5-4 leg side split. The offside, there's a wide slip, a point, an extra cover and a mid-off. And then there's a long leg. After that, it's all a little bit curious. There's a square mid-wicket who's level with the umpire. There's a short mid-wicket. There's a wide mid-on in an orthodox distance, but there's also a short mid-on. Danny Briggs, whose left foot is almost on the strip. So they're setting for catching on the leg side, but the ball again is outside off stump and is defended by Middleton. He doesn't want to give anything away. 78 off 229 balls.
This is just a hope for something. As a captain, Alex Davies stood there, hands in pockets. It's like, how can I make something happen here?
So they're not bowling badly. There won't be many loose deliveries, but the ball and the surface and the aerial conditions together are combining to give them no help whatsoever. And this is driven off the inner half of the bat and taken low down to his right by Will Rhodes, who ends up flat on his back.
Not quick to his feet either. In there.
It's cold. It's cold. I mean, we're daring not having coats on. They can't have coats out there. I mean, it would be a bad look.
But
I know you were
what
tempted
can do?
yesterday.
You can put as many layers. I had 3 playing shirts and 2 playing jumpers on yesterday, and I was like, if I can't throw because I can't get my arm up, I'm sorry, but I'm going to be warm.
This is full and driven and tapped on his follow through by Barnard to Briggs, who's almost up to the stumps. And there's no run. There were players out there yesterday thinking, crikey, Emily's filled out in the gym over the winter.
Exactly that.
You've put some muscle tone on, Windsor. Yeah, I know, I have.
And then they watch me bat and I can't hit it off the square, so I think she's not gone too. Here we go, look at this.
Now they've got 4 leg side fielders in catching positions, and I'm not even sure that Barnard is particularly bowling to this field. They're not going to put a 5th in. They're thinking about it. They're going to put one on the drive at mid-off as well, at short mid-off. Well, this is a crazy field now. Barnard in, and it's just short of a length, and it's fielded on the actual playing surface, on the wicket by Danny Briggs.
It's like a wall, isn't it? And during the game when you play as a kid, where people are hitting you catches, when it's like kings and peasants or whatever it's called, and if you drop one you go to the bottom and you got to try and stay at the top. That is exactly what that looks like.
I'm going to have to believe you on Kings and Peasants. That's new to me, but I'm liking it.
I can't think of the exact name, but yeah, you don't want to be in the peasant end. Here we go.
Wow. Now they're going to go with 7 catchers on the drive. Here we go. I mean, I'm not kidding you. There are 4
like
on the
arrow.
leg side. And Nick Gubbins is looking at it, trying to work out where on earth he's meant to run. As Barnard comes in to bowl, and it's defended, and he was a little bit late on that. But 4 fielders from short mid wicket to short mid on, and 3 from short mid off to short cover. Have you taken a photograph of that? Is that what you've just done or not?
I've just missed it.
Did you? Oh dear. If you hadn't got 14 layers on, it's not that good. So it means you end up with 2 loads of washing.
It was like a full load. And do you know the worst part of it? I only had 1 pair of playing trousers, so top half lovely and warm, legs were cold.
Yeah, you're not going to wear 2 pairs of trousers, though, are you?
It was that cold yesterday. I would have wholeheartedly considered it.
I suppose during the football season, I have my thermals on, don't I, underneath?
Well, Georgia Adams, our captain, I was going for every layer of playing kit that I could. So Georgia Adams is a bowler as well. She's bowling off spin. Thought it would be a good idea to try and add it's a quarter zip training jacket under, and I was like, she put it on, I was like, you can't get your arm up, it looks awful, put it away. As Briggs in, and that's off the back foot by Gubbins out to deep cover for 94.
Yeah, it'd be right if you come on to bowl and you've got so little movement left in your shoulder that the arm gets stuck before the release.
And anyone that's seen Georgia Adams bowl as well, she does have a very low bowling arm, but this couldn't even get up to halfway. There were so many layers, and you could just see the tip of the grey training kit. As Briggs into Middleton, that's played up back to him, almost went across it there.
It would have been as low as the arm of Lasith Malinga.
It would have been an underarm, actually. I think you'd have be consider calling it that, as Briggs in, and that's driven to extra cover, will be no run. You can really see here Warwickshire trying to bring some energy in the field, trying to make something happen.
Be right if Georgia found she got extra revs on the spin for bowling from all the way down there.
Maybe we should try in training. As Briggs in again in defence by Middleton. Same ball, same option. Briggs takes the ball back in anger, despair. 188 for 1. Just a single so far off this Briggs over. In again, and that's driven uppishly, but to mid-off they come through for a quick single. Middleton moves to 79. This is his highest list score. in the championship, 189 for 1.
I think we're at the point really where Mark Robbins needs to come out and walk anti-clockwise around the ground to try and force a wicket.
It's turn to mid-wicket for a single by Gubbins. He keeps the strike. He's now on to 95, 190 for 1. 3 runs off the over, deficit of 266. I think it's too cold for the lap.
Is it? There's been laps done today, but with people wrapped up like they've gone snowboarding.
I mean, we can't moan because usually we see rain and that interrupts the game. But
Yeah.
honestly, it's so cold to play cricket.
Charlotte Taylor didn't take her woolly hat off at any point yesterday.
What about when she was eating in the...
No.
No, still on?
Although I did say to her, I got the impression that you didn't want anybody to see your hair, and there was a sort of, well, nobody wants to see my hair response. So I said, I haven't seen mine since 2004. So here's Ed Barnard coming in to bowl again. Not quite so many close fielders this time, as it's dabbed into the offside by Gubbins. But I think if we see Middleton back on strike, they might go back to that arc. They have got a fielder right next to the strip still, at short mid on. Ollie Helen Dolby is starting to do his stretches, and this is over 79, so we're 11 balls away from them being able to have the second new ball. In the vain hope that it does something, really. You never know. Barnard round the wicket to Gubbins, whips this nicely off his pads. Square, well, there is a fielder in front of the ground staff's tunnel. They come through for a single.
Here we go. Are we going to get the arrow back? Fletcher Middleton's on strike.
The arrow.
The arrow field.
It's a little bit like the shape of the tick of a very well-known sportswear manufacturer.
We're not. Ugh, come on. Come on, Alex Davies.
No, the Brains Trust did have a meeting. They've gone back to the slightly more stretched 3 of short mid on, short mid wicket, and orthodox mid wicket in a line. And Barnard is in, and it's turned wide of Bethel, far enough for him to have to stoop to his weaker hand, the right. So they come through for another single. And that takes Middleton to 80 for the first time in his first-class career. 192 for 1. Gubbins is a boundary away from a century. So, you know, whilst you are third voice, you are technically local. So you should describe this in case he goes through the 3 figures.
Thank you.
It's the unwritten rule.
It's the unwritten rule. The unwritten written rule.
I can write it down if you want me to.
As Barnard into Gubbins in defence, pushed to the offside, will be no run. The pace that they've been scoring the runs, though, I could be talking for a little while.
It's all right.
It's all right. Kevin James will be joining at past. Will it get to that time?
Yeah, we'll have to.
Will he be the man?
Yeah. We'll have to do the musical headsets bit because you know he has to be on the left.
It's a home. I still. There's many things Kevin James that I love, but this home away dressing room for the commentary box is one that I don't understand. That's pulled into the onside by Gubbins. He just gets a single, will be no run.
I think it's reasonable to assume we know what happens at the James residence. I think we can be fairly certain he's on the left-hand side of the bed with the dressing table to his left. I just, anything else would probably just kind of make me question a lot about life.
What about at the dining room table? Do we reckon he sits to the left as well when he's having his dinner? Wife to the right?
It depends. It depends how much of the dining room table you're using, really. Now, here comes the golden arc. Oh, they're going to go. It's still 7, is it? Or they're going to go with an 8. They're putting in a silly point now, and then they're rotating one. So there are 4 close catches on the leg side. There are now 4 static fielders on the offside as well. Hassanali with his hands in his pockets is hoping to have nothing to do with this. And Barnard comes in to bowl to Middleton, who jabs it down into the ground, and it rolls up to the third fielder from the right on the leg side. It's 193 for 1 Hampshire. They trail by 262, and the new ball is 6 deliveries away.
We will have a change. You will be getting rid of me in the commentary position. As we described earlier, Kev's favoured left-hand side, left-hand bowler. We'll leave you to the left, Kevin.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Emily. She'll be back this afternoon. I think Alex Davis thinks he's Shane Warne. with that field. We used to see crazy fields with the late and great Shake Warne when he was captain here. But I think Alex Davis thinks he's Shane Warne, doesn't he? He does. That's a crazy field earlier.
But you can't knock a man for trying.
No. I'm not saying it in any derogatory way, but Briggs bowls, forward is Gubbins, pushes it out to extra cover for a single. He's inching towards 100. Crawling, creeping.
Well, it's a positively fluent 45.6 runs per 100 balls compared to Fletcher Middleton at 33.5.
Yeah, well, we can forgive Fletcher.
He's trying to get there for the first time. Yeah.
It's not quite got a big thing, but it will grow as his reputation grows without that 100. Now, he works that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So I, for one, will be happy if I'm still commentating after tea and he's on 95, because I think once he gets those three figures, then that's just cut out the equation. Drives pleasantly up to mid-off, no run.
If Gubbins is still there at that same time on 115, the commentary may have gone very quiet.
Yeah, we might just switch off and have gone for a cup of tea. They've just left it on a loop, and that's pushed back to the bowler.
Yeah.
And we'll just leave it on that loop. Here comes Briggs again. At least it's sunny. That's driven towards extra cover. I know one or two on the tweets and on the emails this morning are sort of questioning a little bit about the scoring rate, but as we've explained, from a Hampshire point of view, and you can make a case that it should be quicker, but when you are facing such a large first innings total, there's a thick inside edge there as it goes out on the leg side. That's why everybody got excited, because that's about the only thing you can get excited about out there at the moment. But it is, you cannot afford to be bowled out a reasonable distance away from 450 odd or whatever it was, because as they found against Lancashire, it does put you in the difficult position for the rest of the game. That's driven out off the back foot to extra cover, no run end of the over, 194 for one.
And it does back that up, the conversation I had with Mark Robinson, the Warwickshire head coach, last night, saying that he understood why Hampshire went the way they did in yesterday afternoon evening session, because it isn't easy to score quickly. And I was talking to him about Dan Mosley, Jacob Bethel, maybe getting out a little bit cheaply. When there were decent scores, those are two lads who've yet to make first-class hundreds. There was perhaps a good opportunity for them. He said, well, we did want to try and get things moving. Yeah. We did try and want to create a game, but it does exemplify, if you do try and accelerate that, you will find a way to get out. So we are eligible now for the new ball.
I presume this is the story earlier. I don't know if you heard it, Richard. That is this when you got 100, or you thought you had at Northampton, and then so there. I've been looking at a very young Emily with helmet and bat raised, celebrating 100, and it turned out that the scorer got one run wrong. She was out for 99.
I'm going to say I think the scorer should have done their level best to find that run from somebody else. But that's all I'm saying. Having made the mistake, they should have found that run from somebody else and never let you know.
Agreed. That's what you would have done, Richard, wouldn't you?
I think so, in that situation.
Right. I think you would. But you're a decent bloke.
I wouldn't want to break somebody's heart like that.
No, I agree.
Yeah. You better do the honours of Mr. Gubbins on 98.
But clearly Emily's got over it. Here's Alan Dolby round the wicket. Gubbins gets one at bouncy. He turns that to fine leg. There should be at least two. And it goes for 4. And you don't need me to tell you what's happened there. The crowd will tell you. That's 3 figures for Nick Gubbins, who celebrates turning to the Hampshire dressing room. Gets congratulations from Fletcher Middleton. And Nick Gubbins is on 102, continuing his fine early season form.
Yeah, he's done well. He had a couple of half lives, certainly the one off Danny Briggs that Will Rhodes put down. There was a tough chance for Jacob Bethel as well, but he's batted in pretty good order. And I think also he's played a really useful role in terms of his experience helping Fletcher Middleton through this as well. I think having a batsman with Gubbins' experience at the other end, so he will want to see Middleton through to his 100 now.
Agreed. Outside the off stump, and we're back to normal because Gubbins leaves that one alone. That is Nick Gubbins' 17th first-class 100, and he's playing in his 124th first-class match.
Okay. It's not too bad, is it? It's a respectable record. Again, it's the sort that doesn't get the selectors coming to watch you that often, but it makes you a very solid pro.
Yes. I believe the closest he came was Middlesex won the championship in 2016. And then he was scoring runs around that time, wasn't he? Plays inside the line there. That ball looked like it just pitched and just nipped away a fraction, because we are in the first over with the second new ball. And Gubbins, I love the batters now, don't they? They sort of let everybody know that the ball just moved, because they'll take their hand off the bat and just go like that and flick with their hand. So everybody knows around the ground that ball just nipped away. If there was any doubt.
He'll say that he's telling his teammate, but actually he's always encouraging the bowler. What did I know? You got that one to nibble. Oh.
2 slips wait as Hannah Dolby comes in. He just floats that one up a little bit, and that's driven backward of point. In fact, more down to third. I presume that was deliberate by Gubbins. Certainly a hint of a thick outside edge. May just have opened the face of the bat at the same time. And that's the 200 up for Hampshire in the 81st over. Still 50 runs away from a batting bonus point.
Yeah. He looked in control of that shot, to be fair.
Yeah.
And it was all along the deck. But yeah, I mean, look, it's going to be, let's say it's going to be at least 95 overs before they get a batting bonus point. It just adds to my feeling that 250 is too high for that first threshold.
Yeah, it is. You think how hard Hampshire have worked here. Still.
Yeah. And if it's encouraging or forcing ground staff to repair wickets that are going to make everybody score 500, then I'm not sure that's quite the right balance either, is it? So.
No, I'm glad the next game's away, I have to say. Outside the off stump, left alone by Gubbins. Got a rather bizarre email here from Alex McKinley, solentcricket@gmail.com. Talk about the cold weather. He says, when I used to play for Sparsholt Cricket Club near Winchester, one of the team used to wear a pair of his wife's tights under his flannels on cold days.
Okay.
Yeah, that's one way. Just, I think I might have chosen some thermals under my cricket trousers.
Yeah.
More than that, but
similar effect.
Yeah.
Still leaves you with a chiselled calf.
What?
Nicely chiselled calf. Brings the best out of your legs.
Oh right, yes. Gubbins forward. Always plays it onto his stumps. Played that so late. And that's the end of Hannah Dolby's over, and the first over with the second new ball. Hampshire 202 for 1 with Gubbins on 106. Fletcher Middleton with his highest first class score of 80. That partnership, which initially overnight was 124. I know your maths is very much better than mine. I'm going to quickly say it's
186.
186. There you go. I knew it was good. I knew it was good.
62 runs this morning in 25 overs. It's been a morning of consolidation, that's for sure. And we talk about Hampshire not looking likely to pick up too many batting bonus points, but Warwickshire may not get any bowling bonus points at all. They've got 29 overs to get at least 2 more wickets, and that feels like a tall order. I think they've bowled okay. I mean, the reality is I think they've bowled okay.
Yeah, I do, yeah. I think it's one of those days as a bowler you say, do you know what, if I advance my career wickets by 1, then at least that's a plus.
That kind of sums it up, doesn't it? So Mark Robinson was saying last night that it's bowls and LBs. You've got to get bowls and LBs because the ball doesn't carry very well. See, Will Rhodes is in at first slip for Hassan Ali with his first delivery with the new ball. It's defended by Middleton up towards mid-on. So Jacob Bethel, who had a difficult day in the slips, finds himself in the outfield. Rhodes at first slip, Yates at second. Yates, who made a living at first slip last season. It's interesting to see him moving out to second with no Sam Hain around at the moment. Hassan Ali comes into bowl, just back of a length, guided to square very quickly. And there's the fielder, who is Craig Miles, and there's no run.
Talking of the slip fielders, just had a quick look now. Last week, I think I'm right in saying that apart from the odd catch by the keeper, the only slip catches were off the spinners. And I'm having a quick look through the card here, and I think we've got the same situation.
Yeah.
Davis was caught a slip, but that was off Dawson.
Yep. Sally steams in once more off the outside edge of the bat, goes down in between slip and gully, and they'll come through comfortably for 2 more. Middleton to 82, Hampshire 204 for 1.
Yates was caught off Kyle Abbott, but by Ben Brown, the keeper. Bethel was was caught by Ben Brown of Mo Abbas. There's been no catches off the seamers to slip, and I think I'm right in saying that was exactly the same case last week.
Well, the two yesterday that went down, one barely carried to Rob Yates, maybe was trying to pick it off the ground, the other was very low for Bethel, and you can't really stand much closer than they are.
No.
That's nearly back of a length, and that was up around the gloves of Middleton. At least manages to guide it down into the deck, and it rolls out towards Craig Miles at square leg. So that would all point to the lack of pace in the surface, and that probably does frustrate the ground staff, to be honest. I'm sure they'd love this to be a surface that had more in it, and that's the one thing that could change it. As good as it looks for the batsmen, as much as it's very dry, if it had a yard of pace in it, you probably would see a greater threat. Forcing off the back foot now, Middleton can't get past Mosley and extra cover.
I agree. No, I think the point has been made, and I think the bits that I'm hearing is that they would have liked it to have been just a fraction quicker, but maybe at this time of year and with the weather we've had, it hasn't been that easy to do that. But yep. Never mind. This has been a good 5-day game. Perhaps we should have 5-day county cricket.
Well, you played in a mishmash spell when it was some 3, some 4, didn't you?
It's ridiculous. Now, when you think about it.
That's an alley up towards the stumps and bowls, and it's turned towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run, just the 2 runs off that over Hampshire. 204 for 1. Yeah, I mean, it would be 2 entirely different approaches to games, but it was really a bit of a suck it and see to see whether 4-day cricket was viable, wasn't it?
Well, it's just like Kookaburra Ball experiment now, isn't it? They have a couple of rounds, and then a couple of rounds later in the year, and that's exactly what when the 4-day games started to come in. We play a couple at the start and a couple towards the end.
A few seam bowlers around the country are starting to feel a calf the next time those 2 games are due.
When you weren't used to it, it was hard work. That's for sure. I mean, obviously these guys are more used to it, but they'll still tell you it's hard work as a bowler. But when you weren't used to it and it came in, you thought, oh my gosh,
yeah,
oh dear, in the field for a day and a bit. Oh gosh. 204 for 1. Hannon Dolby runs away from us. He's continuing with that round the wicket approach to Gubbins. Gubbins plays that into the ground.
If you go from, as a seam bowler, if you go from thinking that you might have to bowl 30 overs over 3 days to thinking that you might have to bowl 40 plus over 4, and that's going to happen regularly over the course of the season, it is a big step up.
It is. Those extra sort of 7 or 8 overs in innings, which it sort of equates to. It makes a huge difference. It's nothing now for seamers to bowl 20 odd overs, is it, in an innings? Hannon Dolby, as Gubbins pushes forward. I'm just looking at Emily now. She's making me feel really cold.
Yeah, she's wrapped herself up in a big padded coat, hood up. Probably a hot water bottle in there that we can't see.
She looks like she's standing out in the snow waiting for a snowmobile to come along and whisk her off.
And yet, and this is youth of today, bare ankles, so she's letting the chill in. She'll moan she's got cold legs next. I don't know.
So it travels up. That's the problem. You get little thermal socks on. As Hannah Dolby bowls, whisked away by Gubbins. That's nicely timed. There's nobody back at a square leg. And that's a lovely timed shot. Maybe helped by the new ball and the hardness. Gives it a little bit more speed off the bat. 110 now for Nick Gubbins, 208 for 1.
Yeah, and batting with a bit more freedom, having got to 100. Those last 2 boundaries he scored have looked a lot more comfortable, a lot more timing being brought into play. The one that went down to 3rd man, where he was very much in control, but that was beautifully played. Clip off the hip.
I've got a tweet here from Pete. I don't know if Emily mentioned it earlier. She's not listening now. It's that coat, you can't hear anything through that. It's so thick. That's driven up to mid-off. Did you read a tweet out from Pete? No, she didn't. She just... at Silent Sport, it's gone to you as well, actually, Ems, that's why I mentioned it. Pete says, morning to you, by the way, Pete, or is it after this afternoon? My concern is that there's going to be no results at home, and that means with natural weather issues, we could get relegated, not because we are rubbish, but because we can't win. Well, I did say earlier that Hampshire have identified the fact that one of the reasons why they can't quite get over the line in the Championship is they probably lose a few too many games. So they want to try and turn those defeats into draws. But of course, what they might be doing is, outside the off stump left alone, is maybe sacrificing the odd win here and there as well.
Wins into draws as well.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, although, you know, just because the first 2 surfaces have been like this, it doesn't necessarily mean that the other 5 home games are all going to be played on the same surface. And you've got different times of year, different weather conditions, and also they can be prepared in an alternative way if the feeling is that they need to make them a bit more competitive. I'm not saying they're doing anything ridiculous, but there's more than one way of just adjusting the type of surface that you're playing on.
Yeah, no, I agree totally on that one. Richard Wilford says, as that's pushed up towards mid-off by Gubbins. End of the over, 2-8 for 1. Hampshire trail by 247. It is a particularly hard block. Hampshire have identified this first round. It's about 7 rounds, isn't it, of county championship matches. Doesn't help when you're playing Surrey twice in that first 7. Lancashire, of course, which I think will be there or thereabouts. Maybe even Durham. You guys, of course, have got good pedigree in the championship recently. So it is a tough start, and I think the feeling is, as I understand it, is that the second half of the championship season is, on paper anyway, a little easier, and then you maybe be able to tinker around a little bit with things. But it's getting through this first part without suffering too much damage.
Hassan Ali to continue from the pavilion end, and he's steered towards mid-wicket by Middleton. Not a big stride in, just judging his eyes really as he turns that towards Jacob Bethel. 68 runs in the morning so far. This is just over 27 overs. Not going to be too far short of the rate actually for the morning in terms of where they're going to get to. They'll get through this 1 and 2 more, probably be a couple of overs short. Especially if the Brains Trust continues to meet in such numbers. Alex Davis is off to, I think, get a bit of headgear. So whether we're going to see a leg slip or a short leg, he's collecting it on the behalf of Mr. Jacob Bethel, who's trudging his way in the same direction and taking off his cap to reveal his dyed fair hair, which was rather striking when I saw him by the pavilion on the first evening. The initial thought was, who's that? Ah, Jacob. Well, he was rather mulleted last season, so this is a step forward, I think.
Is he the go-to man for the helmet, really? Is he the obvious choice?
Well, I think he is in this particular group.
Yeah.
Sort of thing that Alex Davis would have been under it last season.
Right.
On occasion, but as captain, he can now avoid that fate. It's not particularly short leg here. It's interesting. As the ball is nicely squirted here through square leg, Alan Dolby has got a good angle to it and gets the ball airborne very quickly, but that's 2 more to Middleton. He goes to 84, 210 for 1, and the partnership now just 6 away from 200, which is no mean feat. It does feel this month has been one for the statisticians more than it has been for the actual competitive nature of the cricket.
Am I right in saying there's already been as many 200s in the first 2 rounds as there was in the whole of last year? Did I see that?
Something like that, isn't it?
Yeah.
This one just back of a length, pushed into the offside. Across comes Dan Mosley to grab it left-handed. There's no run.
If I can find an email, what's Emily found? Oh, this is the game where you got 100.
Oh.
And this message to Emily was, remembering that game, there was chat about trying to take one of Tays' 165 runs to give you the century, but Northants scorer wasn't having any of it. Oh, so there was? Oh!
So he pushes this one through. That's a very wristy shot from Middleton, nicely played. Again out towards square leg for a single. 85, 211 for 1. Oh,
so there was some moves.
So the Northants scorer is getting the tar and feathers here.
Oh dear.
Well, that said, Emily had only scored 99, so I suppose ultimately.
Yeah, but nobody else knew on the scorer. Is that right?
Wonder which scorer got it wrong. Did they both get it wrong initially? Was it just the Hampshire scorer? Oh dear. That's Ali in, pushing forward is Gubbins. Picked up in his follow through by Hassan Ali, then flicks it to Ed Barnard. I mean, the good thing about it is that it's not something that lingers in her memory or that she still worries about. Her face is etched with pain at the moment.
I know. It's like she's reliving it. How many years ago was that? 4? Oh, 8. Oh my gosh, 8.
Oh, she's probably still a teenager.
Yeah.
Hassan Ali steered in front of square by Gubbins. No run. End of the over, is it? Yes, it is. 211 for One Hampshire. They still trail by 244 on first innings. We're 10 minutes away from lunch. And again, it's the way things are shaping up. They may be around level by the end of play today, and it will be hard to manufacture a result from there.
Certainly will. If you just joined us, just to go through what we've been talking about over the last couple of minutes, to recap, Emily revealed that a few years ago, about 8 she thinks, she scored her first ever 100 for Hampshire women up at Northamptonshire. But when she thought she got 100, celebrated, helmet off, bat raised, and she showed us a picture to prove it. And then everybody celebrated with her, and then it then turned out that the scorers had got it wrong, and she actually only had got 99. As Hannah Dolby comes in, bowls to Middleton, who turns that away into the deep on the leg side, just for a single, 86, 212 for 1. And then Richard Wilford made a very good point and said, well, surely, somebody could have just worked it out that
if I'd been scoring, I would have found a run from somewhere else to make sure that she got to 100.
Yes.
And you can tell me that I'm wrong to do that, but I mean, lo and behold, I'm married to an accountant, so I mean, to me it's logical.
And then Emily's just shown us a message on her phone to say actually that one of the scorers did try to sort that out.
The other said no.
That is Hannah Dolby. Driven and half stopped by Dolby, but there's no run. At the time, this is another message here, at the time you reached your centuries, both agreed, but after a recount it was discovered a miscount. That's right. That was from, should I say who that's from? That was the guy that took your photo of you raised bat. That's Dave Vokes, the Hampshire photographer, who got word that actually the scorers couldn't agree to give Emily the extra run.
Honestly.
Yes, never mind. So that's the story in full. And obviously Emily's well over it now. Which is good. She's moved on.
Absolutely crushed.
Yeah, not. Here's Hannah Dolby. Gubbins. Again, he's played that so late. It's gone off the face of the bat out towards backward of point. Stephen Clark has emailed here. silentcricket@gmail.com. We mentioned yesterday there was a pre-season game between the Hampshire Academy and the South Wilts club side who play in Salisbury. That was taking place to our left. And I mentioned that it was very difficult to find a score because there was no scoreboard there. Stephen says, after a struggle, I found the result from yesterday, and after another struggle, I can't get back to it to check the detail. But on the ECB Play Cricket website, I think I saw that South Wilts made 269 all out after about 48 overs. The Hampshire Academy side were 270 for 6 after about 46 overs. So Hampshire won the game by 4 wickets. Thank you. Gubbins drives wider mid-off. That's a crisp drive that's going for 4. Well, we've got to take these because there aren't too many. And that was a beautiful shot. That's 200-run partnership now between Gubbins and Middleton, of which Gubbins has contributed 114 of those, and that 200-run partnership has come off 469 balls.
Or 78.1 overs, to put it into context. So almost an entire lifespan of a new ball.
Yes.
But that was a beautiful shot from Gubbins. That was the shot of the morning. Without too much competition, to be fair, but he has just opened up a little bit since reaching 3 figures. And Hannah Dolby isn't getting a lot of joy with this second new ball. It's only in its 5th over, so they're going to get a bit of a second punt at it after the interval. Might get 2 overs after this before the interval if they push through.
Forward again. Back to normal, Mr. Gubbins. That's just quietly pushed out on the offside. I'm just going to check the second wicket partnership for Hampshire against Warwickshire. I should imagine we're not particularly close yet. You never know though. So I thought I would just start checking now.
I made a merry mess of the stat with Warwickshire, so I'm going to leave well alone earlier in the week. So yeah.
Oops, hang on. I just called up Worcestershire. That's not the right one.
Close.
For Hampshire against Warwickshire. Right, here we go. I'll give you the second wicket partnership actually as a marker. Gubbins gets one that bounces a fraction, but he just pokes it back to the bowler. End of the over, 216 for 1. So this partnership is currently worth 200. The record second wicket partnership for Hampshire against Warwickshire occurred in 1920. It's 280 by Messrs George Brown. If Dave Allen's listening to this, he'll absolutely love this. And Edward Barrett, and that was achieved at the old United Services ground in Portsmouth.
Oh, he's popping in this afternoon. He'll tell us all about that.
I love that. Yeah,
He'll tell us all about that. You've teed him up now.
I've stolen his thunder, probably.
No, because he'll embellish. Undoubtedly. Again, the Brains Trust is meeting. Let's see if they get through 2 overs before the interval here. They'll only be 1 behind on the morning, which would be decent. And we did start a minute and a half late. I've had a tweet or an X, whatever you call something on X, an ecstasy from David Carroll. Hi David. He says, hi Richard, loving the commentary. I was at the game on Friday and Saturday following the Bears. Do we think 8 points for a draw is leading to more matches like this one? It would be great if Hants declared at 350 so we could set a target. I can't see that happening particularly, and even then by the time they get there it would be a bit late to contrive. I think there's a short ball and he's swung inside this Middleton. He was early on it if anything, and it goes past and through to Michael Burgess. I mean, the 8 points, that they want teams to play for draws as well. They see that as part of prepping for Test cricket, even in the brave new era of Messrs McCullum and Stokes. So they wanted the reward to be greater, didn't they, for a draw?
Yes, and it wasn't that long ago that they decreased the number of points because they didn't want teams just playing negatively.
Fuller delivery, hit low into the ground by Middleton, so it pops up into the hands of the short leg Bethel.
Just depends on which way the wind's blowing, doesn't it, really?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a moving target for a few years now.
Yeah.
As long as you don't move it during the season.
Yeah. I think that's an interesting point, though, your tweet, that I think if this game was played late August, early September, it might be different tactics depending on where these sides are.
That's only to Middleton, always a little late down on that. It was angled in towards middle and off. It's an interesting line from Hassan Ali, who's following his head coach's theory that it's bowls and LBs that you need to take here.
Yeah, early season, I think most sides are just making sure they're in a decent position going into the second half of the championship, aren't they, really?
So in once more, and that's a good piece of fielding by Bethel. It was flicked into the ground, and just instinctively his reflexes saw him grab at it left-handed.
Natural.
So that's a coordinated kid, isn't it? Goalkeeper style. It will be a disappointment if we don't get to see a Hassan Ali celebration this week, though.
Is it worth?
Oh yeah.
Is it worth it?
Yeah.
We might have to not take our eyes off it then.
It owes a bit to Imran Tahir. As this is driven beautifully through the covers for 4. That's Fletcher Middleton's best shot of the session, and it'll take him through to 90, will it, or has they already got it on the board? No, it does. It takes him through to 90, tantalisingly a couple of minutes before lunch. Hampshire 220 for 1, and we should get another over in after this, assuming that the ball doesn't take too long getting retrieved by Alex Davis, who's got the furthest to get to that, in front of the advertising hoarding at the Shane Warne stand side of the ground. So it ticks over to 12:59. Now we didn't start till just after 11:01, so I'm hoping the umpires will say let's get another one in before lunch here.
One ball left. Hassan Ali's not racing in yet.
No.
I don't think he wants another over. Well, not him personally.
His body language is so obvious it's got subtitles. He's into Middleton, jabs it into the ground, fielded by Bethel, end of the over. 220 for 1 Hampshire, 80 without loss in 30 overs this morning, so 2.67 runs an over. And it looks like we are going to get one more. Ollie Hannon Dolby is removing his cap and his sweater. And then the umpire stands at the stumps and says, "No, we'll have lunch." Oh dear. There we go. Good session for Hampshire. Nate Gubbins completing what's been a very good 100. A couple of little lies yesterday, but also supporting Fletcher Middleton towards what would be his first ever first class 100. 114 to Gubbins, 90 to Middleton. It hasn't been quick progress, but Hampshire have been really, really solid this morning. I mean, bar one respectable but correctly disallowed appeal for leg before from Danny Briggs, really no scares this morning.
No, and I know many have messaged us this morning about the slow over rate, but we have explained, maybe not the right explanation, but we have given one or two theories as to why that may be. So we'll be back in just under 40 minutes of time with more live commentary from myself, Kevin James, Richard Wilford, Emily Windsor, and then we're going to be joined by Hampshire's honorary archivist this afternoon, David Allen. Welcome back to the Utilita Bowl. That applause in the background is not because we're in the commentary position, although that would be nice, but it's because the players are almost out in the middle for the start of the afternoon session on day 3 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Warwickshire. Yes, we are still in the first innings, replying to that huge total of 455. The home side, Hampshire, are 220 for 1. So no wickets in that morning session. Hampshire adding 80. Nick Gubbins going from 67 to 114. His 17th first class 100. And Fletcher Middleton moving on from 61 to 90. And that is currently his highest first class score. So that's where we're at. Our commentary team this afternoon has been added by 1. A little later you'll hear from Hampshire's honorary archivist Dave Allen, who's had a super time over the last couple of days apparently, playing in all sorts of bands and what have you. And he says he's just about recovered. A little later Richard Wilford is also here from BBC WM, but it's myself, Kevin James, and from the Southern Vipers, Oval Invincibles, Trent Rockets, Welsh Fire, it's Emily Windsor. Here's Will Rhodes with his right arm medium paces around the wicket to Gubbins. And that's pushed up to mid-off and there's no run.
I feel like we need to get rid of the Trent Rockets and Oval Invincibles.
Why?
Now, because I'm Welsh Fire.
Yeah, but it's all part of your history. It's a bit like...
You didn't say Hampshire.
Oh no, well, yeah, that's true. Yeah, and Hampshire. Sorry. Well, there's so many clubs.
Get round.
Yeah, I can't keep up with them. So you are currently Welsh Fire. You've been retained as well, I understand, for Welsh Fire in the 100. Rhodes in the sunshine, gets turned away on the square on the leg side. Has to hurry here, Fletcher Middleton. Looks like he was slow to respond. In fact, I initially was surprised that Gubbins was running, and I think Fletcher Middleton was the same.
He would not have been best friends with Nick Gubbins there if you're on your highest first class score at 90, nearing on your first century, and getting run out.
No, he was run out last week against Lancashire early on. Mistake between him and Ali Orr. Not sure how much there was a call between the two, but they've just had a little chat in the middle there to try and sort one or two things out. But you're right, Emily, that would have been, well, I don't think Fletcher Middleton would have gone home tonight if he'd been run out. Here's Rhodes, he's switching over the wicket to the right-hander. Middleton just nudges that short to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Warwickshire definitely must have a bit of research on Fletcher Middleton, because they always, without fail, have that sort of short mid-on, mid-wicket position in for him. I can't off the top of my head think of lots of dismissals there, but obviously with the stats that happen now behind the scenes, there must be a clear reason behind it, because it's, as I said, very evident that he's there.
He does like to play a clip shot, doesn't he, from fairly straight through mid-wicket. We've seen that quite a bit last season, and already he's played very well. I know there's been 1 or 2 comments about the scoring rate, particularly of Hampshire's. Overall in the game, of course, but particularly Hampshire's reply. It's just over 2.5 and over. It was actually just fractionally under 2.5 and over at a few points before lunch. But as we've tried to explain, maybe not fully, but part of the reason is they don't want to be too far behind in the first innings, so they've got to make it count. There's a nice flick away down to fine leg. That'll be 4. That has gone very fine. And Middleton, if he's nervous, I don't know about him, I am. I'm nervous for him now. He's on 94.
Yes, massive moment, isn't it? For any batter. We've talked about nearing on hundreds.
Yes, I know there was chat last week with 4 Hampshire players getting between 50 and 80 and nobody going on, and they felt that's not right. So there would have been a doubling down of efforts for somebody to keep going, and, well, Gubbins has certainly done that. Middleton, you would hope, when I say not too far behind him, as Middleton turns that away to square leg, 6 runs in this game normally takes about 2 hours. So when I say not too far behind him, it could take a while yet, but we'll wait and see. End of the over, 225 for 1 Hampshire. They are behind on the first innings by 230. Don't forget, of course, there's always that follow-on figure you need to talk about and need to remember, which is 300. They've got to get to 306.
Yeah, you'd hope 1 wicket down in this position on a pitch that's hard to take wickets, that Hampshire will get there quite comfortably. Just an update for our Hampshire listeners as well. Two of the players on loan to Glamorgan at the moment, Brad Will and Mason Crane. They're getting a good running. Brad Will's bowled 23 overs, picked up a wicket. And Mason Crane, 16 overs, picked up a wicket. I don't know about you, did you see the delivery he bowled in the last round of Championship? Get the wicket with the googly through the gate.
Didn't.
As Danny Briggs in to Gubbins, plays the mid-wicket, will be no run. That was a Mason Crane at his best delivery.
Was it? Good on him.
Yeah, and hopefully him playing a lot of cricket is a good thing for his game. As Briggs into Gubbins, uses his feet, plays up to mid-on. The fielder goes the wrong way, wrong-footed himself, so I think that's going to race away for 4. Yes, it will. Hit in between mid-wicket and mid-on. Gubbins showing some intent early after lunch. He's on to 119, 229 for 1.
Who are Glamorgan playing, by the way?
They're playing Northants.
Northants.
Northants very heavily on top. Glamorgan were bowled up for 271 and Northants 442 for 5.
Okay.
Still in their first innings. Very much so, like we have here.
Well, as Rob Key says, 4-day cricket is 4-day cricket, and he's certainly getting that.
Briggs into Gubbins, in defence this time. A cry of catch it. Zappish. Short legs there under the helmet. But he's got over it enough. Deficit 226 for Hampshire in this first innings, as Briggs in again, bowls, and that's a play and miss outside the off stump by Gubbins. That's very rare. An appeal for a stumping. The umpire's not interested. That was almost a cry, a desperation.
Yes.
Which is very much what it's like out here. Wickets are very hard to come by. As Briggs in again, bowls. That's bowled him. Nick Gubbins going for a drive through extra cover. He misses, and Danny Briggs picks up a wicket. Gubbins has gone for 119, 229 for 2. Hampshire. And that looks like it's turned a little, but gone on with the arm. Gubbins looking to play it a little bit too square.
Yeah, I mean, it looked very full. I'm not sure if he got yorked himself. It looked like he opened the face of the bat. He looks very cross with himself walking back as well. I don't know if the fact he fractionally opened the bat, which didn't help because he's sort of hitting away against the spin. Maybe the ball did a little bit out of the bowler's footmarks. I got the feeling that it was very full and almost the bat didn't. It sort of went over the top of the ball a little bit as much as anything, but that was a surprise, wasn't it?
That was a surprise, but a fine innings from Nick Gubbins. 119. He raises his bat to the crowd that will applaud him here, but he looks very disappointed walking back. 229 for 2. That's the first wicket here today.
Yeah. So what did we? Yeah, that was about 7 minutes in the afternoon session.
James Fuller.
Ooh.
Trying to make something happen.
Do you think he's come in to block it?
That's the James Fuller we know, isn't it?
No, as you know. Now that's an interesting move. So he's come in ahead of James Vince. He's come in ahead of Liam Dawson. He's come in Tom Prest, Ben Brown, and Ian Holland from last week's batting order anyway.
I quite like this though from AD Birrell. It's almost like a shot. There's nothing to lose. Make Warwickshire look. They're not going to be expecting that. There's a lot of conversations in the middle, and James Fuller plays one way, doesn't he? He's going to go out with intent. So he's either going to move this game on quickly, and then we see James Vince as we probably usually would, or could be a very brave but effective move.
Wow. I'm sure the crowd is stunned. I am.
I'm excited.
Yeah, I
It's
think
one
it's
of
a great
those. Buckle up, seatbelts on.
move. Yeah.
Anything could happen.
And also, let's be honest, if it doesn't work, you've still got a formidable amount of batters coming in, so you're not really doing too much damage. But what you might do, of course, and what AD Birrell and Hampshire hope is that an hour of Fuller could totally change the whole momentum of this match.
Briggs then, with the ball in his hand from the pavilion end. He's got a wide mid-wicket and a deep cover. A short leg in play, bowls, and that's forward in defence by Fuller. Will be no run. That's the end of the over. I think this is a brave move, and it's not brave, but it's a move that people weren't expecting. I think probably the crowd here were saying, "Oh, this is boring. The game's not really moving forward. We're still in the first innings."
Yeah.
And here we have AD all going,
Yeah.
I'm taking a punt here.
I agree. I wouldn't want to exaggerate too much, but I'm probably as excited as I've been in this game. Yeah, and in last week's game as well. You're right, Dave. So the anticipation. Let's hope it lives up to it.
It will either be quick, I think, or it will be eye-opening. But it's not been an easy pitch to score on, so it's going to be tough for him to bring fireworks.
That's for sure. Rhodes, right on medium pace, over the wicket to Middleton. He's pushing up to mid-on. I'll say it again. He is so determined here, Fletcher Middleton. And he is 6 runs away from a first-class century.
Do you reckon his dad will be here, Tony Middleton?
I would say he will be hiding somewhere. I'm not sure. Will he be watching? I don't know. Sure, he'll be listening to us. At the very least. I think his mum will be. Here's Rhodes again. Has played out on the onside quietly. And there's no runs. Very bright out there, isn't it? I know it's crisp, but it is very bright.
It looks like it should be a scorcher. The sun shining.
It does, doesn't it?
But when you look into the distance and see the flags flickering in that wind, and that wind is chilly.
It is. When we just walked over at lunchtime, didn't we? I mean, we're not in the open for more than 5 minutes. Absolutely freeze to death. Here comes Rhodes again. Middleton gets another length ball. And he's done just as he has done many, many times before. Not taking any liberties, not trying to drive on the up. He's just playing every single ball on its merits.
268 balls he's faced, Kev. That's a hell of a time to concentrate.
It is. So he's been out there since about 2:15 yesterday afternoon. Long time. Here he is. Rhodes and bowls. That's on the line of leg stump. Yeah, that's a nice one as a batter. Always bread and butter shot, that, isn't it, really? Oh, it comes out the bowler's arm. You see it's on sort of middle and leg, leg stump. And you think, yeah, that's a let-off ball for me. Gives him another single. 95, 230 for 2. There's anticipation 2 ways here for the home crowd. Fletcher Middleton 5 away from 100. And what might James Fuller do? This is the most exciting period of the game for me.
Yeah, I think. Well, I just love the move from AD Birrell. It shows that Hampshire are trying to move this game forward.
Yes.
Trying to make the most of the conditions, and I think this is what James Fuller brings to this side. He's with both the ball and the bat. It's exciting.
Yeah, he's a very strong individual. As Rhodes bowls him a bounce, so he ducks underneath that one. Rhodes not intimidated by the fact that Fuller's come in at number 4. I think it's a long time since James Fuller came in at 4. I'm trying to think off the top of my head if that's happened since he's been at Hampshire. I'd have to look that up, but I've got Dave Allen, so I don't need to. But he won't be doing that. I think it's safe to say I don't think he has. Here's Rhodes again, runs away from us and bowls to Fuller, shortish, and Fuller just eases that down into the same area that Fletcher Middleton did 2 balls before. 231 for 2, and Fuller is off the mark. Got an email here from Paul Arnold, sonandcricket@gmail.com. He says Warwickshire's first innings of 455 was decent, but by no means insurmountable. With plenty of time left in the game to potentially get level, are the panel surprised by Hampshire's slow run rate? Well, yes and no. I think we've explained that sort of quite a bit. Seems the fear of loss as opposed to chasing the victory is the prime motivation. Is it the pitch or the tactic? A bit of both. Maybe the recent Bazball exploits clouded the mind, but if you see Surrey and Essex, they also motor at a strong rate, around 4 and over. Yeah, that game seems to stand out as one that's moving forward very fast.
But pitch conditions, you can't really compare across grounds, can you?
No.
Danny Briggs then to continue from the pavilion end. Bowls to Fuller off the back foot. That's played lovely. He's timed that. Effortless from James Fuller. 4 runs to his total, his first boundary. That's a sign of intent. He's on to 5, 235 for 2.
It's a proper shot, but not only that, is that that extra power of his means that the ball is more than likely to pierce the field if it's going either side of the fielder, whereas a lot of the batters on both sides here haven't been able to accomplish that.
And the thing is, James Fuller's so far from what we've seen, nothing's been reckless. He's given himself a chance as well. As Briggs in again, bowls, flatter, and he plays it back to him. I think it's very easy, isn't it, when you come in for a role like this, AD Birrell's gone, right, go in, come on, let's up the run rate, let's get this game forward. It's channeling that intent, picking the right ball. As Briggs in again off the back foot, thinks about a quick single, but the call is no.
I think they clearly felt that the groundwork was laid this morning as well, wasn't it, really? You know, adding 80 runs without losing a wicket.
Briggs tries to approach, but Fuller not ready. Dead ball the call. And I mean, he's coming ahead of, I mean, you can almost laugh, James Vince, who hardly scores at a slow rate. Briggs in again, that's darted into his pads, but played to mid-wicket, will be no run.
So just to add, and I've just calculated it, 213 that partnership for the second wicket between Gubbins and Middleton.
Briggs to Fuller, quicker again, that's played back down the pitch. He's tried to touch it with his foot, but Hassan Ali does the fielding at mid-on. Trail by 220 now, Hampshire, in this first innings. Mid-on has gone back to a long-on position. As Briggs bowls slower, flighted, hit high in the air and caught at backward point. Great bowling that from Danny Briggs. He tossed it up there. Fuller went after it. He's gone for 5. And Hampshire 235 for 3. One would say an experiment that didn't work.
I think that's exactly the phrase on everybody's lips who's listening and watching. So that didn't quite work, but the intent was there, so I don't think you can fault that. So I think we'll go back to normal, really, although we do expect the scoring rate to naturally increase a little bit with Vince coming in and also Tom Prest, but I think where it might have increased a little quicker than that and a little faster, I'm afraid that option has gone.
Yeah, and I think obviously James Vince is the better batter, isn't he? He's one of Hampshire's best batters. You don't want him to come in and have to be forcing to score the rate. He will naturally score at a rate, but his wicket's quite important to this Hampshire team, and 220, the deficit still, that's still a big margin, and you don't want Hampshire to lose wickets quickly. So Vince, for me, still needs to play his natural game, because if you then lose his wicket, Warwickshire will be up and about because he is important.
That's right.
So it was an experiment that didn't work, but I like the intent. I like what AD Birrell and James Vince were thinking.
That's right. It was a plan, and I'm sure if it's used again, you know, it may come off, but it doesn't always come off. So we've had 2 wickets this afternoon, both to Danny Briggs. Gubbins bowled by a full delivery for 119, and James Fuller, one that just gripped a fraction. We saw that with Alex Davis, who looked to sort of force a ball on the leg side, a foolish delivery from Dawson, and got called at slip. There, Fuller's doing a similar type thing against the spin, but with a little bit more force, and that carried to backward a point.
It was definitely a Fuller delivery from Briggs. Dawson was not bowling at his own teammates.
That's true. Here's Will Rhodes then to Middleton, and again, dead bat up to mid-on. Samuel Brown has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, absolutely loving the commentary on the pink headsets. That's right, you'll see those dotted around the ground. They are the headsets that come in the commentary from us. Real time. Keep up the great work, says Samuel. Thank you. Scoring rate has been a big topic today. My question is, who makes the decision to accelerate the scoring rate, and how is this communicated to the batters? Thanks, Sam and Joe. Here's Rhodes. Middleton forward, square out, square on the offside. It's a team thing, isn't it, really?
Yeah, ultimately it'll be probably Vince and AD Birrell, but it's not something that's probably communicated there and then. They'd have had discussions pre-game, post-game last night about how they want to go about playing this, and I think got some smart cricketers out there that they know the messaging before the start of play, and I think Gubbins and Middleton have set up a foundation to allow this middle order to express themselves a little more.
It's turned away on the leg side by Fletcher Middleton. At least 1. Will he get 2? Throw comes in the bowler's end. Having to motor here, James Vince. The throw comes in, the stumps are broken, but James Vince is home, but that will certainly have warmed him up, that second run.
Yeah, watch those hamstrings there, James. It
Yes.
was definitely him that called the yes, though, so would have been him to blame. But good positive running. One that this crowd would have been just willing him on that little bit quicker, James Vince.
Yeah, you're right. Ham is in this weather early on. Got an interesting message here from Alex Smith, one of the local reporters. And this is always welcome. Alex he's a fountain of knowledge as well. Here's Rhodes to Middleton, length ball. Middleton pushes that back to the bowler. Alex, thanks for pointing this out. He says James Fuller batted at number 3 against Essex at Chelmsford in a chase back in 2022. So thank you, Alex, for looking that up and giving us the definitive answer. So he has batted even higher than 4.
God, it looks windy out there. I'm looking at the sight screen. That would distract me, I think, as a batter, how much that's moving.
It is, isn't it? Look at the flags as well on the pavilion. Bit high, lovely drive, but straight to extra cover. Ooh, that could have so easily have been the one. Be interesting to hear the reaction to the crowd if, and of course, I have to say if at this stage, still needs another 3. But if and when he gets to 3 figures, I think there'll be a very useful celebration. There's not many here, of course, but it'd be a little bit different if it was in a one-day game. But even so, I'm sure they'll make themselves heard. Oh, Middleton plays and misses outside the off stump. That was a beauty of a delivery. That looked like it just held its line. Just every now and then, one kisses off the turf, bowling from this end up towards the pavilion. And Rhodes found that spot. 2:37 for 3. End of that over.
Yep. And Vincent Fletcher, Middleton, having a chat now. It looks like Vince has asked him how Briggs is bowling. You can see Middleton showing like an action, like he's varying his flight. James Vince yet to face a delivery. He's facing the wrong way at the striker's end, just going through some forward defences. See, Vince and Briggs would have played in the same team together.
Might have started around the same time, actually. So let me double check that. Danny Briggs made his first class debut here in 2009, T20 debut 2010.
Short cover point in play for James Vince under the lid, and Alex Davies just asking fielders that would be in an inner ring circle to sit a little bit deeper. As Briggs into Vince, pushes up to mid-off, thinks about a quick single, but the answer's no.
Yeah, Vince's first class debut against Loughborough University was here, 2009. List A matches, 2009.
Briggs in, Vince advances, plays up to wide of mid-off, picks up a single, uses his feet there, James Vince, he's off the mark.
So, yeah, very similar. 2010, his T20 debut as well. So, yeah, very much mirrors Danny Briggs's openings into the first team.
Briggs will be bowling to Middleton, who's on 97. Round the wicket bowls, and that's driven up to mid-on, will be no run. Fielder coming out from the position under the lid, giving himself a little bit more distance. As Briggs bowls to Middleton in defence, pushes down to a wide backward point, wants a single, but James Vince says no. Waiting in apprehension here. You can the lull, the crowd silent, just hoping. One shot as Briggs in bowls. That's short and wide, and it's cut out to a deep cover. He moves to 98, 239 for 3. James Vince doing some gardening, as you see the players do. Field just sitting a little bit. Mid-off's actually floating here, quite very deep. Alex Davies, the captain.
He is, isn't he?
As Briggs bowls, and that's into the pitch. Played down, will be no run. That's the end of the over. Deficit of 216 in this first innings, 239 for 3.
Well, is it going to be this over? Just one bad ball. Haven't been many of them. One crisp shot. Haven't been too many of those because of the softish ball and the docile nature of the pitch, but just want one this over, really, don't we?
Just want one on that hip. One on that hip.
Hit it square because there's a fine leg, so fairly straight. You don't want it to go too fine, although actually very fine would be okay on the leg side. Where's it going to come? Rhodes bowls, he works it on the leg side but straight to the fielder. That forward square leg. It's not happening, that ball. A.D.
Birrell and Giles White, Hampshire head coach and director of cricket, doing a lap below us. They'll be feeling everything, the players out there.
Dave's found an under-17 game between Glamorgan and Hampshire back in 2007 where James Vince and Danny Briggs played in that one. Also Chris Wood has got a testimonial this year. Thank you, Dave. So they do go back a long way. Well, I guess we kind of forgotten because Danny Briggs isn't here. That's turned away on the leg side. We know very much the Dawson, Wood, Vince trio, the trio. But I guess because Danny's been gone for a little while now, you kind of forget that he's very much part of that group that came up through the ranks together.
It's quite phenomenal that, and must be unique, that so many of them in that age group have gone on to do such great things. It's sort of one or two tend to make it.
It's unusual, isn't it?
Very unusual.
Rhodes to Middleton, bowls, full, Middleton drives through the covers! And there is his 100, his first 100. And he takes his helmet off almost in relief as he acknowledges the applause from the crowd, many of them standing and celebrating along with Fletcher Middleton. What a reaction from the spectators.
And to be stood there and applauded halfway down the wicket by your captain James Vince as well. That shows how this dressing room is stuck together like glue, and to do it out there in the middle with James Vince. Special one to remember for Fletcher.
His 17th first class match, 5 50s before today, as Middleton pushes that away behind the square on the offside, and there's no run. My word, that'll be huge relief for the local boy, 22 years of age.
Be interesting how he goes about playing now. I think once you've met that milestone, he's been batting for a long time, he knows how this pitch is playing. He'll give him a little bit more freedom, a little bit more confidence, but what a knock that is for him, and hopefully for Hampshire fans that's the first of many.
I love that reaction, didn't you? Just looking around. Comes in again, Middleton plays that softly out behind square on the offside. 280 balls, if I didn't mention it earlier, for that 100. Whoa. And I'm sure his dad and mum, wherever they were standing up as well and applauding. Very much into his career as well.
The Hampshire dressing room, they're obviously all inside because it's so cold, but out they came on the balcony and out the door.
Fantastic. I know when Fletcher burst on the scene last year, pushes that out to the cover, so there'll be at least 2 here. There is a man at deep cover. He's having to do deep cover, square cover, I should say. He's having to do a bit of work. I know part of the joke around was that he played a lot more shots than his dad Tony. But I have to say, in this innings, it's been a very Tony-like innings, this one, and I'm sure if his dad's listening, I think he'll agree. Right, there's going to be a double change here in the commentary box. Myself and Emily Windsor are going to be replaced by Richard Wilford from BBC WM, and also Hampshire's honorary archivist, Dave Allen. So I'll let Emily move over first. That was a good bit of timing, actually, wasn't it, that we had Fletcher Middleton's 100 when we did. I'm sure Richard Wilford would have called it equally as good. In fact, I
wouldn't have come on until it had happened.
Would you not?
No. Got to be a gentleman about this, haven't you? Danny Briggs to continue. 2 wickets in the session for him, which at least means that Warwickshire have salvaged a bowling bonus point, which means each team have got 1 point with the ball. Hampshire closing in on their first batting point now. Warwickshire managed 3. Alongside me, Dave Allen, who knows the intricacies of Hampshire County Cricket Club like no one else. Good afternoon to you, as this is swept neatly around the corner for a first James Vince boundary of the innings. Total control of that hits it down sort of about 30 degrees as we look down. And Hampshire on 249 for 3, just one run away from that batting point now.
I was thinking, Richard, actually, that I've seen fathers and sons play for Hampshire before, but I think that's the first time I can say that I've seen a father and a son score a championship 100 for Hampshire.
There you go.
I'm sure Chris Tremlett never did. And actually, I never saw Tim Tremlett score one, although he did in a partnership with Kevin James down in Taunton many years ago.
It's not something, I don't think I've seen something like that happen with Warwickshire. Father and son. Pushing forward defensively is James Vince.
Smith?
Yeah, the problem is I'm not old enough to have seen the older Smiths play. That would have been the flaw.
Yes. Okay. I am.
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, almost the first game I ever saw at Portsmouth.
Brings in again to Vince, just reaching to push it with soft hands out into the offside, into a gap where he knows there's going to be a single, and a round of applause for that. Hampshire 250. And such are the vagaries of the current bonus point system, have had to bat nearly 94 overs to get a batting point. Gone are the days when you'd rattle to 150 and 40 overs and start totting them up.
Yeah.
Briggs in again, slightly uppish from Middleton, but it'll go harmlessly up to mid-off. Alex Davis does the fielding.
Well, the odd thing is that they're saying that they wanted flatter wickets this year to go for more batting points, but actually this is so flat and slow that they might not get many.
No, it's hard to accelerate. Tempted sweep here by Middleton, it dribbles behind. Burgess toys with the idea of taking the stumps off, but his toe is safely in the crease, so no concern there. 104 for Fletcher Middleton, 6 for James Vince. Hampshire 250 for 3.
I was asking you earlier whether you're a Coventry area Warwickshire man, but you're not really. So
No, I'm a Brummie.
Yeah, I was telling you that, or mentioning briefly that my postman in Portsmouth, of all places, John, is an avid Coventry fan, and I think he did some coaching with some of their youth sides or something. So I'm thinking of him today because I think he's probably at Wembley, and I know he'll be very cheerful tomorrow morning if the result goes the right way.
Yeah, so he may not be very cheerful tomorrow morning. I mean, they're odds against, of course, against Manchester United.
Yeah, of course.
And they were at Wembley last season, Coventry. Missed out on that occasion in the playoff final against Luton. They're a terrific team. They're very well coached by Mark Robbins, who, of course, was a Manchester United player.
He was. And my postie doesn't mind too much if Coventry don't go up this year. I'll explain in a minute.
As Will Rhodes is continuing from this hotel end, and he's driven up towards mid-off with immaculate timing by Vince, but he can't get it beyond Alan Dolby.
Because he reckons that Southampton might not get through in the playoffs, which is almost certainly where they're going to end up. And Portsmouth are going to be playing in the Championship. Means he might get to see 2 local games and see his team in 2 local grounds.
So his dream then would only be shattered by the fact that Bournemouth aren't getting relegated.
Yes, that's right. Yes. Yeah.
That would have been the triple for him. That one's gone past the outside edge. There's an appeal for caught behind, and he's been given, and James Vince is gone for 6. He rocks back in frustration at the decision, but Rhodes and Burgess looked absolutely convinced at the time. It was one of these appeals that was kind of a given. Vince was standing, but Hampshire have lost their 4th wicket on 250. Vince caught by Burgess off Rhodes for 6.
I can't see it. I mean, we've looked at the replay, but it's clearly Vince was clearly unhappy, and Vince is not a man. He's not a demonstrative man, really. He's not. He just threw his head back in astonishment at that decision. So I can't tell you any more than that about it, really. I've just watched it. It's a rather dark screen. But,
we're not going to learn anything from the replay. No, I don't think we'll get another one necessarily. No. I think the difficult thing for us here is the conflicting body language of the two teams, in that Rhodes and Burgess went up with an element of certainty, and James Vince was absolutely certain that he hasn't touched it. So whether there's a noise on its way through, you've got Burgess standing up to the stumps as well. So the ball's got a very short distance to travel, and umpire Bailey has given it some contemplation and then given it out.
Yep. Well, if you look in the book, he's out. So
Yeah.
there we are. It's actually the second time in 2 home games that he's not been pleased. He was caught behind leg slip off Lyon last week, Lancashire, and again convinced that it came off pad. But Vince not having quite the results that he would like. Well, I was joking in the media. I was sat with the media guys before lunch because I wasn't on, and saying, well, I don't know what I'm going to talk about this afternoon. There's nothing happening, and suddenly lots of things are happening.
Well, 3 wickets for 21 runs, and Warwickshire now have aspirations of getting a second bowling point, because that's a couple of wickets away. But you know, from Hampshire's point of view, I mean, 350 is looking a long way away in terms of matching up the bonus points. They want to make sure they get to 300.
That's right. But I mean, it's not inconceivable if this goes on happening now that they could even have to follow on.
Yeah,
That's 50 unlikely, but
the interesting one to weigh up, actually, what you would do if you were Alex Davis in that situation.
Yes.
As Rhodes comes in now and beats the outside edge of Prest, there's a yelp from a wide second slip, almost third slip, where Bethel is. You got this difficulty here where I think if you were in an ideal world, if Hampshire fell just short of avoiding the follow-on, I think if you Warwickshire, you'd probably want to bat again and get plenty of runs ahead. But the weather forecast for tomorrow afternoon isn't that clever.
no. And they wouldn't. I mean, you still feel that they would need a lot of time to get through another 10 wickets on this pitch.
A lot of time or a lot of fortune, as this is driven by Prest up towards mid-off for no run, no real timing about that.
And I mean, it could also be that I thought very, what I was going to say courageous, that's not the right word. The exciting initiative of sending Fuller in could actually rebound on them, because suddenly he becomes an easy wicket, and then maybe they got a lucky one with Vince, I don't know, or not really, but suddenly the pattern of the game changes.
Well, they've worked hard to open the door for themselves. Eventually they've managed that, as Prest gets off the mark with the ball very neatly worked off his pads. And they'll come back for 2. So he's underway, 252 for 4.
Preston, very good nick. He batted beautifully in both innings last week, which from our point of view was very gratifying, because he's a player of huge promise and scored a terrific 100 against Essex last year, but got very few runs apart from that. And 5-1-1, so on, 0, 33, 5, 11, 9, and then 108. So, run of form good.
Rhodes approaches once more, outside edge. That will go down to the third boundary for 4. The fielder is really deep backward point rather than third. So Prest gets his first boundary. He's up to 6. Hampshire 256 for 4. We've had 95 overs, and they've cut the deficit below 200 now. They trail Warwickshire by 199 runs.
Prest last week against Lancashire, 85 and 45 not out. So started the season in good nick, and he got a wicket yesterday.
He did. It was he had a brief spell.
I think it was only 2 overs.
It was, but he got rid of Dan Mosley for 32.
Yep. Your guys have been scoring a lot of runs this year. I can't remember about the wickets that you drew last week, didn't you?
2 matches, 2 draws.
Yeah.
They've only batted once in each game.
Yes.
Both very, very flat surfaces, to be fair. Danny Briggs to continue. Chipping away. It'll be his 25th over of the innings. May not be too long before Rob Yates gets another bowl as well with his off spinners. Flights this one up, and it's stabbed into the ground by Middleton. Doesn't time it. It turns a little bit on the bounce as it goes through the fielder. Hassan Ali's doing some warming up as if he fancies another go. He's having a stretch. And Briggs again stands this up, and it's gone past the edge of the bat and is taken at slip by Rhodes, having touched nothing. Bit of bounce there,
Didn't
Dave.
it bounce? It really did bounce, yeah, which suggests he's putting some revs on it.
So there is a bit there
Yeah.
for the spinners, and Briggs is looking to exploit that. He fires this one in quicker, and it's guided to point where Bethel picks up.
Well, it's very unusual for pitches here to change significantly over 4 days, but maybe, just maybe, this one will.
Yeah, Don't very often do they? The players have said there's a few more cracks in this than normal. That's a beautiful shot off the back foot by Middleton. He'll get full value for that. He's hit it in between long on and deep extra cover, and he did it with immaculate timing. That's as good a shot as he's played. He's up to 108, this career best now, 260 for 4.
I wonder whether the shackles will be off now, whether he's got an instruction just to push on, see if they can get a batting point or two. But as I said, they don't want to risk things. They don't want to suddenly be 260 for 5. And Ben Brown due in fairly soon, not in terrific nick at the minute.
Pushing forward in defence now is Middleton.
Although of course Liam Dawson will be next. But
yeah, I want to get up with Warwickshire on 4-5-5 if they can, as he's playing and missing a ball that's offered to turn outside off stump. Well taken that by Michael Burgess. Interesting over from Briggs. Hampshire 260 for 4, trail by 195 with another 24 overs to get us through till tea. So we're running probably 10-15 minutes behind. So Ollie Hannon-Dolby is coming back onto the field, having had a brief break, maybe a change of shirt, something like that. 12th man was on for a while.
I wonder if Danny Briggs is the first Isle of Wight born cricketer to play for Warwickshire. Somebody might tell us.
He wasn't.
No, oh, really? You know? Okay.
No, because there were two at the same time.
No, for Warwickshire though.
Yeah.
Oh, were there?
Adam Hose.
Of course. Who also, of course, played for Hampshire second 11. Yeah, of course he was. Yeah.
So Adam Hose preceded Danny Briggs, but Danny Briggs has outlasted Adam Hose. He's now, of course, at Worcestershire. Great lad, Adam, as well.
Of course, there was a point when Adam was around, Danny was around, and also David Griffiths at Hampshire. So there was a sudden plethora of Isle of Wight cricketers, and there had never been any really major Isle of Wight cricketers at Hampshire. But Danny would have had a career here, but for the presence of Liam, really, and as crucial as anything, Liam batted, of course. And
that's it.
Danny didn't in this, although he's not a bad batter.
Well, he's made some good runs for the Bears. Hassan Ali indeed is returning to the attack, and that's a good delivery angled in from outside off stump, just with the angle of the arm as much as anything, and Prest squeezes it out into the offside, and there's no run.
I've been talking to quite a lot of the supporters out there today saying how chilly it is watching, but I'm relieved that up here it's a great deal warmer than last Monday, and there is a simple explanation for it, which I'll try in a minute.
Hassan Ali in again off the back foot. Prest can't squeeze it beyond extra cover.
We had a day exactly like this last Monday afternoon, really exactly like this. Looked beautiful from here and so on, but on that occasion the wind was coming from over the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion, basically from the sea, from the south, and it was freezing. I don't think I've ever been so cold at a cricket match, whereas here we're protected from the wind which is actually coming from the north, and if you are hit by it today it's freezing, but we're not getting it in here.
For which we're extremely grateful.
We are.
As this takes an edge, and he's going to be caught low down. Hassan Ali has his first wicket of the season, and a tidy catch taken at second slip, and Prest is gone for 6, and Hampshire have lost 4 for 31 here. They're 260 for 5.
Well, I guess it would be fair to say that nobody saw this coming. It's extraordinary, and Hampshire. I think there are two things happening here. One is, we might speculate about the follow-on, and I'm not. I think you're absolutely right, Richard. I'm not convinced that they would necessarily enforce it anyway. But I don't know. A deficit of say 130, with quite a long time to play in the game, suddenly, you begin to wonder really whether a result is possible. Whereas at lunchtime, I walked through the atrium, there were lots of supporters there, and everybody was just kind of saying, this is pretty dull, this is going to be a draw. Kev's just returned with a look on his face a bit like James Vince's when he was walking in.
Yeah.
Wondering what on earth's going on.
A little bit of growl. So what he has just missed is Hassan Ali restored to the attack, drawing an outside edge from Prest, and it's been taken by Rob Yates at a wide second slip. Yep. So from 229 for 1 to 260 for 5. Warwickshire's quest for a second bowling point is now very much on. They've got a new lease of life, they're sticking with it, and you've got to earn the right when you first come to the crease.
Yeah.
And the last couple of batsmen haven't done that.
I'm not enjoying it from the point of view of being a long-term Hampshire fan, but actually I am relieved that the game has now become interesting, because frankly it really didn't seem that way before lunch. I was joking with the guys in the media centre saying, what am I going to be talking about at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon? And Alex Smith, who's up there, was suggesting we used random word generators and then have to speak with that word.
Oh.
And he came up with reliable, and I said, well, that's not a very helpful one in this situation. But now you need a performance of reliability from somebody for Hampshire to get themselves back into it.
And as if a game of cricket is going to break out here, there are now 3 slips. It's like an orthodox field.
Yeah.
3 slips in position for Hassan Ali to bowl to the new batsman Liam Dawson, coming in at 7 because of the promotion of James Fuller earlier. And Hassan Ali in short ball, pulled round the corner down to long leg for a single. 261 for 5. And whilst all these things go on around him, Fletcher Middleton rather unperturbed.
Yes.
A chanceless 108.
Yes. The epitome of reliable, really, at the minute.
There you go.
Just so much like his dad. It's extraordinary, really. Yeah. But
Did his dad not bat left-handed, though?
No.
Was he a right-hander as well?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure he was. Yeah.
As Hassan Ali is in full of length and nicely in behind that with a straight bat is Fletcher Middleton.
It's funny that, Richard, because, I mean, if anybody had ever asked me, I'd have said, oh, yeah, Tony Middleton right-handed. And now you ask me, and I'm thinking,
No, I'm sure you're right, 'cause I saw him play fewer times, because
yeah.
I knew when he would have been playing against Warwickshire. He was very, very stubborn batsman, Tony Middleton.
Yeah.
I think that would be a fair word for him.
Yeah. He always told a story about that, in a sense, against himself.
Hassan Ali sprints in again and nicely in behind once more. Middleton, he bowled left arm. There you go.
Yeah,
That makes
you're
sense.
quite right.
He bowled left arm.
Yeah, of course he did. Yeah, slow
you
left
argue
armour,
there a
yeah.
little bit.
Yeah.
I'm going to go and do a report in a moment.
Right.
So, Dave, you say a few words, and then
All right.
Emily Windsor is going to launch back into action.
I've got a topic for Emily as well to chat about. Well, since Emily Windsor was last on, this game has just taken an extraordinary turn, really, and interestingly, because you were really and I understood entirely, you were really enthusiastic about the idea of promoting James Fuller and so on, but you might argue now that actually that somehow disrupted normal service, although I think James Vince was very unlucky, really. I'm not sure, but it looked as if he at least felt he was.
Yeah, the game has moved forward. I don't think the James Fuller move has had any impact. I think it's one of these pitches that if you want to just buckle down the hatches and bat, that you can do that. But when you try and move the scoring rate on, that is quite tough to do.
Yep.
As Briggs into Dawson, that's pushed into the offside, will be no run.
Right then, so you played a game yesterday,
I did.
and you played it with your new overseas player.
As Briggs in, and that's pushed into the onside, will be no run.
And I have got a photograph to show you of Hampshire's Charlie Knott.
Oh.
Oh. Because your new overseas player in the Vipers.
Danny Briggs in, bowls off the back foot, cut into the offside by Dawson, will be no run.
Is Charlie Knott. And
It
that,
is.
I'm sorry that the rest of you can't see it, but in a moment I'll explain it. That's Charlie Knott.
Are they related?
No, I doubt it.
Oh.
Well, I don't know. I'd like to meet her and tell her about the other Charlie Knott.
Briggs in again, and that's pushed into the offside by Dawson, will be no run.
And in fact, in the brand new Wisden that came out last week, there is a feature in the brand new Wisden about our original Charlie Knott.
Briggs in again, off the back foot, cut by Dawson, but to backward a point, will be no run. A cry of well done from the Warwickshire teammates. Sees Oliver Hallam Dolby diving across the outfield, no run.
I'll wait for Danny to finish his over because he gets them quick, I'll tell you.
One to come from the pavilion end. Into Dawson again, off the back foot, plays in defence, no run. Maiden over from Danny Briggs, 261 for 5, Hampshire.
So 1938 to 1954, we had an off-spinner called Charlie Knott, who John Arlott described as the best amateur bowler Hampshire ever had. He took 650 odd wickets at least at sort of 20. He didn't bat at all. He was a real tail ender, but he played for the gents against the players in the day when that was a big game. He played in an England Test trial. He was measured for the gear to go to Australia with England in 50-51. In the end, wasn't picked, but he was that good. He was really close, Charlie. And when he retired, he was a businessman in Southampton. His father and then they ran the stadium at the back of Northlands Road, and they were fishmongers in the town, big fish sellers in the town. And when he retired,
It's Hassan Ali from the hotel end. Bowls that short and pulled lovely by Middleton. There's a fielder out there who does well. He has to get his skates on, but he keeps that to a single. Middleton to 109, 262 for 5, trailing by 193.
so when Charlie retired, eventually came onto the full committee in the days when it was a committee that ran the club. And he became chairman of the cricket committee, and was chairman of the cricket committee when Kevin James joined us. Charlie Knott was chairman, yeah, and so he was chairman when Mark Nicholas was captain, when they won the one-day competitions, the Lord's finals and so on. Brought Malcolm Marshall to Hampshire. Charlie had contacts in the West Indies, and was a very influential man who I got to know in later years because he worked on the museum subcommittee when I was first co-opted onto it as a nipper.
Ali in defence by Dawson at be no run.
And there's my last bit of the story. This is the Wisdom story. You can just about make it out. In 1951, he was bowling at Portsmouth against Gloucestershire. He flighted the ball because he was an off-spinner. A long run-up, interestingly, but an off-spinner. I've got a little piece of film of him. And it hit a butterfly, killed the butterfly, the dead ball. And they took the butterfly into the pavilion, and he had it mounted on the ball. And it's in a little case which we have in the archive.
Oh.
And that's what they've written about in Wisdom. So, the other Charlie Knott.
Ali into Dawson, forward in defence will be no run.
And what I would really like to do is to get hold of your Charlie Knott and get a photograph of her with that Charlie Knott's butterfly. I think that would be rather nice. Really.
Oh,
So,
she'd love to do that, I'm sure.
is she a batter or a bowler?
She is meant to be one of Australia's next best things. So she's a top. Well, in Australia she bats in the middle order and can give
Okay.
it a bit of a whack.
Yep.
But she's batting in the top order for us, and she bowls off spin.
Well, there we
Turns
are.
the ball. Hassan Ali forward in defence by Dawson, no run.
I wonder if it's the first case of a leading domestic woman cricketer in this country having the same name and the same style, the same off-break bowling as a leading county championship cricketer. I wonder if there's anybody out there who could tell us.
I feel like you're the man that could tell
I don't
us that,
think there's
Dave
ever been a
Allen.
man with your name playing county cricket, for example. So
Yeah.
Charlie Knott, off-spin, men and women for Hampshire, great.
So that's in defence again from Dawson.
Somebody will tweet in and tell us.
Hampshire in a bit of trouble here. They still trail by 193. We saw no wickets fall in the morning session. And we've seen 4 fall since lunch, albeit with Hampshire trying to up the rate, score a little bit quicker. But it seems tough on this pitch as Ali approaches. Dawson pulls away, and Ali has to go all the way back to his mark and looks rather displeased about it.
Yeah. It's I mean, it's interesting. I was speculating with Richard about the possibility of following on, but that's not the only scenario in which this game could suddenly move towards an interesting finish. Because I was somewhat concerned about what we were going to be talking about 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, but it might now be interesting conversation. Right. Did you get some runs yesterday, Em?
Just 8.
Okay.
Ali in bowls in defence by Dawson. They think about a quick single. The answer's no. That's the end of the over. Good over by Hassan Ali. He's bowled 18 overs so far, 41 runs, just a 1 wicket. 2 maidens to his name. We've had an email here from Chris Tregoning. He said, "Good afternoon. I like the idea of Fuller coming up the order. As we know, Vince can accelerate given his 2020 experience. Any news if King Keith will be fit for the Surrey game? Loving the commentary as always, and it does look absolutely Baltic at the Utilita Bowl. Lots of very heavy coats on view."
Well, I think it does depend where you're sitting, because Kevin was here on last Monday afternoon, and that was much colder than this because of the direction of the wind.
Briggs to Middleton, left alone outside the off stump. Will be no run.
I'm not sure about Keith Barker, to be honest. I've not seen him around today, but John Turner's around, and we did see John Turner bowling on the during the tea interval last Monday afternoon, so he's on his way back.
Briggs bowls to Middleton, and that's played to extra cover. Will be no run. Yeah, I've seen Keith Barker in the gym a little bit. I think he's had surgery on his knee over the winter, so looking to recover from that. As Briggs bowls again, that's driven uppishly to a backward point, but diving stop again, no run. This wall of fielders on the offside, hard to burst through for Middleton, but he obviously brings that variety, doesn't he, to the Hampshire attack, being that left arm and create some footholds for the off spinners to bowl in. Briggs in again, bowls off the back foot. That's bounced a little bit on Middleton, but he's done well to get down and play that into the floor.
There was one in the previous over that did that, whereas from this end, you know, we're commentating from the hotel end, bowling from this end, there have been one or two that were kept quite low this morning.
Briggs into Middleton in defence again, will be no run. I imagine these two will pull back the intent and absorb a little bit of pressure here. This new ball is into its 20th over. As Briggs bowls to Middleton, dries to extra cover, will be no run. That's a maiden over from Danny Briggs. 27 overs, 8 maidens, 61 runs and 2 wickets.
I was just about to tell you how many overs are left in the day, and they've changed the scoreboard, and I can't do it. I was just trying to work out how many overs left in the match.
52 in
52
the day.
Today, is it? So it's about 150 overs. Well, no, about 140 if you take off 2 or 4 for changes of innings. So the challenge for Warwickshire will be, say they end up 120 ahead of Hampshire. They then got to think, are they going to dare to set a target? You know, because on this pitch, as flat as this, unless it really is beginning to break up and things are starting to happen, I'm not sure that they dare to set a target, would they?
You say that though, Dave, it does feel hard to score on, and that brings opportunities to take wickets, as we've seen, as Ali in bowls, that's outside the off stump, played down into the pitch. Will be no runs.
Yeah, I mean, neither side have actually really pushed on with it, have they? But and it's also, you know, partly a matter of a question of ambition, and also partly, of course, that there are now 8 points for a draw, which makes the draw more attractive than it was last year. So, but Warwickshire have drawn 2. Essex have already won today. They're kind of steaming ahead, aren't they, Essex? And just think they might really want to win the thing.
There's Ali in bowl, sharpish delivery. He plays it back to him and he lobs it to his mid-wicket fielder. He wasn't quite ready for it. A deficit of 193, 5 wickets to 4. Ali Orr gone, LBW to Hannon Dolby. That was yesterday for 4. Nick Gubbins was bowled by Danny Briggs for 119, played beautifully. James Fuller came in at 4 for a little punt to try and get that scoring rate on. He fell for 5. James Vince just got the 6, and he didn't seem happy with that decision. As Ali in bowls, that's outside the off stump. Dawson goes to cuts it, misses through to the keeper, and the final wicket was Tom Prest, caught in the slips for 6. So Dawson and Fletcher Middleton, maiden first class 100.
Yeah. He got one in the white ball last year in the 50 overs here. But yeah, I think he's got maybe 5 50s, but no hundreds. That ball flew through, that one to Dawson. Had real pace on it and was still going up when the keeper took it.
He's in again, pushed into the offside, wants a quick single, gets it comfortably. Dawson will move on to 2.
Did you have a bowl yesterday?
No.
Well, you were talking about taking 6 wickets for Hampshire. There's a lot of people would be very proud of doing that.
That was when I was 16 years old, Dave.
Well, you're not that old, mate.
I'm a bit old now.
It's no good talking to me about you being old. 16, eh? God. Were you still at school? You were, of course you
Yeah.
were, Em. Yeah, of course.
How things have changed.
Goodness. It was a bit of a sad story about being out for 99, though. I think they should have cheated.
Ali in bowls in defence by Middleton. One arm, one bounce. He celebrates. He's trying to bring energy to this Warwickshire team, and that's what a few wickets does as well, doesn't it? It gets the
He's
team
having
up and
fun,
about.
isn't he? He's having fun out there at the minute. He's mucking about a bit, which is quite a good thing to do, really, if the game's been a bit low-key.
He's got 32 on his back, and he sort of scurries in as he approaches from the hotel end to Middleton, pushes into the offside. A cry of no. That's the end of the over. Just one run from it. Again, some slow scoring back in the game. Trail by 192 Hampshire. This first innings and a sunny but cold Utilita Bowl.
There's a famous story about a Yorkshire opening partnership. I think I can't remember if it's still the world record opening partnership or just in England, but 555 at Leighton. I don't know, I'm going to be a bit half correct about it all, but I think it was against Essex. I think it was at Leighton, and as they passed the record by one run, and then that was the end of the innings. I think they probably declared having broken the record, and as they came off, one of the scorers reckoned he miscalculated and they hadn't broken it. The story is that they just sat there until they found another run. They were, nobody was going to put up with that.
Briggs into Dawson. That's played into the onside. Will be a single. He'll move on to 3. Takes that deficit to 191.
I think they should have done that with you. You see, I think once you were told, that you'd made 100 and acknowledged it and so on, coming off, if one of the scorers said, "Oh, I don't think," they should have just found another run. I don't care where from, just.
Apparently they tried.
Should have made one up.
Briggs, and that's bowled into the onside. Will be no run, but the Northants scorer wasn't having any of it, so it's the opposition.
Pedantry.
I
I think if you were out for 99, fine. But if you've been told you'd got 100 and so on, then I think you should have found one.
Briggs in again, bowls. That's pushed into the offside. Will be no run. I could have taken Charlotte Taylor, our fellow commentator who's been on this week. She got 165 that day. She'd have donated me one.
Absolutely. Of course you would. Well, you could have had a bye, couldn't you? They could have turned a bye into a single,
Briggs in, bowls, and that's pushed up to mid-off. They think about a quick single, but a cry of no by Middleton.
Misinterpreted the umpire's signal.
All these clever ways we can manipulate cricket, Dave,
I think.
to change history.
Well, because you were told, that's what I think is the difference.
Briggs in, bowls, that's
wouldn't do
pushed
it
into the offside. No run.
Mind you, I've never had the experience of being out on 99, so I don't really know how it feels. But,
Probably raised my back coming off as well, because I thought I had 100 at that point as well.
yeah, quite right.
Briggs to Middleton, that's pushed to the offside again. Can't get through that wall of fielders. And that's 50 overs remain today. 191 the deficit. Looks like the players having a drink.
It reminded me of Kevin was talking this morning about playing on a ground without a scoreboard. Now, I did once in my life play in a friendly Sunday afternoon game on Southampton Sports Centre, which was the only time in my life I got 100. In fact, it's the only time I ever got more than 60. And I had no idea because there was no scoreboard, and we lost a wicket just before tea, about 5 minutes before tea, and a bloke came out and he said, I can't remember exactly, he said, "You got 94 and Roy's declaring at tea time, so you better get on with it." Absolutely no idea. I thought maybe I had 50 or 60. I wasn't sure. I'd been batting I'd opened the batting and batting all afternoon. And I just remember it was...
Did you do it in one shot if you were on 94?
I got it in 2 shots.
Oh.
I did hit a 4 to get to the 100, yeah. Because it meant I wasn't excited or panicking or anxious.
Yeah.
So just, I didn't have any idea.
You had to get on with it, Dave.
Yeah. So that was great fun.
Ali into Dawson, that's worked to a short mid-wicket. Will be no run.
Now, I did have a big advantage, and there's an interesting story to that, really, which is that I was using a bat that was originally owned by Barry Richards. So it had 100 written into it, really. I had a great school friend, still a great pal of mine, who was on Hampshire staff for a few years. He came on with Gordon Greenwich, And Barry had sold him this bat because he had more bats than he needed, and he was a bowler and didn't really want it, and he sold it to me to play club cricket with. So I got my 100 with a Barry Richards bat.
That's a Yorker from Ali. He's appealing. He wants a wicket. He's begging on his knees.
He's a great performer, isn't he? He really is a performer.
Not out is the call. He's still there. He must have thought that hit his toe before it hit his back. So there definitely was bat involved.
It took him a long time to get up.
But I feel like if it hit Dawson's toe, he'd be in a bit of pain right now, and we're not seeing that.
Now, are they having a pleasant explanatory conversation, or is he actually... He's now praying to the umpire, but I don't think the umpire's going to do that. That was a bit like that situation where all the players surround the referee and say, referee, it's not a penalty. And you never, ever see a referee say, oh, OK, guys, sorry, I've got that wrong, you know.
He could be getting them... little disciplinary there, I reckon.
Well, I wondered, yeah.
There's Ali in bowls, and that's played to mid-wicket, no run. He's certainly got a lot of energy, a lot of menace running into ball at the moment. It's not a way to win the umpire on your side, though, is it?
Not really. Now, I've got one final bit of that story about my bat, because what I did with that bat, because it was a Barry Richards bat and so on and so on, when I retired and never used it again, I got it signed by every member of the 1973 Hampshire Championship winning side.
Is it up on your wall, Dave? As Ali's in to Dawson, that's cut out to a deep backward a point, will be a single.
It's not quite that, but it is propping up the bookcase, and eventually it will be inherited here, you know, when I'm no more. I've left instructions. Kev's hovering. Is it time for me to go away? No, I'm okay. All right.
I think he's checking his schedule, his piece of work.
I've forgotten where I am with the time, for which my apologies.
It's interesting, actually, you say that. There's one of our players at the moment, Finty Trussler, in our Hampshire dressing room, that has been donated a bat by Charlotte Edwards, but it's actually Smriti Mandana's bat. So that's a bat you want, I tell you.
Yeah, that's nice.
Hassan Ali bowls to Fletcher, Middleton. That's hurried him a little bit, but played nicely down to a deep backward a point for a single. Middleton to 110.
Of course, the other great thing about the Barry Richards bat that I used is I used it for years in Hampshire League cricket, and unlike modern bats, there's almost no damage or sign of any use on it, really. I mean, I want batting for 3 hours every Saturday.
You weren't hitting it hard enough, Dave.
No, I think that's probably true. Yes, I was a bit of a nudger and pusher, I've got to admit. But even so, they did last in those days.
Ali in again, hits the stumps, forward in defence. I'm going to be vacating Dave Allen. I'm going to be joined by Kevin James. A double change. Just sat down.
He doesn't look as though he wants to be on.
He's scurrying, a bit like Hassan Ali was then, searching for that wicket.
Except he doesn't give me a few words.
Over to you, Kevin James.
Thanks, Emily. Thanks, Dave. They'll be back a little later. I know Rob Bailey well. Played against him. I was chatting to him quite a bit last night, actually, as well. He won't take much rubbish, that is for sure. But I can understand Hassan Ali getting a little excited. I can understand Warwickshire getting a little excited, because that flurry of wickets since lunch kind of makes them feel as though they might just get a decent lead here.
They might do. It's just the time in the game and the difficulty accelerating. And we've also seen it's not easy to get in. And it's interesting that Dawson is taking a very different approach to Preston Vince, in that he's giving himself some time.
Definitely. Danny Briggs bowls, driven by Middleton up to mid-off. Yeah, your Vince and Prests would have been the flair players, and would have got the scoring rate moving along, playing some very pretty shots. But you do feel that Middleton, especially, as we've seen, as he drives out into the covers, they'll pick up a single. And Dawson, there'll be more. Well, we've seen it with Middleton already, but with Dawson you'll see that they're more gritty. And actually now, I think Hampshire need more of that.
Yeah, they probably do. Again, I mean, 4 for 31 that spell.
Yep.
And we've seen a little bit more turn for Danny Briggs. A little bit more interest there.
James Vince didn't look happy with that decision, did he?
And yet the body language from Warwickshire was very much, that's out. In terms of, it was not so much an appeal as a celebration.
Briggs bowls, and Dawson prods forward.
And the umpire's got very little time to make a decision there, with the wicketkeeper standing up. Part of it is he heard anything? But the Rhodes and Burgess were up like they just saw something straightforward.
Yeah, must be out then. That's driven out towards extra cover.
But no, I'm saying the body language is entirely different. James Vince, leant back with shot that he was given out, and the replay was utterly inconclusive. So
Briggs again round the wickets. Dawson again quietly prodding forward.
this is my roundabout way of saying we haven't got a clue up here. Not a clue.
No, and we might not even get a definitive answer if you ask the parties involved either.
No.
Because one will say, yeah, and the other one will say, no, and you know further forward. One of those things, I'm afraid. As Dawson again gets a length ball, he's got no intention of forcing the pace here at the moment because Hampshire have been rocked by those 4 quick wickets since the break. They are 267 for 5. They trail by 188. Remember, they still need to get to 306 to avoid the follow-on.
Yeah, I don't think Warwickshire would want to enforce the follow-on because the amount of work that they've taken, I mean, they're already 104 overs in. Flip side of that is there's a bit of weather forecast for tomorrow afternoon that might be a bit damper. So you've got to balance that a bit. I think the most important thing in Warwickshire's mind right now is they've got 6 overs to take that 6th wicket and pick up a second bowling point. Hampshire have got to score 33 in those 6 overs to get a second batting point. I mean, if they fell short of 300 in 110 overs, you would have to query whether they needed to have accelerated a little bit sooner when it wasn't such a dramatic. I mean, if they have to chase those 33 runs now, that is the way of getting into trouble.
Yeah.
With that in mind, Warwickshire bring Ollie Hannon-Dolby back, who only had a very brief spell actually with the second new ball, only a couple of overs before lunch. Will Rhodes came on immediately after lunch. And we are 16 overs away from a tea interval, so that'll be near enough to 4 o'clock. We're running probably 15 minutes behind, a bit more. But they've stuck by their guns, haven't they? They've tried all sorts, Warwickshire, but they've got some conventional wickets this afternoon.
Yeah.
Including a slip-up catch off a seamer as Hannon-Dolby is driven off the leg of extra cover. And mid-off is forced to check to get into position to field, but he does successfully do so.
Just one more thing to add to the Vince dismissal. I have got a message here from, I won't say who it's from, it's somebody in the crowd who is a good 100 yards away from the dressing room. And they said they heard Vince's bat bang in the dressing room as he walked back. So it must have been thrown with some velocity.
Hannon-Dolby just back of a length, guided down towards point. In fact, 2 fielders get in the way of each other. In the end, it is going to be picked up without conceding a run. That was a bit messy. Chris Benjamin, certainly judging by the number on his shirt, is on the field at the moment, fielding at mid-off as 12th man. Earlier, there was a number 7 on the pitch. Now, I'm not close enough to know whether it was definitely him, but if it was, it would have been George Garton.
Oh,
Who, of course,
from
joined
Sussex.
Warwickshire this year
Playing white ball, isn't he?
to play white ball.
Yeah.
He is eligible to play red ball should he or the county decide that he wants to do that, which isn't out of the question. This ball back of a length from Hannon-Dolby is guided out towards point once more, fielded with some vigour, and there's no run.
Where does he slot into your T20 side? Because you guys have had a good T20 side now for a little while, haven't you?
Well, I mean, the seam attack in T20 is going to be interesting because Richard Gleeson has also joined. So the seam department will look very, very different. Whether Hassan Ali is available or not, I don't know. But I think it's an area where they needed an uplift, for sure. Batting lineup's been very settled. Hannon-Dolby is driven square, and that will probably have the pace to just carry itself away from Craig Miles, and indeed it does. And he disappears amongst the tractors and the super soppers. And that was really nicely played by Middleton, who just isn't missing his opportunity here to fill his boots. 115, 271 for 5, and whatever else Hampshire take from this game, there's an innings of real maturity from Fletcher Middleton. He's not been fazed by what's gone on around him in the last hour.
Agreed. And that's the one big plus that's come out of these 2.5 days.
As he faces again and just steers it towards mid-wicket. I don't think he's given a chance. You know, there'll be 1 or 2 moments where he's had to chop down late on a ball, or he might have played a slightly false shot, but I do not recall in 316 deliveries him giving a chance.
I would be inclined to agree. I think it was a wonderful moment, wasn't it? The crowd, to a person, stood and applauded, and it went on for a while. It was great. It was very popular. As I said at the time, I think it confirms what we all know, but I think we needed it confirmed.
It's pushed into the offside by Middleton, picked up by Bethel, and there's no run. End of the over, so 5 left for points to be accrued. Hampshire 271 for 5.
Yes, I think that was the one blemish, is that the right word? In his first season, which he showed a lot of promise, 5 half-centuries. From the way he played, we all knew that he had the potential to be a Hampshire opener for the next decade. It just needed to be rubber stamped with 3 figures, and that has happened. And it didn't need endorsing, really, his talent and what we knew of him, but in a way it did, and that 100 has certainly done that, and it's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And I think there's almost 100% chance that I'll be talking to him tonight, so you'll be able to see that interview either on the Hampshire Cricket website and app, or certainly part of it on our Twitter feed at Silent Sport. That'll be his reaction tonight, and I'm sure the word relief might come out there somewhere, if not from him, me.
Well, and joy.
Oh yes, and all those other words and cliches. Starting a new over from Briggs as Middleton turns that away off the back foot behind square. It's Dawson. It's Liam Dawson. He moves on to 5, and it's 272 for 5.
But you know what? I think it's essential in sports that you do enjoy the good moments. I think it's all very easy for people to want to compartmentalise and they don't get too high about the highs and too low about the lows. But I think if you're not going to enjoy it, and if you're not going to allow yourself to celebrate it a little bit, then actually you're almost undermining the hard work that you've put into it.
Yeah, agreed. Middleton's on the back foot and again steers it past cover, short cover, and that'll be another single. And the total moves on to 273 for 5. Hampshire trail by 182. Yeah, that's professional sport, is actually not to get too low and too high. That's the beauty about it. And we've all seen, sure you have in your many games following professional sport, and me sort of obviously being involved, there's a lot of people have problems with that, actually, as it's sent out into the covers and there's no run. Equally, where the players that dwell on the lows in the end are riddled with self-doubt, and actually the ones that get carried away with the highs actually never waste their talent, as that's a cutaway to backward appeal.
It's if you get carried away, but if Fletcher Middleton tonight is cock a hoop and enjoys his evening, he's thinking, I want to feel like this again. And he knows how hard he's had to work to do it.
And he has worked hard. It's worked up to mid-wicket by Dawson. Yes, I don't know. I said it yesterday afternoon. I just saw a steely determination from Fletcher Middleton that I hadn't actually seen last year. I'd seen plenty of determination last year from him. Dawson wants a quick single square out on the offside. There isn't one. Middleton quite rightly says no. 273 for 5 at the end of that Briggs over. But I just felt there was a slightly higher level of determination and intensity in his innings. Almost as if to say, do you know what? These conditions, there's 100 here, and I really must take this chance.
Yeah. And if he was to get a couple more this season, then that's one half of the opening issue settled for Hampshire for the time being. And Ali Orr, hopefully from Hampshire's point of view, he's going to make runs. He's making the step up. Give him a bit of time. But if you got one of the openers going, that perhaps will ease the pressure on Ali Orr a little bit.
Yes.
4 overs left to accrue bonus points now, and Hannah Dolby will continue. Well, it's the game within a game, because by Jove, after that we might not have a lot to talk about for a while.
Well, another little flurry like that after lunch, you'll be picking up 2 bonus points.
Yeah. I mean, Hampshire do not look like 300 is on their minds, as Middleton dabs the first ball of a new over from Hannah Dolby to point on what is a very pleasant afternoon if you could just turn the heater up 6 degrees. It would be glorious if it was 6 degrees warmer.
Yeah.
Whereas, we're seeing overcoats, not t-shirts. Got people wearing high vis, not because they're stewarding, they just want to keep warm.
Some hardy souls out there, aren't there? There's a lot of people at this end of the ground catching the sun.
Yeah.
Which it does at the northern end.
The pavilion looks like quite a cool place to be now, as in chilly. and there aren't many people in the upper tier at all. As that's neatly steered off his pass. That was a good ball angled in from Hannon Dolby, but Middleton does well and guides it to short mid wicket. I'm going to quick head count. I'll sit down, sir. Sit. No. Oh, are you staying or are you wandering off? 1, 2, 3. Honestly, I would say there are fewer than 20 people in the top tier of the Rod Bramsgrove Pavilion at the moment.
Yeah.
There's quite a few people down here. In fact, when you get a round of applause for a good bit of cricket, whatever, the noise is all at this end, isn't it?
Yeah. The sun end.
Anywhere where you can keep a couple of degrees warmer. Hannon Dolby in, and that's just like he's starting his innings. Fletcher Middleton is in the perfect forward defensive position. Comes off the centre of a straight bat. Bit of comedy fielding from Ed Barnard, who tries to dribble it round Alex Davis. And there's no run.
This ground mirrors Edgbaston, doesn't it? Because there's shadow at the pavilion end, isn't there? I mean, it's a huge pavilion, isn't it, at Edgbaston? And the other end, and I don't know what end is, it's city end, I know, but I don't know which way it faces, the Birmingham. But that is all in sun as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's very, very similar like that.
Well, that's the north of the ground, and same as it is here, the north of the ground where we are. It's pushed out into the offside. There's no run. I say, yeah. So the city end is at the north, and the pavilion is at the south. So that's the same here, isn't it?
Yeah,
Pavilion
exactly
is
right.
the south there.
And I didn't know that
sea
until
behind.
you just said that at Edgbaston.
Yeah, because you're looking up towards the city centre, which is the north of Edgbaston.
Right.
Usually where your lodgings are, aren't they? Somewhere in the city centre normally when you stay? Or
near the BBC at the mailbox.
Okay, yeah.
You stay there. Yeah. Not in the BBC premises, but in that block.
In the Archer studio. Hannon Dolby, back of a length this time. In behind it is Middleton. No run, just one ball left in this over, and then 18 deliveries left.
Yeah, I always think you guys are quite lucky there going into that office, because you've got that the mailbox, which is basically car park come shopping restaurant area, and then the canal basin, which it sort of is built around. It's a beautiful little spot there. I can imagine summer's evening, absolutely perfect.
It is quite nice on a summer's evening. We are leaving in about 3 years' time,
Oh,
but
are
yeah, we're moving into the Digbeth area, which is going to be the media quarter of Birmingham. Stephen Knight, the writer of Peaky Blinders, amongst other things, has bought a lot of area there for film studios, and the BBC are moving into that area as well. As Hannon Dolby is in, very full, driven off his pads up towards mid-on, fielded by Alex Davis.
Now, I wish everybody could see this. Dave Vokes, Hampshire's photographer, has taken an absolutely superb photo of the moment that Rob Bailey spoke to Hassan Ali after he had an LBW turned down. Here it's that photo.
And then Hassan, whether he's begging for forgiveness or whether he's begging for the decision to be overturned is not clear, but he's got his hands together and he's leaning forward, and I don't know whether it's subservient or annoyance from him, but it's a perfect moment, and it was a funny moment. It was a lingering appeal because he thought it was pad before bat.
No, it's the same. Rob Bailey won't take much at all.
No.
That for me is already the sports photo of the year. It's captured the moment perfectly. Dave Vokes' photos are available to buy. He has a website, which I'm sure he's uploading that photo. If he hasn't done already, we'll be doing that very soon, because it's a perfect photo.
And if he isn't making sure that he puts Hassan Ali's Twitter handle in it, then he'd be a fool, because he'd probably buy a copy of that.
Fantastic photo, isn't it?
It's tremendous. There's that split second that he's just got, and he's got it from a lovely angle actually. So he's had a little bit of fortune with the angle and capitalised on it. Love it.
Yeah, there we go.
Great cricket photographers are joined, and they're going to give Rob Yates a couple of overs here from the pavilion end. Taller bowler than Danny Briggs, off-break bowler, gets a bit more bounce. 18 deliveries left to try and claim one more wicket for another bonus point. These things do matter. And Hampshire need 27 runs off 18 balls if they're going to get another. It doesn't look like Dawson is in that frame of mind. 5 off 31 so far.
No, they've been rocked by those 4 quick wickets, haven't they? Really, it's almost they're almost back to. I wouldn't say they're back to square one like yesterday afternoon, but it feels like they're not far away from that. It's been a real setback. Is it my end? I can't remember.
It is, yeah,
It is
yeah.
my end. I'm still thinking about that photo. I think that's absolutely brilliant. So where are we? 3:05, and we have 13 overs until tea. We're not doing too badly. The Warwickshire over X pretty good. Yates with his off-spin, bowls, flighted, and that's almost a low-full toss there to Dawson, who steers that up to deep mid-on for a single. He moves on to 6, a quiet 6 for Liam Dawson, 32 deliveries, 274 for 5.
So just to come as a reminder today that working with Emily, she's always about to show you something on her phone. And it's always the way. There's always something that she finds when she's off commentary. It might be a stat, it might be a funny, it might be anything.
Yeah. It's unusual, a youngster using a phone.
Yeah.
I find the same when I'm trying to interview her. See, I'm trying to say, concentrate, Emily, concentrate on your answer. She's always looking at her phone.
It is difficult interviewing somebody you work with a lot. I did that 4 years of doing a podcast with Ollie Hannon Dolby, and then any time I have to interview him in a match situation now, it feels weird.
Yes.
Because you're talking to somebody who's become a friend. You know,
Yes.
It's like, okay.
There's not that gap between you of professional an interviewer.
Exactly.
Sorry? But we're not friends, me and Emily, that's right. Yeah, don't tell everybody, Ems.
Yeah, not since she beat you at golf anyway.
I know, yeah. No, that was a bad moment for me. I took a long time to recover from that.
Yeah.
That was a huge knock in my life.
Still cost you £150 an hour once a month to get over that.
Half an hour on the couch. Here's Yates, and that's driven back to him by Fletcher Middleton. And still, Hampshire are 181 behind. Remember, 150 is the follow-on figure, so they need to get to 150 in that deficit column. Middleton again. Absolute super concentration from the 22-year-old, and he's kind of been given a licence, hasn't he, really, to just carry on playing the way he has played.
Yeah. If Eddie Bill said to him, if you're still batting tomorrow morning, I'll be delighted.
Yeah, we're fine. There's a beer in it for you. Yeah.
Might be on to 2 beers by now.
Here's Yates. I think he might be having one tonight to celebrate the 100. That's hit into the ground hard and worked a square leg where there's no run. But definitely the Warwickshire field, they've stayed upbeat, haven't they? The Warwickshire fielders, and of course it helps when you've picked up wickets you perhaps don't expect to on this most benign of surfaces. Always a big pick-me-up, isn't it, for the field inside? Hampshire's certainly not out of the woods yet, as that's worked up to mid-wicket.
But I thought Hampshire were excellent in the field. There was one slight misfield, but that was one of those where it was a bit unlucky where somebody had got there and then it span over the rope. But I thought they actually stayed absolutely up and at it.
Can somebody explain to me what Emily Windsor's doing right now?
She's warming up to come on to bowl.
Oh, he's played forward. Is he hit back pad? Caught short leg, and the umpire's finger is up. Martin Saggers with the finger raised, and Fletcher Middleton, who prods forward, gets an inside edge onto the pad. It loops up to Jacob Bethel at short leg, and Fletcher Middleton's marathon innings has come to an end on 116, and Hampshire now find themselves 274 for 6.
Well, there's that little bit of extra height and extra bounce that Rob Yates can get, and he's got a little bit of the top of the bat there, and it's a comfortable catch for Jacob Bethel, and you can see that by the way he was leaning on the bat that Fletcher Middleton knew that he was gone. But he's going to get a wonderful warm round of applause here, Middleton, batting for 108 overs for his 116. Shared a double century partnership with Nick Gubbins, but a maiden first-class century as he looks to firmly establish himself as Hampshire's opener for the next few years. And this innings on a wicket where, yeah, it's occupying you can do, it's very hard to accelerate. He's played a really good hand there.
Certainly has. Well, not such a big hand for him walking back as it was when he got his 100, but that's another wicket this afternoon. Hampshire now have lost 5 wickets for 45.
Yeah.
This afternoon.
5 for 44. They were 229 for 1. Then they're 274 for 6. So that's 54 for 5 in the session. Which is interesting. And Warwickshire do get that second bowling point, which looked far-fetched not so long ago. A good decision there. I mean, Danny Briggs had bowled well. He'd done absolutely nothing wrong. But as they were running out of overs, the decision to give Rob Yates a chance was very wise. Is it time for me to rotate
It is,
again?
yes. And if Emily Windsor sort of gets up off the floor after doing all her exercises...
No,
Oh, it's not,
no.
it's Dave Allen.
Yeah.
Ah, look at that. Thank you very much, Richard. So Emily can continue doing her exercises. The floor's very dusty, by the way, here, so be careful, amongst other things. Richard Wilfer's going to join in the exercise fest. Hello, Dave.
Hello, I'm not.
No, nor am I. In fact, I'm still eyeing up those pastries that are still here. Might be having one of those at tea. Well, Dave, what a turnaround here.
Yeah, it's
since
been
lunch.
quite extraordinary this afternoon.
Yes, isn't it?
I think you better keep me on actually for the rest of the game because it's kind of gone bonkers since I arrived.
I mean, well done, Warwickshire, no doubt about that.
Yeah.
They've persevered and they've
Yeah.
been rewarded. Here's Ollie Hannon-Dolby with his right-arm pace bowlers deliveries, and Dawson's forward. Ball's just almost stuck under his feet. So we've now got the Dawson-Ben Brown partnership out there for the 7th wicket. Ben Brown, the new batter.
Which did very well 2 years ago at Canterbury. Do you remember?
Huge stand between them, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
but Ben struggled in sort of recent Hampshire games last year and this to get run. So they would be pleased to see him get in and get some.
Yeah, need a contribution from him this afternoon and this evening. Short, and Dawson just waits and just helps it away on the leg side. That was way outside off stump. That ball seemed to hang in the air, and Dawson seemed to wait for it for quite a while. Played it nicely, actually. Did well to keep it down. He moves on to 7, 275 for 6, and Nick Gubbins for 119. James Fuller for 5 promoted up the order. That didn't work. James Vince for 6, Tom Prest 6, and Fletcher Middleton 116 are the wickets that have fallen this afternoon. There was no wickets this morning. Gubbins Middleton partnership continued where it left off last night, and it was parted about 7 minutes into the afternoon session. 213 they put on for the second wicket, which isn't a record against Warwickshire. It's gone for the Yorker there, well dug out there by Ben Brown. The record is 280.
Yeah.
Set at your hometown, David,
In
back in 1920. Did you see it?
Good old Pompey. No, I think I missed that. I think I was on holiday that. I was slightly frustrated as well because the other thing I looked up was the highest second wicket partnership on this ground for Hampshire.
Oh, right.
They were much closer to that. I think it was about 11 runs short, something like that.
Oh, I
But
forgot to look at that.
they didn't get there, so no record.
Do you know why I could tell that you weren't telling the truth about not seeing that game? As Ben Brown works that along the ground, opening the face, down to third, and he is off the mark, 279 for 6. It's because you don't take holidays during the summer.
Actually, I don't take holidays in the winter either, but don't bring that up because my wife gets fed up with me.
Oh dear.
I've not actually been abroad in an aeroplane since 2008.
Any reason?
I don't like holidays much.
Do you
not
not?
interested in them.
Really?
No,
Oh,
I don't
Dave.
really. There's
Oh.
too many exciting things to do. Holidays get in the way. I don't know. I'm always doing something, really. I think
Yeah.
that's all it is. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not fussed about them.
Hannah Dolby. Edge all along the ground, half stopped at second slip, and again that'll run away to the far end of the ground, and Ben Brown will pick up 4 more. That was a slightly more of a false shot. And as we've seen last game and this game, any edges off the seamer, they just do not carry to slip on the whole, although 1 or 2 have in this game and haven't been picked up, but generally they don't carry.
Tom Prest was done by one. But
Oh, of course he was, yeah.
But that's about it, probably.
I didn't see that one actually, yes,
I
you're
can't
right.
see this. Have we got
What do you need to know?
110 overs yet? Is that done?
108.5, I think it is.
Okay. So Warwickshire are probably done for bowling points, I would have thought. They've got 2.
Yep, that's right.
Hampshire probably won't get.
And Dolby straight up, and Ben Brown plays that back to the bowler, just kicks it away to the fielder. And that is Ed Barnard, and that's the end of the over. So yes, 109 overs have been completed. Warwickshire in total have 5 bonus points. Hampshire have 2. Hampshire at 283 for 6, probably won't score 17 more for a point. And as you say, they've got to take 3 more wickets, haven't they?
Yeah.
Warwickshire in this
Yeah.
over.
So I think that's likely to be done.
Yep.
On my way round here at lunchtime, I was stopped by Rob, who's one of the guys who works up in marketing and so on. He said, "Got a couple of bits for you, Dave." Didn't know what they were, and this one is an interesting one. It's not a letter specifically to me, but to Hampshire. But he's passed it to me, and I'm happy to answer it because I know the man. Michael Moore is his name. He's 80 years old. He lives up in Wales, in North Wales. But his father was R.H. Richard Moore, who holds the record for Hampshire's highest ever score, 316.
Okay. Here's Yates with his off spin over the wicket. Sweeping is Liam Dawson, down to fine leg for a single, moves on to 8.
316 at Bournemouth in 1937 against Warwickshire, and he was dismissed in the last over of the day by the famous Warwickshire leg spinner Eric Hollies, the man who got Bradman in his last ever Test innings. And Eric Hollies got him LBW. The umpire was Alex Skelding, the former Leicestershire bowler, and Alex Skelding had watched Dick Moore score 316 during the day and hit him on the pads. He put his finger up and said, "That's out, we've seen enough of him."
Love those stories, Dave.
Yeah.
As forward is Ben Brown, and of course Holly's been the name where the stand's named after a Hedgebeston.
Oh, yeah.
Holly stand.
Yeah, of course. But nobody's ever beaten it, even though John Crawley got very close twice, and Michael Carberry, all not out, declared on.
Yates bowls reverse sweep there from Ben Brown, and he's got a very decent bat on that.
Yeah.
And that is going for 4 runs. That is a nice looking reverse sweep. Perfectly played, I might even go as far as to say.
Yeah.
And he moves on to 12, and it's 288 for 6. Hampshire trail by 167.
Well, all he's got to do is hit another 12 off the next 3 and they get a batting point.
Well, are they really going for this?
No, I don't think so.
They're having a chat in the middle, though, the two batters, don't
Yeah.
But realistically, now Emily's got something else here. Surrey women have beaten Hampshire in the new 50-over county women's competition that started today. Hampshire bowled out for 101, and Surrey 102 for 3. And that was being played in Reigate, so that is the first result of our teams. Dorset are playing Devon today, and Warwickshire are playing Worcestershire. Worcestershire got a big score against Warwickshire.
But these are not the same women's teams that we're going to see next year, Hampshire.
No, this is kind of a forerunner,
Yeah.
really. This is, I'll try and explain it a little bit. That's driven up to mid-on by Ben Brown for a single. He's quickly moving on to 13. Good strike rate from him, 185. 289 for 6. So, yes, of course, as you know, the county's Tier 1 will be taking over the Rachel Hayhoe Flint and the Charlotte Edwards Cup trophies for next year from the regional sides. But in the recent past, the county women have played a very quick T20 tournament in April. It lasts hardly any time at all. So they've introduced a 50-over tournament, which I guess is getting the teams ready to be playing 50-over and T20 next year.
Okay.
So it all started today, and we've got our first result in. Just a bit of a chat there again, but we're ready to go.
Yeah.
3 men around the bat for Dawson. Oh no, we were just about to go, and Rob Yates started to walk in, and then
2 sixes, and they've got another bonus point. 2 balls to go.
Yeah.
Probably won't happen.
Here we go. And it's swept away in the air. Well, perhaps they are going for this. That could be 6. Martin Sackler-Siggle's
it's a 4. What a
Ooh, only
shame.
just.
What a shame.
Well, we are seeing some shots here,
Yeah.
which we're not. Certainly over the last over or two, some shots that we haven't sometimes, or we've had to wait overs and overs and overs to see again. So 293 for 6. There's just 1 ball left.
Yeah.
So they won't.
No, I'm
they
not
won't
quite
do.
sure of the tactics at this point in that respect, because Hampshire's still a long way behind.
Yeah,
They
162.
don't want to suddenly sacrifice a wicket or 2 and tumble, because with this many overs still to go, I mean there's still 130 overs or something left in the match, that if they were to tumble over now and have a deficit 120, wouldn't be the wisest, would it?
No, it wouldn't be easy. I've just been corrected again. This will be a feature of the season.
Oh,
Another email. Dawson gets a low full toss, which he works quite easily up to deep mid-on. 294 for 6 at the end of 110 overs. So bonus points are no more, with Warwickshire picking up 5, Hampshire 2. Hampshire trail by 161. I mentioned about not very many, if any, catches in the slips off the seamers over the last 2 weeks, and of course I forgot. And John HD has just pointed out that Dawson corker of Holland, that diving low one-handed catch. So thank you for putting me right.
Yeah.
Suncricket@gmail.com, not just for corrections on what I say, but just generally. Sorry, Dave, you were...
Well, the other thing I was given, and this is quite delightful really, it was posted here, is by a man called Harry Wotton, who's a member of the Association of Cricket Statisticians and Historians, and we chat away on email, all of us cricket historians, and some of the things that guys come up with are unbelievable. I thought I knew a lot, but blimey. So Harry has found for me a game that we were trying to work out because the scorecard wasn't there. Middlesex second 11 against Hampshire second 11 in July 1967. And I thought of you because there would be people on there you'd know in the Hampshire side. Richard Lewis, Keith Wheatley, Alan Castell, Derek Tolk, whose son, of course, still works here. Leo Harrison, the keeper. John Holder, the umpire, test umpire. But I wondered about whether you knew anybody on the middle. Don Bick, for example. Did you know Don Bick?
I knew of him. I didn't know him very well. There's another name that I recognise outside the off stump, and that's left alone. Hannon Dolby starts. His name might not mean a lot to many, but I grew up playing club cricket in London, North London. Hugh Pearman.
Yes.
Who came in at number 5, made 45 and 22 by the looks of it. So very quickly, when I grew up, I played for a club called Edmonton, which was on the A10 there, going into town from the M25 and that. And I moved because the wicket there wasn't that great, and I was young, and I was advised to go and play on somewhere where the wicket was a bit better. And I went to Hornsey.
Yeah.
And the only reason I went to Hornsey was when I was about 13, I was elevated to the first team at Edmonton.
Oh, okay.
And I got 40 in a Middlesex League game. And so I thought, where should I go? This was my first thought when I thought which club I was going to go. It's pushed out on the offside by Dawson. I was a little bit older by now. And that's a single. And I thought, well, Hornsey was a nice wicket.
Yeah.
You know. So I went there, and Hugh Pearman was the captain. At the time.
Okay.
So that's the name I recognise for theirs. And I played a few years at Hornsey.
Number 10, very famous.
Winky Robbins.
Yeah.
He passed away a few weeks ago. Did you see an obituary?
I didn't.
Yes.
Okay.
If that's the same Robbins.
Yeah.
He was on the committee at Middlesex.
Oh, yeah. He was captain of Middlesex.
Yes, he passed away. I saw it in the paper, an obituary.
Oh, right.
And do you know what? It's interesting because you never really know these people. When I was at Middlesex, you never really know the committee that well. But he was actually one of he was one of the guys that did sort of come to games and chat to everybody. And I always thought he was quite a nice guy, but you never really know them.
Sure.
And there was stuff in that obituary. I thought, wow, really?
He
He
was
did that.
Yeah, quite a major player, Robbins. Yeah.
That's pushed out square on the offside by Ben Brown.
Now the other thing I've been doing is having fun. This is something I think at some point you got involved in, where we were looking at all sorts of records. There were all sorts of records emerging about people who'd made the most. I know it was because Adam Lyth had passed Jeff Boycott's record of the most runs ever scored in first-class cricket at Headingley, and people were quite surprised by that. But it was because Yorkshire played lots of different grounds, and so there wasn't a huge. And then I was wondering about you, and wondering if you know what your best home grounds, Hampshire home grounds. Do you know? Would you guess?
A length ball. In terms of
runs, average more than runs, really. Average runs and bowling average in terms of runs per wicket.
So when you say Hampshire grounds, what are we talking about?
Southampton, Portsmouth, Bournemouth, Basingstoke for you.
Yes.
First class. Yeah.
I would guess it would be Basingstoke.
Wicket-wise, yes.
Yes.
As a bowler.
Yes.
Basingstoke was your best. 28 wickets at 21.07, because you got that 8 for there, yeah?
I got 13 for in the game, so that helped. Yeah.
So 21.07.
Oh, right, okay.
But it wasn't your best batting ground.
No, okay. That's driven to extra cover, and there's no run. I would say Bournemouth.
Well, that's brilliant, Kev. That's really, really impressive. 17 matches, 867 runs at 45.63.
Wow.
That's pretty good, isn't it?
Well, that helped by one innings of 142. That's
yeah,
why I
not
picked
out.
It out really.
Not out,
that
yeah,
helped.
yeah.
Was that right?
That's right.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
got it there. And there's some odd little ones there.
And that's all.
But that's your record, yeah. First
Who
class.
worked that out?
I did. Yeah.
Portsmouth,
Yeah.
average 28 with a bat,
Yeah. And
29 with a ball.
with a ball.
Oh, I'm surprised actually, because I'm never sure I did that well there. That's played out on the offside. They're looking for a quick single.
Oxford
Not
was
there.
pretty good. 43 with the bat and 17 with the ball. So
Yeah,
that
but
was
that's against
pretty
the
impressive.
uni,
But that
isn't
was
it?
away.
That
But
don't-
against
that
the uni,
don't
yeah.
count.
But this one is fascinating, and then I've got a little extra to this. 40 plus. I don't know, I think you probably only played a couple of games at Uxbridge, but you actually averaged 62 at Uxbridge, which is almost a
bat?
home ground for you, isn't it?
I played once for Middlesex against
Yeah.
Hampshire there, yeah.
And bowling, you averaged 8.0 at Uxbridge, so you were clearly a bit handy there. And the really odd thing is that I looked up Simon Hughes, and I haven't got it here for a minute, but the odd thing is he had a really good record at Uxbridge, and he was a Middlesex boy as well. So
Well, it's interesting you say that, because I think we did play in the same Middlesex team that played against Hampshire one year. And I remember he kept hitting this ridge. There was a bit of a ridge one
Yeah.
year at Uxbridge.
yeah,
And Simon kept hitting it, and the ball was really sort of fizzing through from time to time. And I won't be unkind to him too much, but Steve Malone, who was playing for Hampshire at the time, who was quicker than Simon, couldn't seem to find to hit this ridge. So whenever the the opposition batters were facing Steve Malone, it seemed to be a lot easier, or our batters, because I was at Middlesex those days. That's pushed away by Dawson, started a new over from Yates. It seemed to be a lot easier, and yet Simon kept hitting this ridge and making it really difficult. So yeah, that's interesting. And well, Simon's back tomorrow. You're here, aren't you?
I'm here tomorrow. Yeah, we'll talk about that tomorrow then a
we'll
bit.
have yeah, I think he quite enjoyed Uxbridge for a little while.
But you did well there. Best batting at Bournemouth, best bowling at Basingstoke.
Ah, there you go.
There we are.
If only the main ground had been built on one of those two. That's played up to mid-wicket and not fielded cleanly by Ed Barnard. So Dawson will come through for another single. He moves on to 15, 296 for 6. Hampshire are having to again sort of reset.
They've got to dig in, haven't they, really? They've got to work and work and work now,
Yeah,
make sure that the lead, whatever it is not too significant.
First target, of course, is to save the follow-on, but I think Richard said earlier, and I think he's right, I don't think Warwickshire would enforce that. So I've been a long time in the field already. Yates bowls, good stride there from Ben Brown out on the offside.
But a pitch like this, it's quite a challenge for the visiting captain, the captain of the side batting third. It's quite a challenge to calculate at what point you might set a target.
Yes.
Because Emily was saying that not scoring quickly on this, but it's very difficult to get 10 wickets.
It is, isn't it? Well, Yates found something, didn't he? He's a little bit extra against Fletcher out of the rough. That's just a bog standard straight delivery there, which is played back to the bowler. We are 40 overs after this, so 8 overs away from the tea break. Again, good over rate from Warwickshire here.
Yeah.
Reverse sweep, which is missed, and they're claiming the catch there. I think it's come off the keeper a little bit. Did you hear something, or it was like off a helmet?
I thought it could have come off a foot, but I'm not convinced really. I just think they tried to kid somebody a bit there. They don't look dismayed that they didn't get the result, do they?
No, they felt the bat was a way away.
And I mean, Richard made the point that even though James Vince was dismayed by his out, that the field inside looked certain.
Forward Ben Brown. This is good accurate stuff here from Yates. 8 overs, 1 for 18. And Dave, I think there's going to be a double change here.
Am I going?
Yes, we both are.
Oh, of course I am. If
Yeah.
there's double change, I can work that out.
Double change. It's going to be Emily Windsor back after those exercises. Refreshed.
I'm very fit.
Supple. And just finished another donut. She brought some donuts in earlier. I have to say I've had 2, Dave. They've been gorgeous. Welcome back, Emily, and then it'll be Richard Wilford.
I was about to say, Kevin accusing me of having another donut. I've just had the 1, and he might have had a certain 2. I think that's wrongly accusing, if you ask me, but Hassan Ali coming back into the attack to bring some more energy. Hello, Richard.
So I will confess to 1 donut.
There you go. It's confession time, is it?
Well, I did declare it to you a little while ago, didn't I?
Bought them for everyone, so
I didn't want it to be subterfuge.
296 for 6 then. Hampshire a deficit in this first innings of 159, and Hassan Ali with the ball from the hotel end into Hampshire's Liam Dawson. In defence will be no run. You getting a bit excited from a Warwickshire point of view?
No, not particularly, but I'm impressed with what they've done this session. They've bowled very well, they've created some chances for themselves, they've taken them. There is a little bit of turn in this. I think if this is a 5-day match, then we'd have a very interesting game in prospect. Just the time factor, isn't it? You know, if you're Warwickshire, can you see yourselves taking another 14 wickets in this match? Probably not.
Ali to Dawson, that's cut away, and that's going to split two fielders, I think. Oh, that's a fantastic diving effort, and that's gone for 4. He hadn't just quite dropped to the rope enough. Short and wide, Liam Dawson punishes. He moves to 19, 300 up as well for Hampshire.
Yeah, that's, the frustration is it's come 14 balls too late for a point, hasn't it? Which ideally they would have liked, but Dawson has taken his time to get himself in, hasn't he? Which I think you have to be fair.
Ali, right arm over in again in defence this time by Dawson. Will be no run. Oh, they're going to come through for a quick single. That's great running and lazy from Warwickshire. Hassan Ali could have picked that ball up. Mid-off could have run to it, but they didn't. And Dawson moves to 20. Great awareness, 301 for 6.
Yeah, left it to each other, didn't they? Just a little bit careless more than anything else. So did you genuinely follow 10 minutes of calisthenics with a donut?
No. Pre-donut and then a few stretches. Just a bit of mobility, you know?
Donut, then stretches. Okay.
That's not the recovery programme I'm set by.
It's important for me to know just how sports people get the balance right.
I'll have some vegetables for dinner, don't worry. As Ali in bowls, and that's played to mid-wicket, will be no run. Just loading the calories back on after 50 overs in the field yesterday. I can't say about running too many singles and twos, but...
Chasing Tash Farron strokes round.
Yeah, correct. That sounds about right.
Some progress from being a 10 and 11 earlier in her career to be able to do that. That's impressive.
Yeah, and I guess maybe that's a positive of multiple stress fractures in your back as Ali in bowls in defence by Ben Brown will be no run. Get a bit of time, I guess, to work on your batting because there's a lot of time in your rehab that you can't bowl but you can bat. So credit to her, I think.
Did she bowl as well?
She did bowl. She bowled up front. She bowled tidily. Shaped the new ball. I didn't face her, but restricted, I'd say, our top order rather than allowed them to get going. Was Ali into Brown bowls. That's on leg stump line and played in defence. Will be no run. That's the end of the over. 39 overs remain today. Hampshire trail by 154.
So 7 overs till tea. Should get through those by about 4 o'clock, particularly with Rob Yates bowling at the far end. And he's done all right in this spell. Got that important wicket of Middleton. And just gotten that extra bowling point. So in terms of the battle of the bonus points, it's 5-2. So if it ends up as a draw, 13-10. But there's still that slight possibility of a result from this game. From Hampshire's point of view, I mean, they've almost avoided the follow-on there, so that's going to take that out of the game.
It's a lot of overs in the field as well from Warwickshire. So you'd think at this point, anyway, regardless, they'd want to have a bat, maybe set a little target.
No, I very much agree. That's what they would have wanted to do. I think it would be very hard to judge a target to set here. Very difficult indeed. Chris Benjamin's back fielding at the moment. He's at mid-off. Danny Briggs was taking a break. It's been a bit of a rota this afternoon as the first ball of a new over from Yates. Does get a bit of turn, but it's just helped in between short leg and leg slip by Dawson for another single. He's 21, 302 for 6.
There's not been sharp turn with the ball, but we have seen the odd one bounce this afternoon, get a bit of lift, but not at a pace where it troubles the batters.
Just that bit of bounce that did for Fletcher Middleton. Reverse sweep now from Brown. They have set a field for it though. Dan Mosley comes in from third to field. Another single, 303 for 6. Brown to 14.
very much in-out field, isn't it? Fielders close to the bat, 3 of them, and then 3 out on the ropes as well.
Yeah, the 3 orthodox catches, but also a relatively short straight mid-wicket as well, which, in case of the lofted shot, this is tickled past him, and there's the 2 boundary riders out there. So another comfortable single for Dawson. This is much the way that Warwickshire milked Dawson for a lot of the innings. He ended up with 5 wickets because of real persistence and bowled very effectively against the tail. So Yates just looks down at his feet, makes sure he's correctly placed for the start of his run-up. Bowls again. Oh, this is turned just wide of the right hand of the short leg fielder. Leg slip had gone to Gully. But Bethel for a moment looked interested. Helen Dolby came around to do the fielding.
Well, that must, just looking for a replay there, but that looked like it turned and lifted.
And again, attempted sweep and appeal for LBW. I think the front pad of Brown would have been outside the line of off. But Rob Yates asking some questions, which you can't ask much more from him. Already 8 championship wickets this season, which is, you know, for somebody whose reputation is part-time spinner, it's not a bad effort.
Definitely got that extra height, hasn't he?
He's driven now past his own follow-through for a single. So that's 15 for Ben Brown. Hampshire 305 for 6. They trail by exactly 150. So the next run will, well, I think the conjecture had been halted, but it will make the follow-on irrelevant.
It's getting to that light, isn't it, where the sun is in the sky and reflects off the GS Bowl tent of the pavilion. It makes you squint that little bit. Lovely reflection of the sun. It's not quite as cold either. It's not warm though.
No, you wouldn't mistake it for warm. I haven't had to put my hood up though. That would be a real admission of defeat, wouldn't it?
Fortunately, I haven't got one to put up. Or unfortunately, when it gets colder later. As Hassan Ali continues from this hotel end into Brown in defence, will be no run.
Actually, the warmest it's been up here has been the final hour each day, because the sun just tends to emerge in front of us a little bit. Kevin James was getting a little bit red in the face on Friday evening, and he wasn't annoyed. It wasn't one of those, well, customary moments when he gets a bit frustrated. The sun got to him.
That's the first of many times that will happen up here all summer. There's Ali into Ben Brown again, bowls. That's outside the off stump, cut away beautifully. Just missed his length there, and Ben Brown punishes. He will move to 19, score 309 for 6, and that deficit under 150.
That was that. The prolonged round of applause was for the evasion of the follow-on, wasn't it? So, yeah, I guess that. And that was a great example of just how much louder it is at this end, how many more spectators there are. They are congregated either side of the sight screen, which is down just to our left.
It's a day you want to be in the sun, isn't it? You want to avoid those big stands next to the pavilion and get that any bit of warmth you can feel. As Hassan Ali scurrying in again, bowls fuller this time and played up to mid-on, will be no run.
So you missed a trick really. You should have taken your mat outside and had a stretch behind the sight screen.
Behind the bowler's arms?
Well, no, behind the sight, not in front of the sight screen,
okay.
Behind the sight screen.
I feel like it would have taken me just as long to get down there. Then I'd have missed my stint with you, and I'd hate to do that.
Say it again with conviction.
As Ali in bowls, and that's full and played to mid-on again. Which have been very tidy with their lines today, not giving many freebies away.
So I've just been berating Warwickshire's one of Warwickshire's media guys for not having come down. It would have been a really nice night for a pleasant beer, but I'm going to be turning back to what remains in my red wine bottle in my room. I can see it coming.
That sounds like a tough evening, that.
It was a good last night was good.
Ali to Brown again in defence. Back down the pitch, they're going to think about a quick single, but the answer's no.
I was working through till about 8, and then I nipped to a nearby food store to replenish the stock of red wine sandwich and a terrible bag of crisps. Don't be lured into the chicken katsu curry crisps.
Ooh,
No.
That doesn't sound like it's a good combo.
No. It's one of those moments where you open the bag and you, no. I had buyer's remorse at that point.
Did you want to go back and buy another pack?
No.
As Ali in full toss slower, that looked like, but defended by Ben Brown. A rare full toss forward defence, and that's the end of the over.
So, on BBC Two last night, they had 60 songs to mark 60 years of BBC Two. So live performances that had been on BBC Two, and it was all sorts. It was from Ella Fitzgerald through the Rolling Stones to Taylor Swift and Harry Styles. So something for everyone. And having a teenage daughter, I'm very happy with that latter end of a bit of Taylor and a bit of Harry. But I went back to my student days in my mind, so I was mixing my red wine with Coke.
Ooh.
Red wine and Coke.
Okay, that sounds worse than the cricket chicken katsu.
You've got to trust
crisps.
me. Trust me, 50-50 mix, red wine and Coke. And in the Basque country, they call it a calimocho.
That sounds horrific.
You've got to try it. Rob Yates to continue. Comes into bowl. He's an attempted sweep by Dawson. They appeal for LBW. It's not going to be given.
Dave Allen's showing me a picture of him. Look at you guys, living your best life. You're on red wine and Coke. Dave Allen's performing.
Yeah,
Do you know what I was probably doing? Asleep in my bed.
Yeah, but I think he's living his best life. I mean, I was sat in a hotel bedroom in my shorts drinking red wine and Coke. Pushing forward in defence is Liam Dawson.
I'm still not sure about this red wine and Coke.
Yeah, but you've not tried it.
My stomach feels like it's churning at the thought of it.
Okay. Very popular with Spanish students because it's sort of cheap. It makes it a cheaper drink. Pushing forward defensively is Liam Dawson. And when we used to go to football matches in Spain, you'd get a bottle of Coke and a bottle of red wine. You'd sort of you'd use half of them, and then you'd fill the bottle of Coke with the red wine, and then you could smuggle alcohol into the football ground. It was perfect. As this is driven out into the offside by Dawson, and there's no run.
Wow, learning something new about you each day. So would that be like your go-to drink?
No, it's much more. I'm in my shorts in a hotel room in Southampton drink. Really, it was.
Comes out once a year, then, does it, when you're down here?
It was all right. 310 for 6, Hampshire. And coming forward, advancing down the wicket is Brown, but all he can do is steer it towards mid-wicket. And there's no run.
Nice partnership building between these two, Brown and Dawson.
Approaches once more, and a reverse sweep for a single to Brown. It's not huge reward for that, given the way that the field is set. But 4 overs left until tea. Hampshire 311 for 6, trail by 144.
I feel like that's a shot, isn't it? A reverse sweep, you say that in the county championship, it feels like a high-risk shot, but for Ben Brown it's a bread and butter. It's almost like a forward defence. He plays it so well. 310 for 6. I'm going to see more of Hassan Ali. Can't see him actually. It'll be a change of bowling, a change of ends, I think, for Danny Briggs.
Yeah, Danny Briggs back in the field and ready to come back on. Warwickshire happy to give the seamers a bit of a rest again there. It's been such a tight schedule this afternoon. I keep on wanting to look over my shoulder. Are we on for another 6 minutes? Is that right? Are we? And then is Kevin jumping back on at 10 to? Is that where we are on the schedule now? Yeah, it's behind me, but I have to turn around. I'm sitting down. I'll have to turn round.
10-2, yeah.
Okay.
The ball has been somehow ended over the boundary road. This isn't live. It's one of those horrible mistakes you make as a fielder where you lob it over the bowler's head and someone has to chase after it.
I don't want to get it down there from there.
Was that like a loosener from Danny Briggs? I'm sad I missed it actually.
I think it was a practice delivery. Which
doesn't bode well, does it?
Which hasn't been handled as well by Oliver Hannon Dolby as he would have hoped.
Danny Briggs then, number 14 on his back for Warwickshire Bowls, and that's pushed into the offside. Will be no run. Let's have a look at the scores around the ground. Essex won already by an innings and 124 runs against Lancashire, who Hampshire drew against here at the Utilita Bowl last week as Briggs in, and that's bowled and swept. They're going to run first one hard. They should get 2 here. Ben Brown has to hurry. Good running in the end. Ben Brown picks up 2 more. He moves to 22.
Good sharp throw by Hassan Ali, that. So they judged the runs well, didn't they?
They know the space. It's a big ground, isn't it?
Especially on that side.
As Danny Briggs into Brown again, pushes into the onside. Will be no run. Kent versus Surrey. Surrey lead by 259 runs. In their first innings, they're 503 for 6.
Yeah, so they're going to give themselves a good chance, you would think, if the weather holds tomorrow.
Briggs in again, swept into the onside. This hit hard. Hassan Ali will come round again and keep it to a single. Another score in Division 1, Nottinghamshire versus Somerset. Notts lead by 19 runs. They're 2 wickets down in their second innings. Somerset posted 454 in their first. All to play for there, but
Yeah, it's a good recovery in the second innings by Notts, that.
Joe Clark, 140 not out. He's had a good start to the county championship.
Keeping wicket at the moment as well.
Durham versus Worcestershire at Kidderminster as well. I guess that's because Worcestershire's underwater.
Yeah, it's going to be a while before they can play at New Road. They're going to have to move out sooner rather than later. They're looking at that now.
Briggs in bowls, and that's defended by Dawson to mid-wicket. Will be no run. Worcestershire in their final innings need 266 runs to win, but they are 6 wickets down. So it looks like Durham going to get the first win of the season, as that's played to mid-wicket again by Dawson. Will be no run.
They've had 8 full or partial floods this year at New Road over the course of the winter. Any full flood, they reckon it takes them 10 weeks to have the surface ready to play cricket on. And the conservative estimate, or the best estimate actually, is that they might be able to get on for their second home game in the T20, which will be in sort of mid-June. Would be the first time they can use the ground this year.
The pictures are pretty incredible that come out, don't they, when it is flooded? It literally looks like a pond.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and the ground staff do astonishingly well. It's, I think it's actually a new head groundsman this year, so what a nightmare to inherit that. Moving
ground's not easy though, is it? Because of the facilities and stuff that comes with being a first-class county.
It's too expensive to be able to protect the ground. It's so close to the river, and it's such a frustration. It's a beautiful place to watch cricket. As the reverse sweep is chipped in the air here by Ben Brown, but it's not threatening to carry down to the fielder. So just a single. It was Ed Barnard who was... no, Dan Mosley. 80 not 30.
And another team looking to move grounds I saw yesterday in Middlesex to leave Lords.
It's been an increasingly uneasy relationship, hasn't it, between Middlesex and Lords. As this is driven back to the bowler in his follow-through, Robbie Yates picks it up. And there's no run.
That'll be quite a big move, won't it?
Yeah, it will be. But I think they were saying they might still be able to play some big games at Lords. As he's going to be out here at leg slip, trying to turn Yates around the corner, and Dawson hit it straight in the hands of Alex Davis. And Hampshire lose their 7th wicket after what had been an interesting partnership of 41. But Rob Yates, with his 2nd wicket, just turned round the corner straight into the hands of the leg slip.
Yeah, great catch. Stayed low. He's obviously a keeper, isn't he, Alex Davis? But disappointing for Liam Dawson. He scored 23 or 54 balls. But again, Warwickshire this afternoon have picked up wickets at a regular interval. Hampshire still trail by 140. Warwickshire are definitely in a commanding position here. 3 wickets remain. Obviously James Fuller came in earlier. But Ian Holland we'll see now. And then you're really into the bowlers of Kyle Abbott and Mohammed Abbas.
I think there's a change in prospect, so I'm going to make way for Kevin.
Warwickshire just feel like this afternoon they've really capitalised on mistakes made by some of these Hampshire batters. 140 feels still a long way away as Kevin James joins alongside me.
6 wickets this afternoon.
Is that the most wickets in a session or game?
Comfortably. Comfortably. We thought we were beside ourselves when, what did we have yesterday morning? 1, 2, 3, we had 4. So yeah, it's been a tough session for Hampshire, a good one for Warwickshire.
Yeah, I feel like some of the early wickets have come from, I guess they've all the dismissals really have come from batter error, in a sense of trying to move that scoring rate on, and it just doesn't look easy to do that.
I think Yates has bowled really well. I mean, as a spinner, he just seems to have found something a little bit extra at times, isn't he?
Extra height,
Yeah.
bit of bounce. As Ian Holland comes to the crease.
So, Holland would normally come in at 6 down, comes in at 7 down, with Fuller's elevation earlier this afternoon, which didn't work. Here's Yates, comes in again and bowls. Forward is Holland. Well, this is the last for Hampshire, a big partnership, isn't it, in terms of trying to get somewhere near that Warwickshire first innings total, because, well, Kyle Abbott's okay, but I think if Mo Abbas joins him, then they'll both play a shot or two. That's played away and wrapped on the pad by Ian Holland on the leg side. He's looking keen, isn't he, there, Jacob Bethel? Now he's sensing another catch.
And Alex Davies as well.
Yeah. And I don't blame them, because Yates has from time to time just found something, isn't he, that little bit of rough outside off stump, and the ball has bounced for him and come off the straight. Yates bowls again, and Holland easily plays that one past Bethel, who's on his backside there. And that's the end of the over. He's got good figures, 2 for 25 from 11. Danny Briggs 2 for 68 from 31. The main spinners for Warwickshire. That's not bad, is it? 4 for 93 between them. I think you can settle for that on this pitch, isn't it? I mean, Dawson's 5 wickets cost, what, 140?
Yep. Might see some Tom Prest on Hampshire Bowl again as the off spinner. You know, he works hard on his bowling. As I feel like Kevin James is worrying about his equipment heating up. We don't want a fire in the camera gantry. That could ruin the pictures. The cricket downstairs as well, I imagine. Many people having a relaxing afternoon in the hotel. But I'm not sure a black coat's going to help all that much.
Do you not?
As Briggs in bowls off the back foot, that's cut past point, dives over it, and they're going to come back for a couple at least. And that's stopped on the boundary with a boot. That's definitely a fast bowler out there. He doesn't want to get down. Come back for a couple. Brown moves to 24. I feel like, if anything, a black coat surely would warm things up.
Well, we're going to find out in a few minutes, aren't we, really?
When we go up in flames.
Yes, when we're... I think I'm just trying to get the direct sunlight off some of the power packs.
Briggs in, left arm round, the wicket flighted into the pad and in defence by Brown.
I would have used your coat, which is bigger, but that's black as well, isn't it?
Well, that warmth is nice though.
And it is, actually. We shouldn't complain, should we?
As Briggs, left arm round the wicket in defence by Ben Brown. He's utilised his sweeps and reverse sweeps so far in his innings against the spinners.
He's played those well, hasn't he? Reverse sweeps especially.
It's like a forward defence to him.
Yeah.
Briggs in again, and that's played in defence by Brown. Will be no run.
Well, Hampshire have got to use up a lot of these overs tonight, at least, haven't they, if they want to stay out of trouble.
Briggs, left arm round in, bowls, worked into the onside. They think about a quick single, but the answer is no from Ian Holland.
33 overs to do after this. There's still a lot of cricket left. Warwickshire can whittle out these last few wickets.
Briggs in again, bowls. That's bounced a little bit, but played well by Brown out to the cover sweeper. Just be a single to finish the over here. Keep the strike. He's on 27. Hampshire still trail by 137 in their first innings against Warwickshire, who posted 455. That's a lot of runs still, Kev.
It is, isn't it? It's a long time to knock those off. You know, the scoring rate is just over 2.5. Well, I mean, if you could work it out now, even if Hampshire kept their wickets intact, you've got 33 overs. I mean, they wouldn't get near that deficit tonight. Or near parity, I should say. So yeah, Warwickshire do have a chance, but it's going to be tough. I mean, even if Warwickshire were able to take those wickets just after tea, say maybe half an hour after tea. Here's Yates then, who looks the most likely. As forward is Ben Brown, but of course then it's getting a decent lead and then giving yourself enough time on this wicket to bowl a side out again. But if you're in front, you're in front. Yates, quicker ball. Oh, he's reverse sweeping. He's missed it. He's missed the stumps, not by very much. Looking at Michael Burgess's reaction, and that's going for 4 byes. That's missed everything. But just look at that on the live picture feed. Just how close that actually is to the stumps. Quicker ball from Yates. Ben Brown wasn't able to get through that shot quick enough.
With Rob Yates' bowling, it does feel like anything can happen. That's
Has it gone past off stump?
I feel like I missed leg stump.
It was a leg stump, is it? Sorry, yeah. Wow, not by very much. 4 to the total, 322 for 7. The deficit is 133. We're into the last over before tea. Yates from that pavilion end. There's a reverse sweep. He's got hold of that one because it was a slower ball. It's gone out for 1 only. There is a man out at deep backward point now for that shot to make sure Ben Brown doesn't get full value for it. And he moves on to 28. Yes, it's a delicate little time for Hampshire. Ever since those flurry of wickets this afternoon, they're having to work hard. Warwickshire have had a very good session indeed. Down the leg side, Holland lets that go.
Great option when there's a leg slip there. And the issue is with my batting, I'd be trying to play that.
Would you, what, nudge it or sweep it? You don't play the sweep much, do you? No. Yates again. Forward, well forward here at Holland. Is it something you're practicing? I thought you told me a couple of years ago you were practicing that shot.
Yeah, I think it wouldn't be my go-to option. Online, maybe.
It's a dangerous shot if you get it wrong.
Prefer to go out the ball.
Yeah. Holland plays that easily into the ground past Bethel at short leg, and that should be tea, and it is. As the players make their way up towards the far end of the ground, with Hampshire on 323 for 7, with Ben Brown on 28 and Holland yet to get off the mark. Hampshire are 132 runs behind on the first innings, and Hampshire losing 6 wickets this afternoon. Gubbins bowled Danny Briggs for 119. That ended a 213 run partnership with Fletcher Middleton for the second wicket. James Fuller elevated up the order, caught it backward of point by Oliver Hannon-Dolby, trying to hit Danny Briggs through mid-wicket. He went for 5. Then Fletcher Middleton reached his first class 100 of 280 balls. James Vince, who looked a little miffed at being adjudged caught behind off Will Rhodes, he made just 6. Tom Prest edged Hassan Ali to Rob Yates in the slips for 6. Fletcher Middleton then was caught at short leg by Jacob Bethel, one that just bounced and turned a little bit out of the rough. Rob Yates, he made 116. Hampshire then had lost 5 wickets for 45 at 274 for 6. And then Liam Dawson, the latest to go. Another victim of Rob Yates for 23. That ended a partnership of 41 with Ben Brown. That's the situation here at a sunny, if still chilly, Utilita Bowl, and we'll all be back in just under 20 minutes time to bring you the evening session on day 3. making their way out onto the field of play ahead of the evening session on day 3 of this county championship match. Division 1 match between Hampshire and Warwickshire. We are still in the first innings. Hampshire at the break, 323 for 7. They've faced 120 overs, but they are still in arrears in this game. The deficit currently stands at 132, but it was a good session for Warwickshire. More on that in a moment. Your commentary team this evening, Emily Windsor is still with us from the Southern Vipers, the batter. Richard Wilford from BBC WM is still here, and myself, Kevin James. Richard Wilford will be joining me shortly. I think we might be getting the match manager, Simon Hinks, with us actually, so we await that one. So Ben Brown will resume on 28 not out. Ian Holland yet to open his account. 103 runs were scored in that session between lunch and tea, but more importantly, 6 wickets were taken. A good session for Warwickshire, and Craig Miles, the pace bowler, right-arm pace bowler, will get us underway. 32 overs left in the day's play. Sunshine is still out. It's a fraction warmer as he comes in and bowls to Brown. Immediately, it's a good line and length, and there is no run. Danny Briggs took 2 wickets in that section, so too did Rob Yates. Good bowling from both the spinners. Yates this afternoon, 7 overs, 2 for 21. Danny Briggs, 12 overs, 2 for 29. The other wicket taker was Will Rhodes. And I think I've missed one there somewhere. I'll come back to that in a moment. There's Miles. Oh, Will Rhodes was the other wicket taker, yep, that's right. That's pushed away into the covers. Quick single there for Ben Brown. That takes the Hampshire total on to 324 for 7. I'll just do my maths here. Danny Briggs took the first 2, Nick Gubbins and James Fuller. Will Rhodes took James Vince. Tom Press went to Hassan Ali. And then Rob Yates took Fletcher Middleton and Liam Dawson. Those were the 6 wickets that fell. Fletcher Middleton in that afternoon session went past his first class 116 he made. Nick Gubbins, the first of those to go this afternoon, made 119. That partnership between those two broken by Danny Briggs soon after lunch, when the pair had put on 213 for the second wicket. There was a partnership of 41 between Brown and Dawson. Hampshire lost 5 wickets for 45 at one stage, which has been in complete marked contrast from what we've seen during the game. Turned away by Holland down to fine leg. He's off the mark. And Hampshire 325 for 7. The deficit is 130. So they've avoided technically the follow-on. I don't think we really thought that Warwickshire would enforce it anyway, but they have. And now it's really about, from a Hampshire point of view, trying to get as close to the first innings as possible to make sure they're not under too much pressure tomorrow. Warwickshire, of course, will be looking to wrap this innings up. Richard Wilford's back as Miles bowls, and Brown works that out onto the onside, and there's no run.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see who Alex Davis turns to at the other end. I suspect that Rob Yates will probably continue. He's bowled very well. That extra height seems to have given him greater threat than Danny Briggs has in terms of the slower bowlers. But Craig Miles here, whether he'll maybe create a false shot. You can see that the field is very much set again with a bit of gentle leg theory, all in front of square. Whether he can lure Brown or Holland into a loose shot.
Miles runs away from us short, pulled away. That short arm pull that Ben Brown is famous for goes out behind square on the leg side. They'll pick up 2. And Brown moves on to 31, 327 for 7 years. You probably didn't hear, but some good spells this afternoon from Briggs and Yates. Yates 2 for 21. This is this afternoon only. Briggs 2 for 29. Good bowling from both.
Which again, it just has you wondering a bit with potential for Dawson and maybe one of the part-timers for Hampshire to make it hard for Warwickshire to score quickly. Even if they end up with a 3-figure lead, I'm not saying they will. It may be very hard to manufacture anything.
Craig Miles bowls. And Brown gets wrapped on the pad past the diving Michael Burgess behind the stumps. That should be 4 leg byes, signalled by Rob Bailey, who was involved in an interesting little scenario with Hassan Ali this afternoon. Hassan Ali down on his knees, appealing for an LBW. Was it Dawson? I can't remember. It was one of.
I think it was Dawson.
Those, yeah.
He was pleading for the suggestion that it had hit the toe maybe before the bat.
That's right. Yes, it was, and he may well have been right, but Rob Bailey said no, and he kept on his knees. He kept staying. He was staying there. I thought he was glued to the pitch at one stage, and then as he walked past the umpire, they obviously had a chat about the incident, and well caught on camera by Hampshire's photographer Dave Vokes, who we've seen the picture, and it perfectly sums up the whole incident in just one frame. That's a mark of a good photographer. Hassan Ali has his hands together, praying in front of Rob Bailey.
Yeah, I think it's always, it might be pleading for forgiveness at that point, as Rob Yates is continuing, and that does bounce a bit, but Holland is able to turn it out towards the boundary rider on the mid-wicket boundary for a single, and the score goes to 332 for 7. Hampshire now, the biggest priority is to try and occupy this session. If they occupy this session, I think that any threat in this game is probably gone. Yates in, turned around the corner by Brown. It's a slightly quicker single this time. Is that Craig Miles who's come around from square leg there and has thrown it left-handed? It was an awkward looking throw, let's put it that way. And this is a man that I've seen take a catch as a wicket keeper.
As a keeper?
Yeah. Not something Rob Keogh likes to be reminded of. As Rob Yates is in, turned in towards the leg side. So the waning moments of a game at Wantage Road that was long since written off as a draw. And Michael Burgess has bowled a 7 or 8 over spell, with Craig Miles keeping wicket. It's turned again into the leg side, and there will be a quick single, and this time Miles transfers it to his right hand, but they judged it well enough. Holland is scampering through. He's to 334 for 7.
So has Craig Miles got any ambitions to be a keeper?
No, I wouldn't have thought so. I mean, not at 6'4", 6'5". That would be spectacular, wouldn't it? Be like Chris Gale keeping wicket. But just when he emerged with the gloves, it was quite bewildering. It really was. As this is off the back foot from Brown. Can't beat the fielder at mid-off. I think Alex Davis was playing in that game, so it's not like there wasn't an alternative wicket-keeper. And there were probably one or two others who would have been stronger candidates. This one's dropped in short. It's pulled in front of square. A bit more work for Hannah Dolby to do around the boundary. Pulls out the left boot to stop it. And Brown will come through comfortably for 2. He's looked in decent order so far. He's on 34, 336 for 7, and a half-century plus from Ben Brown today would be quite restorative in terms of his form, wouldn't it?
It certainly would, yes. It would be a twofold innings, wouldn't it, if he can get a score on the board, one for his own satisfaction, because ones have been a little harder to come by for Ben Brown last season and the start of this. And of course, from a team point of view, get Hampshire out of what is still a tricky situation here. Warwickshire will still have hopes of keeping the game moving forward and maybe assessing tonight if they get a few overs to bat and trying to work out where they could and couldn't be. But as you say, with if the overs do run out tonight, then there's not really a lot I think either side can do to get a result. Here's Miles, full, driven by Holland up to extra cover, and there is no run. So am I right in saying the only 2 results we've had in the Championship in the last 2 weeks so far have both been positive for Essex? Yeah.
Although they're going to be joined in that positive column, you would think, this week. In that Durham, not far off a win, I think, and Somerset Notts is an interestingly poised game. But yeah, Essex have got the first 2 wins of the season.
Here's Craig Miles coming in again, length ball to Ian Holland. There's another one of those funny fields on the leg side where you've got 2 fairly straight men on the drive.
If you want, we can break the commentary cycle to accommodate a guest, Kev. I'm more than happy to do that. Shall I do one more over of Rob Yates after this, and then
Yeah.
I'll make way for your guest?
Yes. And a very nice guest it is too. Just teeing him up, softening him up. Here's Miles again, 2 slips. And that's on the line of leg stump. Not sure they're going to play there, and fine leg certainly is, as Ian Holland works it down to the top end of the ground for a single.
Have you already teased his name out there, or have you?
I've sort of teased it a little
stum?
bit. Yeah, I did say that we might have Simon Hinks, the match manager, come up. I wasn't sure if he knew where we were. It's not that easy to get up here. But, he's here.
Does he know he has to abseil down?
It's quite high up here, as he's probably just finding out. Here's Miles again, pushed out into the offside once more by Ben Brown, who just replays the shot as though it should have been a little straighter. There is no bid off. If it had gone straighter, there would have been runs.
Nobody's persuaded you to do that yet for children in need or anything.
No, they probably know better. I'm not great at heights anyway. I don't know about you, Richard. I'm not great at heights. I'm all right here because we're set back a bit. But if we were any closer to the edge, I would struggle a little bit. Yeah, I'm not great like that. Miles again. Oh, short. Pulled away by Ben Brown. There is a man out at deep square leg. He's getting that short-armed pull shot. He's getting it out a few times since tee. He's been fed that a little bit.
So, I wouldn't want to be fielding quite as close as the chap at square leg is. He tried to stop that, ends up felled. I mean, it didn't hit him, but he's not very far away. When you're playing against batsmen with this quality and where he can hit the ball, he's going to come a bit further in front of square now.
Yeah. You don't want a full-blooded shot, do you?
They're in position to see whether Craig Miles can find anything out of the middle of this wicket. In fact, Ed Barnard is being sent back to that quite short square position, just behind square. And Danny Briggs at short mid-wicket. Hannah Dolby at a rather more orthodox mid-on.
Here's Miles again, gone for the Yorker, and that's turned down to fine leg once more by Ian Holland. Will pick up a single, and he will keep the strike as well as Hampshire move on to 339 for 7. We have 29 overs left in the day's play, and Hampshire trail by 116. Ben Brown, who was 28 not out at tee, is 35, and Ian Holland, who had yet to trouble the scorers, is on 5.
Rob Yates will continue for the Bears. Is there a 12th man coming on again? Is that Hassan Ali marching off at the far end of the ground? Looks like Chris Benjamin's come on again. It has been quite the rotation today. Hassan Ali's been having his breakfast each morning with Mohammed Abbas. Yeah, it drops that one a little bit shorter, and from that length it does offer to turn a bit, but that's quite slow turn, so dink down into the onside by Holland. Bounces well in front of Bethel. He's at short leg. Davis at leg slip. Both have taken catches in those positions, and that's one bounce into the hands of Bethel. He's just getting that shape, Rob Yates, with that bit of turn that brings those two fielders into play quite a bit. Davis was a good sharp chance that he held on to, and again it's one bounce to Bethel, who fumbles it onto a used strip. It's like clockwork at the moment. The ball is coming off the bat towards those fielders each time. Yates fires that one a little bit quicker, and it's round the corner and bounced just in front of Davis. He gets a left paw on it, and there's no run.
It's actually quite well played. All the effort in that stroke was to make sure the ball went as quickly to ground as it could.
Good over from a relatively inexperienced spinner, though. This is clipped towards mid-wicket. He's not out on the fence now. He's a bit closer in, Alan Dolby, and there's no run. Just wonder whether he's got the experience yet to maybe slip in an arm ball here, something like that. Just that bit of variation.
Has he got one?
Who knows? Who knows? That's really what I'm speculating about. Whether he can even do it. So he bowls. He may well have done just that, actually, and chopping down on a straight ball is Holland. That was a good over, a maiden over from Rob Yates. He's 2 for 31 from 14, 339 for 7 Hampshire. They trail by 116.
He's one of a terrific line for that field, Rob Yates, I have to say. And there is just a little bit of a hint of sort of slight variations in bounce. So that's where the batter's skill comes in, trying to keep that ball from being in the air with those close fielders. So here he is, Simon Hinks, the former Kent batter, who's this game's match manager. Hang on, I've just got to do something there. Hang on, let's work this out for you, because I think that might have to go the other way for some reason. I don't know why, but that might be easier. I think these have got mixed up round there, so we'll do that. Craig Miles comes in, and that's turned away on the leg side. Simon Hinks, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Good to see you.
You too.
Yes, mate. I was just looking up, because I know you were a very, very fine Kent batter in your day. 182 first-class matches and 174 List A, and 1982 to 1994 your Kent career.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Similar to yours.
Yeah, ish. Yeah, well, we both started. Well, very similar. We started. Yeah. Well, I was 2 years earlier than you, so you're obviously younger than me. As that's turned away on the leg side, which you look younger than me.
Well, thank you very much.
This is good.
I'll take that.
But yeah, I mean, listen. I say match manager, match referee. What are you guys these days?
I think it's best summed up by saying we're the eyes and the ears of the ECB at each game.
But that's not your official title, is it?
Match referee.
Match referee.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And so we have 3 main roles. We're here obviously to ensure the match progresses without a hitch. We're here to give feedback on our observations on pitches, on umpiring, and on the player behaviour.
Miles bowls and Brown comes forward, plays that back to the bowler. Are you allowed to say at this moment, before the official report goes in, what are your thoughts of the pitch?
No.
Right, okay, that's good.
I think what I tend to do is I tend to wait till the end of the 4th day, because obviously pitches change, weather changes. So I think I'd like to give the full 4-day view, and obviously I like to give that to the groundsman before I give it to anybody else.
Of course, yeah.
And we good dialogue all through. Simon's really good, enjoys talking about preparation.
There's Miles again. Brown forward, pushes that up to mid-on. I suppose that's obvious when I asked you, actually, yeah, because you're right, because something could drastically happen between now and the end of tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I've listened to your commentary and you've had your own views on it. I wouldn't say I was a million miles away, to be fair.
Sure.
But and Simon, I'm sure, would say the same.
Yeah.
But it's good to get a view from the umpires, the players, and obviously the head groundsman himself.
Yeah, and the commentators, obviously, which I'm sure you take at the top of your list. Here's Miles again. It's down the leg side, well taken by Burgess. I didn't realise, of course, you finished off at Gloucestershire as well, didn't you?
I did, yeah. I had 3
forgot that.
seasons, 2.5 seasons down there. I got injured, unfortunately, the first season I was down there, so I only played half a season the first year. Then I had a full year, and then I didn't play much in my last year, so it was a bit of a disappointing trip down there, but I've been based down there ever since, so
Okay.
in a way, very grateful to have had the opportunity.
So you like Bristol?
I do like Bristol.
Yep.
I worked there for 20 years at the university, so when I finished playing.
Miles turns around, has a little skip at the top of his mark, comes in now, runs away from us and bowls to Brown. Brown drives pleasantly through the covers, and that will be 4 runs. That's nicely played. You enjoy that, wouldn't you?
Great shot. Effortless.
That's what it's all about, the drive, when it's effortless like that and still makes it to the rope. 343 for 7, and Ben Brown moves on to 39. Hampshire trail by 112 at the end of that Craig Miles over. 13 overs, none for 51 for the right-armed pace bowler. So I mentioned about the number of games. I'm looking at your average. First class average 29.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, I thought you were a better player than that.
Yeah, me too. I think I bookended my season. 85 and 90 were my 2 best years, and a reasonable amount of indifference in between, unfortunately, inconsistent. And the last year and a half at Gloucestershire didn't help.
No? But opening the batting, of course, there's so much talk about opening batting. Everybody talks about opening batting in this era, which is fair enough because a lot of county games at the start and a lot of county games at the end. Here's Rob Yates to continue from the pavilion end, always down the leg side, a bit of extra bounce, well taken by Burgess. But of course, you were batting start of the season and end of the season as an opener. I mean, there's nothing really different, is there?
Not too much. We had to contend with the weather.
Yeah.
Different pitches, obviously, wherever you go.
Played
I think the
into
only
ground.
difference, really, that I notice is that you're not playing against internationals necessarily day in, day out now. Certainly the super quicks that were playing in the period we played, which, we certainly had to contend with on hard, fast bouncing wickets and on wickets that kept low, so that was quite interesting.
Driven by Holland up towards mid-off. And if I may say so, not just because you're here, but I thought you played the short ball quite well.
Well, I think that's partly why they put me at the top of the order. And when Chris Cowdery became captain at Kent, he backed me to play my game.
Yates comes in short, whipped away and stopped with his boot. Alex Davis.
And we had a good balance of players. So Mark Benson, Chris Tavray, Neil Taylor were slightly more defensive. Can I put it that way? And I was the one there to try and push the score along.
Yeah. It was quite a formidable Kent batting lineup in that sort of era, wasn't it? It was on that flat wicket. It was always driving and missing outside the off stump. Burgess doesn't take it cleanly. Very flat Canterbury wicket. You guys used to cash in big time, didn't you?
It was batter friendly, I would say. We never really had a super quick bowler playing for us. Tony Merrick joined us for a while and Hartley Elaine, but other than that, we mainly went for batsmen.
Yeah.
As a consequence, similar to Essex in a way.
That's true. Mind you, no quick bowler was going to further their career.
Not really, although we had some good ones. I mean, we had some good home
around
runs.
the onside. Yeah. No, Hartley Elaine. Oh my gosh.
But in terms of the Kent bowlers I played with, you started with Graham Dilley, Richard Ellison, Alan Eggleston, all played for England. Chris Penn was a very, very good county bowler. And then obviously, lots of people that bowled bits and pieces like Matthew Fleming and Mark Elam latterly. But when I first started, John Shepherd was still there and Asif was still there. It was
Gosh,
great.
really? You're that early?
Well, I started on the staff in '80.
Yeah.
And it's funny when you look back on your career that you, as a schoolboy, I would be getting their autographs, and then 6 years later I was having nets with them in the winter, and then a couple of years after that I was in the same dressing room. It's quite remarkable.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. It's what it's all about as well, isn't it? As a pro and playing alongside your heroes. 3:43 for 7. Craig Miles starts a new over. 14th over for him. Still wicketless. Comes in, bowls on the line of middle and leg, turned away behind square on the leg side once more by Ben Brown, who moves on to 40. And Hampshire's total to 344 for 7. That deficit now is down to 111. Simon Hinks with me, the former Kent and Gloucestershire opening batter, left-hander, and the match referee here. And I know you've done a few games over the years here and other grounds. I know you pop up and I see you at various venues.
Well, we had quite a few challenges, didn't we, back in the day, you and I. It was always good to play against you, and not just on the field. It was good socially too. So.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Now I always remember you as a nice guy. So it's purned away on the onside, and it seems like you've stayed that way. Now you're not playing.
Well, depends who you talk to, I think.
I suppose it depends on what happens in a match and
Correct.
what report you put in.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So tell me. So your highest score?
2-3-4. Kent versus Middlesex in 1990 at Canterbury.
Right.
So I think it's still in the record books as the second highest now. It got broken recently at Beckenham by Dixon and one other. I can't remember who.
Okay.
So it lasted quite a number of years.
That short cut misses. Oh, and it's gone through the gloves of Michael Burgess. Did he get a top edge on that? No, he didn't. Now I don't know if you've noticed this, but every now and then bowling from this end, there just seems to be a ball off a length that gathers pace.
It seemed to, that one, that's for sure. Yeah.
Just the odd one.
May have swung late. I don't know. I have to look at it again. It certainly looked quicker. Maybe
It didn't, yeah.
Certainly swung.
Maybe, come back a little bit. Burgess surprised, moving his gloves to his left of his body, was just not in time. Surprised by maybe the upward curve of the ball as well, which most of the balls that have been going through the keeper have been on a downward curve.
They have, yeah. Well, I think the weather has a lot to play. It's been cold, hasn't it? And
Yeah.
it's very difficult to get swing. So, Wicket's pretty pretty dry, so not too much seam either.
No, haven't seen too much swing at all, that's for sure. That bounces a fraction as Holland turns that away square on the leg side. So 200 and your top was it 237? Did you say?
234.
Who was bowling for Middlesex on the day?
Oh, good question. I'd have to look that up. I think Neil Williams was one.
Neil Williams, the late Neil Williams. Yeah.
I think Tufnell would have played. It was a young Ramprakash also played in that game. I'm not sure. He may have got his first class 100 in that game.
Okay.
That's how long ago it was.
What season was it?
90.
Right, let's have a look. I'm going to look it up. When I'm looking at the game, we'll look it up at the same time as Miles comes in short, pulled away by Ian Holland, keeps it down nicely as it goes out towards fine leg. 349 for 7. Holland moves on to 6. That deficit down is, he's down to 106. Sorry, what year?
90. I think Simon Hughes might have played in that game.
Oh, did he? All right. He's here. He's back tomorrow.
Spin at John Embry, maybe. Desmond Haynes, that era.
What sort of month? Can you remember?
No.
I should look. I should have done.
I don't have a great memory for detail.
So it'd be Hampshire, Kent at home.
Yeah.
Right. That's right. No, you're right. Mine's the same actually. Here's Miles again. Shorts, and Ben Brown just tried to paddle that away on the leg side. Ball got a little big on him. It goes through to Burgess. That's the end of the over. 349 for 7. We still have 25 overs left in the day. I'm just scrolling through the championship matches of that year. Kent Lancashire, Kent Essex. Oh gosh, I might have just gone past it unfortunately. Kent Middlesex, here we are. St Lawrence Ground, Middlesex. Towards the end of July. It was a drawn game. Simon Hinks 234, caught Farbrace, that had been behind, off the bowling of Simon Hughes.
There you go.
You were out for 2:30.
I was out the following day, so I batted all of day one, and we had an hour pretty much, because it's 3-day cricket in those days.
Yep.
So that's again how long ago it was. So we had an hour to get as many as we could. And you'll notice Neil didn't get out. Neil Taylor batted through.
He did.
Little cheeky red inker.
Yates bowls. It's driven towards mid-wicket. Mark Benson out for 45, and Neil Taylor not out 152. Kent 449 for 2 declared in 123 overs, so you did give it a bit of a bash. You did. The bowlers, apart from Simon Hughes, as that's driven up to mid-on. Yeah, Neil Williams opened the bowling. Norman Cowans, Simon Hughes, John Embry, Phil Tufnell, 22 overs, none for 69. Ramprakash had a bowl.
Bowl spin, yeah.
He didn't bowl that much, did he? It's turned
I
into
think he
the
did in
ground
county
line,
cricket,
so
early days. Yeah.
I was going to say 9 overs, none for 41. And Desmond Haynes, 10 overs, 1 for 47. He got the wicket of Mark Benson, caught behind. What did he bowl, off spin? Desmond Haynes?
That's a really good question.
I don't remember him bowling much. Oh, he's turned to leg slip, and well taken by Alex Davies. And that's another wicket for Rob Yates. And Holland perishes for 6. And Hampshire have lost their 8th wicket with the score on 349. And Yates has taken his 3rd wicket, I think that is. Yes, it is, 3rd wicket of this innings. 3 for 41. What's happening there a little bit? Because, Simon, we see the batters able to turn the off-spinner into the ground, relatively easy, and then every now and then there's one going around the corner to leg slip. What's going on there?
Well, I think if they get it in the right place, there's maybe some follow-through footholes there to bowl into. It's just a misjudgment, really, I think. And back in the day, dare I say it, you very rarely were given out if you played forward, defensive, and far enough down the wicket. But I think with DRS and, dare I say it, modern umpiring, I think the LBW comes much more into play. So you're encouraged to play the ball as much as possible, and slightly further in front of your pad than perhaps we did back in our day.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, Simon Hughes has been making that point over the last game or so. It's sort of changed the way people are playing. You're right, changed techniques and whatever. But I do think Rob Yates is bowling a super line.
And also 2 very good catches.
Yeah.
You know, it's an unusual position. It's quite an old-fashioned position that went out of fashion for a long time. Leg slip. But if you remember, quite a lot of good players fielded there. Lots of old footage of England players like Brian Luckhurst fielding around the corner there to Underwood and Graham Johnson at Kent, for instance, and obviously for England.
Mentioning the late Derek Underwood, you would have
Yep.
Were you around when he was around?
Yeah, I played a lot with Deadly.
You did?
He continued on till 1987, would you believe, when he was into his 40s. What a fantastic player. The combination of him with Alan Knott was sensational. I think Knotty helped make him the bowler he was. You know, he encouraged Deadly to bowl faster and give the batsman less time, but still try and make it turn or cut, because he bowled at a relatively quick pace.
He did, yeah.
And fairly unique.
So when Deadly started, and obviously that's before your career, but the way you're saying is that he was a genuine traditional slow bowler, and Alan Knott actually got him to speed up. As the new batter is Kyle Abbott, goes up in the air. Jacob Bethel's diving forward a short leg, can't quite get there, may not have come off the bat.
I think he tried to give him advice on the wicket, the surface they were playing on. I mean, he started in the Kent side, I think, at 17, Deadly, and I think the following year he took 100 wickets in the season, so 18 or 19, one of the youngest ever, if not the youngest ever.
Wow.
So yeah, he came on with a bang, as it were.
Abbott's forward back to the bowler, end of the over. Just interrupt you there for a minute, Simon. 16 overs, 3 for 31 for Rob Yates, and Hampshire here 349 for 8.
I think most people, when they talk about Derek, they only talk about his bowling and obviously the nickname, but he, as a man, he was an absolute gentleman. You could talk to him a lot about cricket. He loved talking cricket. He loved a pint of real ale, hopefully. Shepherd Neame or one of the Kentish ales would be his favourite.
Other beers available, of course.
Depending where you were in the country. And he was willing to spend time talking to you about your game, and a good mentor. Yeah.
Yeah, he's, the little bit I came across him, he seemed just a nice guy, but deadly with it.
Absolutely.
I think I'd be nice if I was that good a bowler. Here's Wyatt Miles. That's pushed up towards short mid-wicket by Ben Brown, who's now 40 and has got a very important role to play here. In fact, Kyle Abbott has as well, because this is the last real partnership for Hampshire, and they are still 106 runs behind, and there is still a fair chunk of day 3 left here, 24 overs, so Warwickshire are in a very, very good position. Obviously lots of teams, and he was around at sort of the start, so I played a lot without having to worry about Deadly, and I heard so many stories of teams going and playing you guys either home or away, and there'd been a bit of rain. That's just cut off a bottom edge as the ball goes out on the offside, and basically if you had more than about 120 to chase and Deadly was bowling, you got no chance. But being on the same side as him, you must have thought, we've won this game before you even walk out.
Well, there were certain teams, and I'm sure if you ask some of your fellow team members, Deadly had a good record against Hampshire in particular, and it tended to be Marshall versus Underwood in that period.
Did it?
And inevitably, depending on the wicket, it could go Marshall's way, because he was a fantastic, unbelievable bowler, but Deadly normally came out on top.
Yeah, I can imagine. Short, Ben Brown pulls that away on the leg side. Now, are they going to go for 2? No, they're going to settle for 1. 41 now, Brown, and 350 up for Hampshire, but it's well outside of the bonus points that can be gained, because we're in the 129th over, but still worth an applause, because it's still a magnificent effort to get that far. There was one story that I heard when one of the early days when I joined Hampshire, and Nick Pocock was captain. If I say Bournemouth, I'm not sure it really was, but it might have been. And both sides were keen to play a game, and as was probably a bit more common in those days, 2 captains had a chat. And I remember the wicket was a bit sticky, and he came back in the dressing room at Hampshire and he said, the good news, boys, is Kent have accepted a target. And the guy said, well, that's great, we'll have a good game here. They said, what is it? And I think Hampshire, they only had to chase 120 or something like that, which doesn't sound much, of about 30 overs or something ridiculous, whatever. And normally when you go into dressing room and say that, you say, well, you'll have some of that. And apparently to a man, all the boys said, you're joking. We won't get within 20 of that. And apparently they didn't. Deadly just cleaned up. We couldn't put a bat on him, let alone score a run. It was like that. That's how good he was, wasn't it, in those conditions?
Without a doubt.
Here's Miles down the leg side to Kyle Abbott.
I think for me, obviously he started on uncovered wickets, and he was in his element, almost unplayable on those kinds of wickets. When covered wickets came in, I think he did adjust his game, but he became very miserly. He just said, if I'm not getting a wicket, I'm going to bowl a maiden, and start from there. Every single over, he would just try and frustrate and put pressure on, and hope the bowlers at the other end might pick a wicket up if he didn't. And so it was a real pressure game. That's how he worked.
Yeah. I guess you were quite sad when you heard the news, because it was only, 3 or 4 weeks ago?
Yeah, very sad. Yeah. No, he's going to be sadly missed. He's a Kent all-time, in England, all-time great. Still, I think the highest wicket-taker spinner for England. Yeah. Miles
comes in and bowls to Abbott, well in behind that.
And his stats are ridiculous. I mean, I haven't got them in front of me, but he went through his whole career probably averaging about 22, maybe.
Let's have a look. This will be a quick overview. Was he still a visitor to the ground, even in sort of in the last few months? Last few years.
No, he's been off the radar since pre-COVID. I think I think he got quite ill, dementia. So we didn't see much of him probably for the last 4 years, I would say. Some did, some visited him, which was good.
Miles in again to Abbott. Gets one that bounces, and Abbott does well there, keeping that down. There is a short leg ready for anything that pops in the air, but Abbott was in behind that one nicely. Abbott yet to get off the mark. He's faced 5. Brown is 41 off 65, and Miles has 15 overs now, none for 54. And Hampshire trail by 105 with 23 overs left in the day. Right, test matches. Derek Underwood, 86 test matches, 297 wickets at 25, which in itself as a spinner is pretty useful. But of course, even in test matches, and some of him would have played on uncovered wickets.
Absolutely, yeah.
First class matches, 676. That's outrageous. 2,465 wickets at 20 apiece for a spinner.
Yeah.
20.
Different gravy, as they say these days.
Crazy.
I know. I'd love to see how many dismissals involved Alan not in that period, but a very, very high percentage.
Yeah. Is it nice to talk about your old club?
Yeah, well, those two in particular, because Notty's living overseas now, but another fantastic guy. Never heard him say a bad word about anybody.
Really?
If you asked him his opinion on a player, good player, nice guy. It was always that was his starting point.
No, that's not
very
bad.
Positive about people.
It's Yates from the pavilion end. And again, it's that good tight line that forces Ben Brown to work it away on the onside. It's along the ground. It's amazing, isn't it? The field he has. There are 3 players on the legs offside, and there's a slip. So there's basically 2 patrolling offside. So, and there isn't a lot of turn for him.
No.
And yet he's managing to bowl a line where the batters just won't risk playing out on the offside.
Yeah, I think with the rough outside the off stump, the drive is obviously what he's trying to encourage.
It's driven up to mid-on, which is where you should be aiming.
Yeah. It depends, I guess, on the type of bowler, how much flight you might give it, chances you might want to take, but they don't want to give away too many runs, so they're trying to keep it tight. They're trying to bowl dot balls as many as possible, but also try and find that magic ball that will just pop out of the rough or off the straight.
Strong drive by Abbott up towards mid-on. Yeah, so that leg side field of Alex Davis in there at leg slip and Bethel in at short leg is something that the batters certainly will be aware of, and that Alex Davis taking the catch, that 1 wicket that's fallen since tea. Ian Holland for 6. There's Yates again. He's bowled very impressively today. It's worked up to mid-on by Abbott, almost giving him a single there. There was 1 ball left of the over, so they're giving Abbott basically most of the strike, or that's what they're trying to do. Trying to keep Ben Brown away from it. Brown's looked quite solid for his 42.
He's played well.
He has, hasn't he? Leg slip taken away. Nice reverse sweeps early on.
Yeah, and that makes you change your field, maybe change your line as a bowler, keeps you on your toes. If you get too defensive, I think you just go into your shell, makes it easier for the bowler to bowl.
Brown drives out into the covers. Big area there. It won't quite go all the way to the rope, but there's a lot for the Warwickshire fielders to do. They'll turn for 3, and Brown will keep the strike here, which is exactly what Hampshire want. And Brown moves on to 45, 355 for 8, 22 overs left in the day, and that deficit now is exactly 100. Now, what have we got here? The umpires were just signalling something. No, maybe that's just me. Did you bowl much? You bowled a bit of off spin, didn't you?
Well, yes, I was going to say that not off spin. I bowled very medium pace.
Oh, was it?
And there are unfortunately 8 people I send Christmas cards to every year. So 8 first-class victims.
Oh, I'm not one then. Fortunately,
you're not one of them. No. But it was, dare I say it, they were quite an impressive list. I didn't bowl hardly at all, but because we had a fine bowling attack. But
go on.
Yeah, I think my best was 2 for 30 something, and I got Mr. Randall and Mr. Cairns out at Shrewsbury. So
Did you really?
Chris Cairns and Derek Randall. Yeah.
In the same game?
Same game.
Same spell?
Same spell.
Wow.
I know.
Can't believe you didn't bowl more then.
Wow.
So Cairns and Randall.
To be fair, bowling is hard work.
Tell me about it. There's Zach Miles. He's still looking for his first wicket here. It's turned away on the leg side. It's gone a little too quick to the fielder on the leg side behind square, so they can't take a single. I'm not sure they will have done anyway.
I'm very surprised you haven't looked up how many times you've got me out. But by the time I normally do a radio stint, like with someone like Toppers at Essex, he only invites me in to tell me how many times he got me out.
Yeah,
Second team and
like
first team.
I'm not like him. That's all. As you know. Nice guy, Don, of course he is.
Yeah.
But yeah, he'll anybody he sees that he's got out, yeah, nightmare.
Well, we played so many times, particularly in the second team, against each other. Yeah. I'm sure there's a very high percentage of dismissals that fall to you, probably with me.
Do you reckon?
Throwing the bat at it wide outside off.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, that's nice. I did bowl the odd good ball.
Yeah.
If there's a way I could look it up, I probably could. I'm just trying to work out how you do that. There are a lot of people better at this website than I am. And Toppers obviously
better that you don't, actually, I think.
Yeah, I will look at it up.
Don't embarrass me.
I've got your number now, so I can. I will look it up at some point when I've got a bit of time. It probably isn't that very many, to be honest, and it probably is when you've probably already got 100. But yeah, I would have bowled at you quite a bit, I know.
I think we definitely played that game. I think it was at Bournemouth. I'd been ill.
Oh, right. Just in case I had got you out.
No, I'd been ill in playing in the first team at against Gloucestershire at a place called Tuffley Road in Gloucester, which is
Tuffley Road.
No longer a county ground, thank goodness. No offence, because I've actually coached quite a lot in Gloucester. But I then had a day or two off to recover. I went home, and then I was asked to play a second team game at Bournemouth. And I'm sure you played in that game.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to have a quick look. It's a bit of a needle in a haystack job, but we'll just do it quickly because we've got a few more minutes together. So that's turned away on the onside. Quick single for Kyle Abbott. Takes the Hampshire total onto 357 for 8. And the deficit down now to 98. What date am I going to go to? What year did you finish?
94.
1994. Right, there we go. Let's have a look.
I think the game certainly when we played against each other would have been earlier than that, much earlier than that. Yeah.
Okay.
But
I'll look at the early ones.
Yeah.
Match type. We'll just go first class at the moment. Let's see where we go with
let's
this.
Let's give you I don't know 12 dismissals.
Do you reckon that many?
Settle on 12. Well, we played a lot. You know, you might not remember it, but even when in your Middlesex days, we played a reasonable amount because Kent and Middlesex played more second team games against each other because of proximity in those days.
That's true.
And I think probably second team down here. It'd be 98, I don't think.
Sorry, 88.
Yeah.
Sorry, you're right. I don't think either of us played in that one. Here's Miles again. And that's well kept down by Kyle Abbott. He's trying to get Abbott, the ball sort of around his stomach, chest area. It's difficult to get it up that high, but Abbott kept that one down nicely.
I don't think you played in the game, which I think was my second 100, which was against Hampshire at Canterbury, which would have been 85. Marshall played, I know that.
85.
I'm not sure what the other bowlers were in that attack, to be fair.
Folkestone?
No, it was at Canterbury, I think.
Hinks bowled Marshall for 16 at Folkestone in 85.
It happened a fair bit, I think, with him and me, to be fair. my debut, actually, I debuted against Hampshire at Bournemouth, and I was caught Terry bowled Marshall for, I think, 1, potentially.
Right.
And then I think if that scorecard came up, I'm sure Underwood out-bowled Marshall, and I think I was at the wicket when we hit the winning runs in the second innings. I don't know, it was probably 2 not out or something. That's how well Underwood had bowled in that game.
Wow. See, you were LBW to Chris Smith in 1985 at the old Grand Cross. That was talk about sending Christmas cards to very few wickets. Chris Smith would have been one of those.
What year was that?
85.
And what was the scores in that game? That sounded familiar actually.
232, you guys.
Was it a one-day game?
No, it's championship.
Oh, was it?
308 Hampshire. Field changes here for Kyle Abbott. Simon Hinks, LBW, Chris Smith for 65.
Okay. I'll settle for that. Chris Smith, yeah, he bowled occasional off-spin.
Yes, he did, yes. So we've got a short leg in, we've got a leg slip in, we've got a slip for Yates against Abbott here, and it's flighted. Oh, keeps a little low, but Abbott is in behind that and stabs it into the ground. Let's find another one, otherwise I'm going to lose. Not in that one. I think I'm going to struggle here. Never mind, I'm not like Don Topley. Oh, bowled Marshall for 131.
That was it, my second one.
Yeah,
What year was that? 85?
It's played back to the bowler. 86, yes,
yeah.
at Canterbury. Drawn match. I'm not going to find one because I don't think there is one, you know.
I got my highest accolade in that game when walking off from murky Mark Nicholas.
Did you? Now, there's a drive, strong drive, one bounce up to mid-on. And there
2
was,
words.
no run, yes.
Walked past me and said, "Good player," and walked off.
Is that all?
That was all.
Oh, here we are, found one.
Okay.
Bingo.
You got me
Bournemouth. Here's Yates again, and Abbott works that out towards mid-wicket. So this is August 1987, 3-day game at Bournemouth. Hampshire won by 75. Hampshire 234. Kent. Oh, you got. Oh, Underwood 4 for 27. Yeah, 29. Yeah.
when he was 44.
God, I didn't realise. Yeah, I didn't realise he played in that. Three for 37 he has, 359 for 8 Hampshire, 20 overs left in the day and 96 runs different. Simon Hinks caught Connor bowled James, so I'm not quite sure where that would have been.
Mid-off. On the up.
Probably.
And your figures were?
1 for 28 from 8.
Okay.
Kent's second innings. Oh, you're out to Maru. Oh, I caught you off Maru. That's probably another mid-off job. You're obviously susceptible at mid-off.
No, that would have been mid-on, wouldn't it? Left arm
Mid-on.
to a left-hander.
Yeah,
I probably hit to mid-on.
There you go. Well, I found one anyway. Simon Hinks, everybody.
Thank
right,
you.
we'll do one more over and then we'll
Yep.
we'll hand over to Messrs. Emily Windsor and Richard Wilford. The sun has disappeared here, which is a shame.
You have got the best seat in the house, though, to be fair.
It's good, isn't it?
And it's actually warm up here. It's freezing down
Well, let's just clarify that. It's probably warm the time you've been here,
Okay.
but I can assure you just about every other time it's been like the Antarctic. So Danny Briggs is coming on. Now he's bowled well. He had a good spell this afternoon between lunch and tea, where he picked up 2 for 29 from 12 overs. Bowled nicely. He's going to be bowling to Ben Brown, who's on 48. And here's Briggs round the wicket, fly tiered. Brown's on the back foot, steers that out to deep cover, and Brown moves on to 49. And Hampshire 360 for 8. How do you see this game in terms of, because this is quite an important last 20 overs tonight and probably the next hour tomorrow morning?
Well, it's changed dramatically, hasn't it, from where we were this morning. I was expecting it to peter out, into a fairly boring game of cricket, but actually it's livened up, and anything and everything's possible if the wicket continues to turn.
Yeah, just a little, isn't it? Just
There's not much in it for the seamers.
Abbott's forward, plays it back to Briggs. No, there's not.
But weather might play a part tomorrow. They told me there might be a little bit of weather around, so
I understand.
yeah, it's
Briggs again, full, driven by Abbott back to him.
interestingly poised, I would say.
Yeah.
I think Hampshire. I think James was quite keen to try and make something of the game, and that meant obviously changing the batting order slightly.
Comes in with the arm there as Abbott pushes up to mid-on.
To try and push the score along and maybe get in a position where he can make a decision as to whether or not they'll go beyond or declare behind.
Briggs again. Abbott, again, the ball's coming in with the arm, and Abbott's well forward. Yeah, I mean, if you're honest, if you were a side batting last here, you'd still back yourself, wouldn't you, to bat a long period.
Yeah.
And time in the game beginning to run out. But as I say, just over 19 overs left in the day, so still quite a bit to do. Abbott picks up a single last ball of that over and will keep the strike. He moves on to 361 for 8. Simon Hinks, thank you very much.
Pleasure. It's been
Enjoyed
really
that.
good to see you.
Yeah,
and
top
I
stuff,
always
mate.
enjoy coming here. I'm always well looked after.
Good.
And good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Simon Hinks, former Kent and Gloucestershire, match referee for this game. He's going to go back into his little room, wherever that little room is, over the other side. And Emily Windsor will be the next voice you hear, and then it'll be Richard Wilford from BBC WM.
Thank you, Kevin. Lovely little spell that was. I mean, Richard enjoyed a nice break, but with no donuts this time. As Yates will continue from the pavilion end.
See, for me that was really just to hear two players from my secondary school age sort of watching them when they were at Edgbaston, both of them. It's quite fun listening to that.
As Yates into Abbott, bowls. That's a booming drive to mid-wicket and taken. Has he taken it? Has he dropped it? He's hugging the ball, so I presume he's taken it. And Abbott has gone for 3. He looked to go over a short mid-wicket, and now they're all hugging on the floor. That's quite wholesome from Warwickshire. But that's the 9th wicket to fall, 361 for 9.
That was one of the most awkward catches you're going to see. Craig Miles has held on to it, much to his relief, and Rob Yates continues to have a remarkable start to the season. That's 11 championship wickets for him there. Notionally a part-time spinner. It's his second fourfer in back-to-back weeks. And he's done a good job because, you know, these wickets are all in the area where he's bowling to the field, and he's, you know, with Kyle Abbott, he knows he's going to take a risk or two, and he's done really, really well. Hampshire look like they're going to concede a moderately significant lead, should we call it?
Yep, 94 the deficit at the moment. Has he got a fifer before?
No. Oh, no.
He's got 4 so far. He'll be wanting this last one of Mo Abbas, who will be the final batter to come out for Hampshire.
How many was he out for in the end? 3. Fumbly catch at mid-wicket, I'm putting.
I think that's one of those that you literally end up hugging the ball, don't you?
Yeah,
like you
just got
fold,
it. I got
you
it.
fold with
It's
it.
probably,
Yeah.
probably somewhere just, you know, halfway up his forearm, stuck against his stomach.
And end up on the floor. But if he'd have dropped that, that would have been a dolly.
It would have been a horror. It would have been a horror. You don't want to let your mate down either, do you?
That you don't. Looks like.
Yeah. I don't like to damn anybody with faint praise, but he's never going to have a better chance at a fifer than his next couple of balls, is he?
Do you know what? I've seen here Mo Abbas bat once. This is once. Like he could last all day.
Really?
That's this one time that I've watched him bat.
What had happened to the opposition?
He just was comfortable leaving, forward defensing.
Wow.
But I do agree.
Well, he needs to support Ben Brown to make sure he gets his 50, because Brown might be quite keen to have an asterisk because it's not been easy for him in the last couple of years, so getting runs on the board early in the season is always healthy.
And this always is an interesting way where we watch the field set, how many balls Ben Brown lets Abbas face. Obviously he's going to have to face this one.
Little nurdled single behind square on the offside, he'd be delighted.
Technically he's got 5 balls of this final, well, maybe final of this.
This final, you've decided.
Yeah.
That's it.
Of this Yates over. He's on 4 wickets as he bowls from the pavilion end and forward in defence by Abbas. No run. There's men round the bat. Slip, short leg. Leg slip, short, catching mid-wicket. Conventional mid-wicket. Catching extra cover. As Yates in again bowls and in defence by Abbas. To a conventional mid-wicket will be no run.
His best bowling was last week against Durham, 4 for 137. Take 100 off that, 4 for 37 today.
as he bowls down the leg side. That's beat everything. Leg slip keeper, and I imagine this will be signalled 4 byes. Yes, it is. Got ambitious there, I think. He's going for glory. But that's 4 useful runs for Hampshire. They trail now by 90 runs in this first innings.
Prior to this season, Rob Yates had got 8 first-class wickets. So now he's added 11 in April. I don't know whether, again, this is quite what Rob Key intended with the wickets and the Kookaburra ball for the first 2 rounds, but he's been a beneficiary of it.
Yates then just looks calm at the top of his mark, legs crossed, waiting for his fielders to get into the right position as he's in again and bowls, and in defence by Abbas into the offside. Be no run, and here we go. Off the fielders go. 1 ball left of the over. They want to be bowling at him. Unhappy for Ben Brown to stay at the other end, but the short fielders are still in play as Abbas plays into the offside. Doesn't want the single. A wicket maiden by Yates, but I'm sure this Hampshire crowd are applauding Mo Abbas's 5 beautiful forward defences.
That's exactly what they're doing. Well, I mean, you predicted it as well. He's batting like $1 million at the moment. But yeah, they are, because they get the fact that they're going to last as long as they can. Just to take any sting out of this game, there are 18 overs left today. Current deficit is 90.
The sun's back.
Yeah, I can actually feel it on my top now. It's quite warm.
Yeah.
That's nice.
You said to me the evening session was the warmest of the lot. I can believe you now.
Yeah. Danny Briggs, who's taken a couple of wickets, just floats one up around off stump towards Ben Brown, who's certainly got some spaces he can aim for to get this single. Warwickshire seeing the bigger picture. They're quite happy to let him get his 50th run, but they quite like Mohammed Abbas on strike. So Briggs loops this up again, and it's played in defence by Brown, who might decide he's going to play the first 4 balls like that. Then he'll look for a single and try and expose Mohammed Abbas to as little of this over as possible. Off the back foot, looking to steer it out towards the point boundary, turns down the single, and it was a long single. Underarm throw suggests that might be Ed Barnard out there.
Sometimes this 10th wicket can be the hardest to get, I think, in Championship cricket.
It's come down the wicket this time, and it's scooped up, and it's been taken diving forward by Rob Yates at extra cover, so he denies himself a 5th wicket by getting Danny Briggs his 3rd. And Brown got a little bit caught in between 2 things there, and he's dismissed for 49. So a 3rd for Danny Briggs. There is some encouragement there for the spinners, and that's something that Hampshire will take forward. But a first innings deficit in the end of 90.
That could be important in this game, and how Warwick should go about this now. They've got 2 options, haven't they? They can try and score quickly, gives something for Hampshire to chase, to give them a chance to bowl them out. But on this pitch, feels risky, because what is that score to chase? What is a good score to get to?
Yeah.
And B, time in the game.
And you kind of have to juggle a little bit with the fact that weather forecast isn't great, even though really you need to cancel that out of your mind right now, because the calculation is how far do you need to be in front. They're 95 in front today. They're going to have, I think it'll either be 15 or 16 overs that they're going to have to bat this evening. They're also going to be careful, because they don't want to be 3 or 4 down. So if Mohammed Abbas and Carl Abbott come out and hit their straps and get a bit more out of the wicket than we've seen from the seamers, then there is the potential that things get a little bit more difficult. So,
and we've seen a little bit more, haven't we, with the spinners, so I wouldn't be surprised if James Vince throws the ball to Liam Dawson early, because it's not quick spin, it's not a lot of spin, but if you look here in this innings, 7 of the wickets have fallen to spin. Briggs with 3 and Yates with 4. So with a slightly harder ball, to see if Dawson can get more out of the wicket. But yes, it's set up, we're poised in an interesting position, aren't we? A draw is still the most likely result. Warwickshire in that commanding position.
perhaps not too much of a surprise. I presume this is the heaviest of the rollers available here, but no real surprise that Warwickshire would want a heavy roller on it, because that ought to negate the spin probably for the final hour today, and make that more of an issue when it comes up tomorrow. But I'll be really pleased with the job of work they've done when you consider that at one point Hampshire were 229 for 1. They then lost the 9 wickets for 136 runs, which puts a really different complexion on this game.
Where in a few minutes' time, Warwickshire will begin their second innings, 90 runs in front of Hampshire. Hampshire bowled out for 365. Ben Brown, the last to go, for 49. We have 15 overs left in the day. I'm Kevin James. Next to me, Richard Wilford from BBC WM. Is there enough time left in this game, Richard, for Warwickshire to try and force a result, maybe even having a chance of a result?
It's a really difficult equation, isn't it? I think the first thing they've got to do is bat through these 15 overs without too many mishaps. I don't think they can go gung-ho. The fact they've just had the heavy roller on means that might negate any further spin. It'll be interesting to see Liam Dawson have a bit of a dart, but the spinners have changed the game, haven't they? Danny Briggs with those 2 wickets just after lunch to get rid of Gubbins and Fuller, and then Rob Yates digging in to get what is by some distance a career best, 4 for 37. So between them, the 2 spinners, 7 for 110. Dawson and Prest had 6 wickets between them, largely Liam Dawson's in the first innings, so 13 wickets to spinners in the first 20. And it's Mohamed Abbas who will start the bowling from the hotel end, bowling to Rob Yates, who defends down the wicket. First time in 3 matches that Warwickshire have had a second innings.
Right.
So that's something. But yeah, I mean, where would they need to be if they could get? Let's just take it at 3 and over for this evening. 135 in front. They're gonna have to score pretty quickly in the morning to set a target, aren't they? Because they're not going to want to set less than 300. You wouldn't have thought at this stage of the season.
True.
So it's odds against unless things naturally move in that direction. So Mohamed Abbas draws Yates forward and he defends into the offside.
Sorry, can I just shout something to Simon Hinks because he's still here? Sorry to interrupt. Alex Smith, who's over the other side, a reporter, has combed the cricket archive, and he says he makes it 7 times I got you out. 4 in the second 11, 2 in first class, and 1 this day. There we are, just to conclude that chat with Simon. Sorry to interrupt. Thank you. At least somebody's very thorough there. Thank you, Alex.
As Mohammed Abbas strides in once more to the left-handed Yates, who is playing and missing outside off stump, oohs and ahs from the slip cord. Simon did seem to have an almost masochistic desire to know how many times you'd got him out.
It's a bit of a worry, isn't it?
Yeah, he seemed to be taking joy in it.
Yeah, because he's got a very good first-class record. You think he would just brush me off. That it didn't really matter. But yeah, that's a bit of fun. We used to get on quite well though when we played against each other.
He was opening in an era when so many teams had West Indian quicks. Being an opening bat was not an easy life by any stretch of the imagination.
It wasn't. Different type of opener in those days, wasn't it?
So the ball is defended resolutely this time by Yates, pushing forward against Mohammed Abbas.
Different type in that you also needed to duck and weave very quickly.
Yeah.
And you used to be able to hook. You used to be able to have to hook very well. So yeah, it was just different skills, wasn't it? Really, I mean, listen, though, it's a different type of game now. I think the difference, and most obvious difference, is that we would have 2 or 3 serious bowlers, or a couple of serious bowlers to worry about, and the rest were nothing to worry about. Now everybody, certainly Division 1, you have to worry about.
Mohammed Abbas in, and that's gone through. Rob Yates. There's an appeal for a catch on an inside edge. The umpire says no. Martin Sackers, who's at this end, everybody was joining in the appeal quite vigorously, but I'm not entirely sure they thought he got it. I think they're appealing all the quality of a very good ball. I'll tell you who wasn't convinced there was an edge, and that was Mohammed Abbas, who was late to the party there. He probably had the best view of the lot of them. It's a beautiful delivery, though.
It was one of those that just seems to kiss the surface bowling from this end and just climb a bit more and go with a little bit more pace, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, the pace and carry is something that doesn't seem to have lasted with the new balls in this match so far. As this one is onto the pads of Yates, he clips it towards mid-wicket, and that's a good diving stop by Ali Orr. And the end of the opening over, and it was a testing over as well as Mohammed Abbas has bowled in the game. I know he took a couple of wickets in the first innings, but that was the best over he's had with the new ball.
Yes.
And maybe we found one out of the new box of dukes that is going to do a little bit.
So 14 overs left in the day's play. The Warwickshire run rate in the first innings, I know they got off to a bit of a flyer, but it was just under 3.5. Even if it's 3s, we are looking at a lead for around, what, 150?
It'll be 135 tonight if they go at 3s.
Yeah.
So,
which is all right, isn't it? It gives you something to think, something to ponder overnight. Here's Kyle Abbott from the pavilion end, outside the off stump to Alex Davies. Allows it to go through the keeper. We saw more of Abbott from this end, but I think that was more of the way that he started on day one, wasn't it? It was a bit over pitched. He does tend to favour the pavilion end on the whole. So get that little blip on the first morning out of his head and just do what he does best.
Well, he's got the experience to do that, hasn't he? Just concentrate on what's in front of him now.
Yeah, here comes into Alex Davies. Davies on the back foot, almost plays on. Ball bounces over the top of the stumps, maybe. Certainly close. Bit of puff of dust there, I detected when the ball hit the deck. Ben Brown sweeps up from behind Davies.
This is why Simon Hinks doesn't do his pitch report until day 4, because it may be that it does deteriorate a little bit. I know that would be unusual for here, but we've seen the spinners into play significantly.
Yeah, it's nice to see the ball off the straight from time to time. Davis pushes forward, and that goes up towards mid-off. Michael Lithgow has emailed soundcricket@gmail.com. He says, you mentioned earlier today that Hampshire may be liable for a point reduction this season. Apologies if I missed an explanation. What is this for? How many points are at risk? It's a suspension. A point suspension carried over from last season for the game here against Essex, which was deemed a poor pitch by the panel, whoever it is that adjudicates. I suppose it comes from the match referee. I don't know if Simon Hicks was match referee for that game. I might have to look that up. In fact, I might ask him. He's still here. Oh, he's just turned around there a little bit, Alex Davis, and that ball is not worked, but off the thick outside edge down to third, and that'll be a single. Davis off the mark. Yeah, the pitch was deemed poor. Hampshire were given, I think, a small fine. I think I'd have to look it up, but that's immaterial. It is the fact that I think it's a 12-point pitch deduction suspended for a year, and that's not unusual, is it? I think a lot of counties over the years, I say a lot of counties, when these penalties have been imposed, they tend to be suspended, don't they?
Yeah, that tend to be initially.
Yeah. So in other words, if there's another poor pitch and it's found to be poor, if it's within a year, then Hampshire really will be in trouble. Drive by Yates out into the covers, fielded by Nick Gubbins, who made a fine 119 between yesterday and today. Shared a 213-run partnership with Fletcher Middleton for the second wicket. So that's what that's for. I'm saying that off the top of my head without looking it up. I probably should to give you an exact, but I think we're 95% there.
And there is a reluctance to penalise clubs.
There is, isn't there? I think in a way, and I'm only thinking of this now, as Yates pushes out on the mid-on, that actually a suspension for a year is probably not a bad penalty, because what you then get is a season where the county produces a slightly better wicket. So maybe that's better in a way. I don't know. I'm just going to quickly ask him. He's talking to Emily Windsor. He's not stopped chatting.
He's about to go, and he can see.
So can I quickly ask you? Were you the match referee for the Essex game here last year? You weren't. There was a suspended points deduction. No, it wasn't you. No.
What a leading question that was.
I know.
Dear, oh dear.
I should have said that first. So.
You invite this lovely gentleman up here to talk to us. Unbelievable.
I really nearly done you like a kipper there, didn't I?
Kevin's going to find his.
It wasn't then. It wasn't then.
You got your own suspended points deduction there for that.
He'll never talk to me again.
He'd already made his mind up on that. 3 slips in place for Mohammed Abbas, who this time will be bowling to Alex Davis. He's been very precise about where he wants his long leg, who's almost up the steps in the pavilion. As this first ball is driven beautifully wide of mid-on. The chase is on towards the boundary, and it will be given up. First boundary of this second innings. Warwickshire 5 without loss. A lead of 95. It is a tricky spell, actually, for the batsman, this, in that these sort of 15 over periods are neither one thing or the other. If the bowling team gets on top, they can cause some damage in this sort of moment of a game.
Yes, definitely. You're right. It's very easy for the game just to get away from you in a short space of time.
Davis waits again and just fends this down. No ball has been called by the umpire. Mohammed Abbas overstepping, so 7 without loss. The red light's been flashed at him now from the scorer's position, which is right at the near extremity of the Shane Warne stand. They really are kind of in the middle of nowhere there, aren't they? Is that box with the wider window, is that a sort of TV presentation studio next to them?
I think it sort of doubles up as a security bit and head bit. If I'm honest, I'm not quite sure.
Okay. Pretend I didn't ask, as Mohammed Abbas comes in to Davis, who's driving and missing outside off stump, and there's a bit of dust coming up as he puts his bat through there. It looks like it could be security, actually. Sort of thing you see in football grounds, in modern football grounds.
The match referee for that Essex game last year was Wayne Noon.
Oh, okay. Former Nottinghamshire and Northamptonshire wicket-keeper.
Mm-hmm.
Seem to be a few wicket keepers take up those sort of positions. Mohamed Abbas approaches once more. That's left by Alex Davis. It looks like at least 3 of the 5 matches in Division 1 will produce positive results. Essex with that very comfortable win over Lancashire. Quite a worrying innings defeat for Lancashire there. They've struggled at Chelmsford. Mind you, most counties have had a game like that at Chelmsford a few times in recent years. Surrey are really in the box seat against Kent, who are 61 for 3 in their second innings, still 238 runs behind. Surrey with a lead of 299 on first innings, and Durham are close to defeating Worcestershire at Kidderminster. So Mohamed Abbas is in again. Forward comes Alex Davis, needing 458 to win the game. Worcestershire are 260 for 8, so that's close. The comeback of all comebacks is Nottinghamshire, who were 261 behind on first innings against Somerset. In their second innings they're 390 for 2. Joe Clark 200 not out, Will Young 137 not out. Another monumental partnership in a season of monumental partnerships. They've so far added 342 for the third wicket. So they were bowled out for 190 odd in the first innings. Mohamed Abbas in to Davis, who leaves again outside off stump, through to the wicket keeper.
Another double 100.
Yep. That's where you play 4-day cricket. I mean, that is a proper 4-day cricket match, isn't it?
It is. Yep. Good on.
He's making a lot of runs early in the season, Joe Clark, and it's going to be interesting to see whether England's position towards him, you know, whatever their position is, but it seems to be that they've not really considered him over the years, whether it changes. This next delivery from Mohamed Abbas is Davis drawn forward, end of the over, 3 gone, 12 to go this evening. Warwickshire 7 without loss, lead by 97.
I'll come back to that. Just to, I've looked up the article now actually, so I can give a definitive answer. Hampshire were actually deducted 3 points at the time. They were then given a 20-point deduction, suspended until the end of this summer, and they were fined £5,000. There we are. That just.
Yeah, I think last time Warwickshire got into trouble was not long after the new drainage had been put in and the new pavilion was still being built, and there were a couple of wickets that were very, very tricky in fairly quick succession.
Here's Abbott round the wicket to Yates, who's forward. It's gone out into the covers.
And there wasn't with any intention of favouring the home team, but it was a really dangerous surface against Worcestershire. I think Warwickshire did win that match, but then they lost heavily to Lancashire on one that, I mean, to say it turned, crikey.
Yeah, I'm just looking up Joe Clark's figures for this season. 104 and 19 against Essex, 105 against Worcestershire. It's flicked away, fine by Yates. That'll be 4 runs. 2 straight there from Kyle Abbott. Nicely played by Rob Yates. That gets him off the mark. 11 without loss. And how many against? He's got a double 100.
He's 200 not out at the moment.
That's a great start.
So, you know, you're talking about a guy who's closing in on 500 first-class runs already this season. I mean, Alex Davis is approaching 450, but you know, Clark is a multi-threat, isn't he, as a cricketer? He's a good franchise player. He's keeping wicket at the moment for Notts as well. Tom Moores isn't playing in the side.
Oh yes, somebody messaged me.
So it's interesting.
Abbott round the wicket again to Yates. That's a much tighter line and forces Yates into a fairly awkward forward defensive. As the sun looks to peer out behind some cloud.
Could be argued that currently on the circuit he might be the most talented player not to have won an England cap. Yeah. Be certainly in the conversation for that.
Mind you, wasn't he involved in that misdemeanour?
Well, this is the point. Yeah. This is the point, and it becomes very difficult, isn't it? Because you're judging them for something other than their cricket.
Yeah. Abbott again to Yates, leaves that one alone. Tight line, but a good leave. Yeah.
And there comes a point when a few years have passed, and you kind of have to judge the person for who he is now.
Which may be happening.
Yeah, it might do. That's the thing. That's really the point I'm making. And if he's, you know, rededicated himself cricket-wise and doing what he's doing, then why not? We'll see. He's the sort of player that would fit in with what's going on in terms of the way that England approach their Test match cricket.
That was just looking at his studs at the top of his mark. He's happy now. Comes in around the wicket once more to Yates, outside the off stump. Yates lets that one go by. Kyle Abbott in this game so far in the first innings. Figures of 23 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 83. He's at 1 wicket. It's that of Rob Yates. Just after lunch on the first day, just got Yates to nibble at one outside the off stump, bowling from this commentary end actually. Caught behind for 69. Here he is bowling to the same batter. Yates is forward again, a puff of dust there as the ball bounced on the track. Goes out on the offside, harmlessly enough. Davies has 5, he'll face the next delivery at the next over. Yates has 4. Warwickshire 11 without loss. They have a lead of 101 after a lead of 90 after the first innings, and there are 11 overs left in the day.
Division 2, again after a couple of barren weeks really in terms of results, it looks like all 4 games may produce a positive result depending a bit on the weather. But already Middlesex have beaten Yorkshire at Lords by 6 wickets. Derbyshire 155 for 6 in the second innings, still 252 runs short of making Leicestershire bat again. Scott Curry's in the wickets in that game.
Good, on loan from Hampshire.
Yeah, so he's taken I think 5 in the match so far. First ball new over from Mohammed Abbas. Davis is forward, steers it towards point, and there's no run. So he's getting good value out of that loan, which is always healthy. Glamorgan 79 for 3, still trailing Northants by 255. And they got Kane for more than 600. Brad Wheel 1 for 87, by the way. A double 100 and 200s in that Northants innings. Naya the Indian 202 not out, Vasconcelos 182, and Zaib 100. So more runs around. Davis shoulders arms. Gloucestershire got 417 in the first innings against Sussex, but at 62 for 5 in their second innings, they've only got the scores level. So 5 wickets left and 5 wickets down. It's always interesting to see which teams are going to be competing to get back into Division 1 next year and which ones have particularly an attack to compete.
Who do you think's likely at this stage? I know it's early season. Who would you have your money on?
Well, it'd be great if Leicestershire could sustain some success with the number of players they've lost over the years. Going forward is Davis. I'm not convinced. I mean, Middlesex are going to give it a go, aren't they? They've rejigged Loyster Ploys there. I think they're decent. Derbyshire have invested a bit, but whether they can turn that into results, they're getting hammered this week. Glamorgan have tried to reset, but they're having to try and borrow players to put a team out. I wonder whether Paul Farbrace will get a tune out of Sussex this year. Especially if they see quite a bit of Ollie Robinson. Got Jaden Seals in as a pace bowler. Mohammed Abbas approaches once more. Davis advances down the wicket. He's wrapped on the pad, not playing a shot, but he's come so far down. That's a very difficult one for the umpire to judge. The ball ended up in the hands of Vince in the slips. But he's advanced down the wicket, then not played a shot. We're not quite going to see a replay that's straight on here, Kevin, are we?
No, not straight on.
And it's quite high up, isn't it?
One.
Yeah. I think when you've advanced that far, you're probably okay with the leave, but Mohammed Abbas, of course, adjusted the length of the delivery very well, having seen Davis creeping forward. Nothing off this over so far, 4 balls in. And now Davis with a straight bat, hoping to guide it down towards third man, finds point instead. How many overs do you reckon Dawson will get before close tonight?
Before close. It's got to be worth a try after Briggs and Yates had some success today, haven't it? Got to be worth a try. Got 5 wickets in the first innings. I think Got to give him 2 overs.
Could be. Although Rob Yates now, that's 290 runs and 11 wickets in the Championship this season, and 7 catches. So he's having a good one. Davis slashes this one into the offside. He didn't time it. There's a misfield then by a tumbling oar, but it won't cost them an extra run. There was always going to be a single. So Davis goes to 6, Warwickshire 12 without loss after 5 overs. There are 10 to go. They lead by 102.
Thank you to Steve Jenkins, solentcricket@gmail.com, who also looked up the match referee for the Essex game last year and said it was Wayne Noon, so thank you, Steve. I was just looking up in that game actually between Glamorgan and Northamptonshire, because a couple of Hampshire players are on loan there at Glamorgan. Mason Crane 2 for 140 from 30 overs, and Brad Wheel, the seamer who's down there for just one game, 1 for 87 from 23.4 in that Northamptonshire, total of 605 for 6 declared.
Although Mason also made 61 with the bat yesterday.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. That's pleasing. Length ball from Abbott. Sees Davis just pushing that out onto the offside. I clearly missed that one.
When he's seen it clearly, he's actually a good striker of the ball, isn't he, Mason?
Yeah, he's done a lot of work on his batting actually, especially the shorter length ball, which was always a ball that troubled him a little bit. And being lower down the order, you're going to get that.
Yeah.
But bowlers don't want you hanging around. And he's done a lot of work on that, and it was noticeable last year, and certainly last year, a little bit the year before. How he looked a lot more solid against it. That's pushed up to mid-on by Alex Davis. Always in favour of players working on their game and coming back and improving, whether it's bat, bowl, whatever. Yeah,
well, I mean, that's the thing with Rob Yates. I don't think anybody would have expected him to have bowled as many overs as he has in the first 3 weeks of the season. But he spent his winter working really hard on his bowling. So 8 first-class wickets prior to this season, 11 already in the Championship this season.
There you are.
And he bowled well today.
I said earlier, didn't I, his control of line to the field he had as Abbott comes in, and another good length ball to Davis, who's forward. His control of line where the leg slip was in play, and the short leg, of course, because every now and then he'd fire one in a little bit quicker, so it bounced maybe, and the odd one did bounce a bit more. A lot of them were just dead, and they sort of hit the deck, and the batters were able to just turn the face with the spin and just keep it on the floor, no problem. But then every now and then one just kicked a little bit, didn't it?
Yeah.
And the line that he bowled then was causing problems for the batter to try and keep that ball down as they turned it around the corner, hence why Alex Davis was, I think, a catch or two there, that leg slip. Certainly one I can think of. Oh, a bit of puff of dust again to Davis, who finds the ball hitting high on the bat. It certainly did for Ian Holland.
Yeah, so what I liked about you think about it, the 4 wickets he took, 2 were taken by Davis at leg slip, 1 by Bethel bat pad at short leg, and the other was it Abbott trying to advance down the wicket and holding out at short mid wicket.
Yes.
So they're 4 proper dismissals. That's bowling to a plan.
Definitely. Right field. And the line, because he had a predominantly leg side field, didn't he? So you can't bowl too much off, middle and off. And he didn't. It was very straight, very good. That's a nice push shot through mid wicket by Alex Davis. There was a fielder out there deep. They'll still take 2 though. Davis moves on to 10.
Yeah, Yates ran the first one really hard there.
Yeah,
that was a slight shot too. We will get Emily in at some point, but she's learning from Simon Hinks at the moment. That's what's going on over there.
God, they haven't stopped talking, those two, since Simon Hinks came off.
Some of the things when you work with Emily and Charlotte and Anthony, of course, as well on Friday, they like to plug into knowledge, don't they?
It's good.
All of them like to plug into knowledge.
Nice to hear as well. Here's Abbott from that pavilion end. Again, there's a bit of dust there as Davis pushes it out on the offside. Good over from Carl Abbott, just the 2 runs. He has 3 overs done for 7. Certainly started the second innings much more compact than he did in the first innings. And Warwickshire are 14 without loss.
See if I do one more over while she's chatting, then she can finish off the last 8 with you or something like that. We'll see how we go.
Well, we'll see. She's got a long journey.
Oh, that's a fair point as well.
Yeah. We'll see where we go.
Oh, she's heading back towards the action there.
Cheers, Hinksy. Good to see you. You're still here.
Oh, she needs to do something else first. So, she'll be back shortly, so I'll do this over. Mohammed Abbas is coming in the bowl to Rob Yates, and he drives him, and it's tipped in his follow-through by Mohammed Abbas, and it will come for Kyle Abbott, who tries to flick it up with the outside of his right boot, and rather than it popping up into his hand, it just goes away from his right boot, and he's quite keen to gather it in the end. So given that, I have to ask the question, given that Emily was not happy with the suggestion at all, have you ever done the red wine with Coke thing?
Never. I didn't know there was such a drink.
I suppose really in a way it's almost like the basis of a sangria, but no, it's not quite, is it? But anyway, Mohammed Abbas full on off stump, pushing forward is Rob Yates out into the offside. Next time you've got a little bit of red wine, it's been hanging around a day or two, and you don't want to waste it. Just half and half with Coke, and see whether you think that's it. Obviously it's a colder drink then.
Yeah. Oh, well.
See what you think.
Oh, well, I mean, if you say it's a good drink, then there's no reason not to try it.
It's one of the world's most simple cocktails, if you think about it. But yeah.
What is it the basis for, did you say?
They call it, in the Basque Country, they call it a calimocho. But if you think about it, I mean, red wine's the basis for sangria with a fizzy drink on top, isn't it? You wouldn't normally use Coke. It's pushing forward up towards mid-on is Rob Yates. It was sort of thing that you'd use in a family that didn't have a lot of money. It would make your red wine last a bit longer if you mixed it with something.
Okay.
So there's a lot of good things come from that. But you might try it and think it's awful. I don't know. Emily just didn't look like she was interested in even trying the experience, which, she's probably a good judge.
Strictly an orange juice girl.
And donuts. And calisthenics. Yates is beaten past the outside edge there. Lovely line from Mohammed Abbas. Just looks a little bit more his normal self in this spell. Mohammed Abbas.
Yeah, he's just getting that odd ball to kick from short of a length. And he looks in good rhythm, doesn't he, out there?
I'm enjoying the fact he's going all the way back to his end of his run-up backwards. People who are watching the video are totally confused by that. He finally turns around and faces this way and gets back to his mark. But it's like a sort of soft shoe shuffle he was doing to get back. This is full and it's driven by Yates. Mid-on is very straight and probably should have done a bit better with that. Kyle Abbott, he's only deflected it, but it has taken some of the sting off the ball. And it is stopped just in front of the rope. They probably should have run three. There's a lot of fairly indifferent cricket happened during the course of that delivery. And that was a stiff piece of fielding from Abbott. It wasn't the most comfortable one from James Fuller. And it was a fairly ordinary piece of running. But they get 2. It's 16 without loss. It's late on a Sunday evening. 8 overs after this. Emily is poised. You're limbering up. You're ready. Yeah. Seagull has a little fly past. As Abbas is in, that's too far outside off stump. Left alone by Yates. End of the over. Warwickshire 16 without loss, lead by 106.
Yeah, someone extended that lead from 90 on the first innings when Hampshire were bowled out earlier for 365, having resumed this morning on 140 for 1. 2 centurions for Hampshire, 119 for Nick Gubbins. But the story of the day, as far as Hampshire are concerned, is opener Fletcher Middleton in just his second season as Hampshire's opener. Finally got to 3 figures. He made 116. 5 half centuries for him last season in his first season. Couldn't quite break the 3-figure mark, but he's done so in this game. It got a really nice, it was a lovely moment, wasn't it? The crowd, such as it was, stood up, and quite a long applause actually. It went on for a little while, didn't it, Emily?
Yeah, one would say for a Hampshire fan, Hampshire supporter, moment of the day.
Yeah.
Liam Dawson coming in early here for Hampshire. I thought we might see that. The 7 wickets in the Hampshire innings being from spinners.
Yeah, I thought he might get a couple, so it looks like he's going to get 4 perhaps, double that. So should we just clear up today as far as the Women's County Championship 50 over competition, because we know that Hampshire lost to Surrey.
Melissa Story was bowling.
Oh, she did play?
Yeah.
All right.
But she didn't bat. I don't understand that rule.
Right, that was for Gloucestershire, obviously. So we'll look that up, because obviously Melissa very much part of our commentary team here, as Home supporters will know.
Warwickshire haven't had a good day.
Right, we'll come to that in a moment as we just wait for Liam Dawson to bowl his first delivery to Alex Davis from that pavilion end. Davis drives back to the bowler.
Worcestershire batted first, 322 all out, very impressive, of 46 overs. In reply, Warwickshire 87 all out.
Right, so defeat for Hampshire, defeat for Warwickshire, and in this region we look for Dorset as well, as Dawson bowls. Davis has just followed a little as he tried to find some room out on the offside.
I cannot find the Dorset scorecard,
Dorset Devon.
unfortunately.
I think I could earlier actually. I might try and find that one for you at the end of this over. So Gloucestershire, we'll have a look at that one. I forget who they were playing. Always turned past the outside edge there of Alex Davis, pushing forward.
Gloucestershire won by 70 runs. Our very own Mel Story, Gun Seamer, swings it both ways, nips it back for slower ball, you name it.
Right. Davis plays that late behind square on the offside.
6 overs for 27 runs, no wickets, but very economical.
Yeah. Did they win, Gloucestershire?
Yep, 70 runs.
Beat
Wales.
Right. And we'll just look for Dorset. Oh, we can't find Dorset. I was going to look at it in the over. I did find a link to that actually. Oh, again, that's followed Davis a little bit. Everybody getting a bit excited. So Dawson's mixing it up here. He's getting one or two to sort of just turn off the straight, and then a couple that are coming in with the arm. Good start here from Liam Dawson. 5 wickets in the first innings. The sun's come out stronger again. A quick single there on the onside as Dawson runs around to field off his own bowling. End of the over. Warwickshire are 17 without loss, lead by 107.
Found it. Devon won by 7 wickets.
Ooh.
Dorset 99 all out. And Devon 100 for 3.
There we go. So the Vipers lost yesterday. Hampshire
Lauren
lost today.
Dean played for Dorset. So that's
Lauren Dean.
Charlie Dean's sister,
Oh,
older
right.
sister.
Okay. Hey, I didn't know she had a sister. I know you're good friends, you two. I didn't realise if she had a sister that she also plays cricket as well.
She's a seamer.
Right. Faced her?
Yep, many of times. We played together at Havant
Okay. Did she get any wickets?
today.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just curious.
So that's in defence by Davies. Will be no run. She got no wickets, well, 6 overs for 19. Open the bowling for Dorset.
So that's the first round of 50 over county championship matches. There are 4 rounds in total, aren't there? Even though there are more teams than that in the group. I think it's just I think you were saying, was it? It's just a precursor to next year's county championship.
Well, we've sort of kept the county championship going on. Last year there was literally one block of it right this time last year, like 4 games prior to the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy starting. And Mo Bass from the hotel end hit him on the pad. They're appealing. The whole of Hampshire are up, screaming, and not out of the call.
2 noises, do you think? Maybe.
Vince hands on hips. Let's watch this replay. A big shout from a convinced Hampshire. Hard to tell from that camera replay angle.
It is.
Slightly off to the side. Mo Bass doing the question. What's that missing? Tell you what, having spoke to Rob, am I making that up? Rob? The match of manager?
Simon Hinks.
Simon, sorry. I don't know who Rob is. I didn't realise how much the umpires are under pressure to get their decisions right and how much it's watched. A Bass in bowls, and that's pushed into the offside. Up to James Fuller. Quick single from Davies. He's good at running between the wickets. He moves to 10. 18 without loss, Warwickshire in this second innings. Yeah, it seems high-pressured, Kev.
Well, they've got these cameras now, haven't they, on their chests, which is there. I didn't realise, actually, talking to them last night, the camera has a pre-graphic on it, which is aligned stump to stump. So that helps with monitoring decisions when this stuff's downloaded. Yeah.
It's clever. It keeps falling off my head, the mic.
Oh,
Don't know why. A bass in bowls, and that's played to backward a point, will be no run.
Let's just have a look. Is it broken? No. Just having a look. I'll have to have a closer look at that afterwards. Is it a bit? Does it feel loose? Do you want to try these ones? Hang on, let's have a quick
It's fine.
change.
It's fine. I can.
You sure?
Yep. All good. Just trying to look at the Sussex women. They were playing Essex. They won.
Any Vipers in that one?
Let's kind of have a look at that. I think some of our academy players will be playing in that for Sussex. There's Moa Bass in again, bowls. That's left alone outside the off stump. That's bounced twice before it got to Ben Brown. He did a roly-poly and then stood up on one leg like a flamingo. That was impressive. Bit of acrobat.
Taking that well, isn't he? Cleanly.
Yep, some Vipers academy players have played. Daisy Gibb, a young promising seamer. She's got 2 wickets. Millie Taylor, sister of Mary Taylor, twin sister. 10 overs for 19, 2 wickets. And Sussex won.
Against?
Essex. Bass then at the top of his mark into Yates bowls, and that's in defence. Back down the pitch will be no run. Sun is shining this evening. It's actually warm. I feel like it's the warmest it's been all day.
Yeah, the sun's shining in here, so we're certainly getting the full blast of that, and as are the spectators just below us to our left and right. We'll be getting the benefit of the late evening sun.
So Warwickshire lead by 108. We've got a day and 6 overs remaining. Where's this going?
I don't know. I think a lot depends on, obviously, tonight. Maybe an hour or so tomorrow. I don't know. I think Warwickshire have to try, don't they? Here's Dawson round the wicket. Worked on the onside by Davies, and he jogs through for a single. Moves on to 11. 19 without loss. Do you think? I mean, if Warwickshire don't get themselves into too much problems by sort of midday, 12:15 tomorrow, do you think they've got to try something? Well, they'll obviously make it very, very difficult for Hampshire. There's no doubt about that. But maybe that might play into Hampshire's hands, not having to bat for too long. But even so,
Me and Richard were talking though. What is a good score? Like, what is that number?
Dawson bowls, and that's off an inside edge to backward a square leg.
It's quite hard to judge on this pitch, I feel.
Well, it is. I'm not sure it will come down to an actual target in traditional sense. I think it will just be, let's give you a tricky session and a fraction or something. I don't know. Maybe it's too early to say on that yet. I don't think the target will come into it. Do you? It'll just be, let's see. Let's just see. That's pushed out wide of mid-off by Yates for a single, moves on to 8. Do you think?
There's a fence there, Kevin. You can sit on it if you want.
Well, no, I just don't see Warwickshire, even if they bat well, saying, look, here's 240 in whatever number of overs in a traditional sense. I could be wrong. That's wafted away on the onside by Davies, and that is 4 runs down towards deep square leg. I don't know, the more I think about it, actually, I think, listen, let's put it this way, it won't be an easy target, whatever it is. And I think it'll be more Warwickshire view in thinking, we probably haven't got enough time to bowl you out, but you know what, we'll make it tricky for you and just see what happens with 3 hours, or something like that, 3.5 hours maybe. He's gone for the swipe again on the leg side. That's a better shot, that's going for 6, surely. And Rob Bailey does signal so. That's a very good shot, good pick up there across the line.
Yeah, aggression from Davies, and that's how he plays, isn't it? Taking it on, not letting Dawson just bowl, and I suppose when you play shots like that, exactly what it's done. It's Middleton was under the lid, it moves, it makes James Vince move and spread the field a little bit more, so it gets rid of that danger. I think I heard Ben Duckett talking about that actually when England were in India about how him early in his innings utilising sweeps to get rid of that immediate danger around him, because those fielders have to spread as a way of defence as well, if you like. But great shot, good batting, good intent.
That was out in the middle, wasn't it? I think the ball went down the bum, so the players, I think that might be Fuller, had to go after it up the steps and across the bum. And Alex Davies just had to be a little bit careful, because he was actually out playing across the line to Liam Dawson in the first innings, even though he hit a big 100. What's called it slip, playing across it. That's the one that comes in with the arm. Davies plays it back to Dawson. That's a good over from a Warwickshire point of view. Dawson 2 overs, none for 13. Warwickshire 30 without loss in their second innings. 5 overs to do, and 120 is the lead.
I do think, Kev, back to the result, it's a pitch that it seemed, I mean, we've gone throughout the day, we have seen spinners pick up wickets, but it's still not doing loads.
No.
And that if batters want to shut up shop, it seems easy. It just seems when they're trying to score runs, that it brings the wickets into the equation. So if Warwickshire want a result, they might have to present something to Hampshire that is going to be a very hard chase. Obviously, they're not going to hand it over, but almost dangle the carrot a little bit. As a Bass in bowls, and that's played into the onside, will be no run. 30 maybe without loss.
Maybe a couple of overs, a couple of hours of Alex Davies and one or two others that might try and play like that if they don't lose wickets early on tomorrow. It might actually put a lot of pressure on. So Hampshire need to try and keep things under wraps for a little while.
Mo Bass at the top of his mark. See the white disc in the sun. That sets him off to gallop as he bowls, and that's in defence again. Back down the pitch. No run. Some pigeons are on the far pitch to the right, and no doubt that will have some grass seed on it.
Yes.
Or not anymore.
I'm not sure this ground's known for pigeons on the square, is it? Some grounds are, this one isn't.
But they seem very interested in that specific strip.
They do, don't they?
That's used. It's been practice wickets. Oh, there's 6 of them now. There's Mo Bass from the hotel into the left-handed Yates. Defends again. Will be no run. Something Mo Bass does so well. He's just hit that spot time after time.
He has, isn't he? That's the odd one, just kicking up off a length. I mean, the Oval's obviously quite well known for that, isn't it? But I'm trying to think of one or two other grounds that are known for having birds on the square. Isn't it funny? One or two grounds don't seem to have anything. It's quite weird.
We're not very coastal here, are we? Like, I mean, we are relative to some other grounds, but not right on the sea.
I think another pigeon's just joined. In fact, there's another one.
There's got to be grass seed down there, Kev. Bass, 2 slips away, and that's pushed up to mid-off. Will be no run.
How many are there now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8.
If you're a pigeon, it's the place to be.
Obviously, evening meal. Either there or Beefies.
I know where I'd rather be.
Well, you're human compared to a bird. It's a bit different.
Oh, I was thinking down there.
Oh, was you? Really?
The crowd just slowly starting to leave as 4.2 overs remain today as a Bass comes over the wicket to Yates. Bowls, that's cut to backward a point, will be no run. Nick Gubbins in there takes it cleanly. 30 without loss.
Accurate stuff from the Bass.
You got the sun in your face there.
Yeah, no, I need to just move over that way a bit, actually. There we are. And it's very strong now up here, isn't it? They're joined by a few more pigeons now. Their numbers are slowly going up, aren't they?
Not noticed it like that before.
I've never noticed it before.
The Bass, 38 on his back, scurries in, bowls, and in defence again. That's a maiden over from Mo Bass, 30 without loss, and they lead by 120 exactly.
Yeah, it's been a good day for Warwickshire again. Good afternoon session, wasn't it?
very good afternoon session. As the game goes, the most productive in terms of wickets.
6 wickets for the addition of 103, which has turned this game a little more in their favour. I guess it's up to them now how they play it. The Pigeons have gone. That's because James Fuller has sort of gone into a position right in the middle of where they were, and they've dispersed. Here's Dawson bowls. Forward is Davies quietly. Out on the offside.
Aliora, deep mid-wicket, slowly gone slightly straighter. Almost like where that 6 went straight over his head.
I wonder if he'll play it again. Davies just works that up to mid-on this time. Do you think he'll try it again? He's had some success with it. Hit, what, 10 in 2 shots?
Dawson on purpose, I feel, has left that open. Gone, go on.
Yeah.
Hit me across.
Yeah. Yep. Here he is again. And bowls. And oh, he's beaten the outside edge. Oh, that's a good delivery. Prodding forward there, Davies, the ball. Pitching and straightening. Terrific delivery. Still a chance of a wicket tonight. With balls like that. It's gone with the arm. Good leave. You can tell, can't you, as that ball comes out of the hand, you can tell the trajectory. You think, yeah, that's why it's coming in with the arm. That's not turning. Even from this distance.
That made me more nervous about the leave.
Yes. Good leave in the end. Dawson bowls. It's come back a bit with the arm as well, but Davies is in behind that one. Dawson really has sort of mastered his art, hasn't he, over the last year or two?
Yeah, his record for Hampshire is growing and growing, isn't it? Special player.
Hampshire's top wicket taker this season already, which won't have happened too often in the years that he's been playing early season. And he's gone for it over mid-wicket. And he's got 4 runs for it as well. Well, he's, to be fair to Alex Davies, the opportunity when it's there, he's taking it. So I think we can safely say that the Warwickshire captain is trying to be as positive as he can. They move on to 34 without loss in their second innings, and the lead is 124.
We're going to see a change of bowling. It looks like Kyle Abbott may be coming on from the hotel end. Mo Abbas took his jumper off, then had to put it back on. And it is Kyle Abbott. We'll see. James Vince, I guess, in this evening's session, trying things. Ben Brown having a conversation with him and Dawson in the slips. It's an experienced cordon. Had an update from Melissa Story. She obviously got a broken finger and still played, didn't she? She said, fielded one-handed and got to bowl, but not bat. Broken finger survived. I'm glad for the finger. There's Abbott in bowls. That's down the leg side, turned away to a deep square. Will be a single.
Well, when she was here last week on commentary, she did say that she was determined to play because it actually wasn't her bowling hand. It was actually her left hand, so she could actually hold the ball properly and bowl. So she was determined to play.
You just wouldn't want one hit back in that, would you? Could you
No.
imagine you'd be getting firmly out the way?
Yeah, on your follow through and it's hit to your left side, you've just got to wave it through.
Abbott will be bowling to the right-handed Davies, who's played more aggressive out of the 2 opening Warwickshire pair. And that's full, that's driven through the covers. Bit of whip from Abbott. And Davies throws his hands and he picks up another boundary. He'll move to 29 and 39 without loss. Lead now of 129.
He's played some glorious shots in this game, Alex Davies. He's quite hard to bowl to, actually, isn't he? He's short in stature. Go on.
Melissa Story is listening to us. But she said she took a specky at fine leg one-handed too. Okay, we're going to need some images. I need a demonstration of what that looks like as Abbott bowls, and this time straighter and in defence by Davies.
Took a specky.
Yeah, spectacular catch.
In that game? What, one-handed?
That's what she said.
Wow.
She's going to have to talk us through it. when next time she's on commentary.
Yeah. On the boundary.
But fine leg. No, I imagine she. Oh, I don't know, mate. Surely they wouldn't put her on the boundary with one
With
hand.
a broken finger. Taking a catch on the boundary.
With one hand. I'm guessing her good hand. Abbott in bowls. That's driven up to mid-on. James Fuller does the fielding there. Will be no run.
Yeah, it's been good weather though, isn't it, for the first round of those county championship women's matches? I think they all got completed, don't they? I know we haven't looked at all of them, but it would suggest that they've all got completed.
.39 without loss. And I guess these club grounds, or ground that they've been played at, done well to get it dry enough and prepare a pitch. Got the covers, the facilities here. There's Abbott in bowls. That's cut away. That'll be 4 more. Davies on a bit of a charge here for Warwickshire. He now moves to 33 of 46 balls. 43 without loss. Lead of 133.
It's a top shot getting on the top of the bounce there, because that bounced a little more than some of the others. It's kind of a slap, but a slap square. Quick hands.
Not afraid to take it on, is he? And I guess when the ball's hard as well, you get more reward on a pitch like this, because when it gets soft it does look harder to score. Abbott in again, bowls this time, pushed into the offside. No, the call, that's the end of the over. He wanted the strike again. 2 overs remain today then, 43 without loss, lead of 133. And I'll be leaving you in the capable hands of Kevin James.
Thank you very much, Emily. Sterling effort from you today. A full weekend for you. Vipers at Beckenham yesterday, all day on commentary today. Working tomorrow? Vipers practice tomorrow? Training here with the Vipers. And then they are back in action on Wednesday against the Central Sparks at work. 10:30 those games start, I believe. Here's Dawson, he's over the wickets to Yates. Oh, it bounces up in the air, and is he caught it short leg? Oh, the appeal perhaps not convincing enough, and I think the umpire even so wasn't going to give it out. Just seemed a balloon of something of Yates anyway, and who's that in there? Fletcher Middleton in there close, diving in there, but not out, says umpire Rob Bailey. Welcome back, Richard Wilford.
Yeah, the closing minutes of the day. Alex Davis has had the bit between his teeth, hasn't he?
Yes, playing very well. Some lovely shots in the evening sunshine. Dawson over the wicket again. Forward is Yates. Plays that back to the bowler. It's a good lead, 133. What will Warwickshire do with it come tomorrow?
That's the difficulty, isn't it? They have to bat for a full session tomorrow morning, you would have thought.
Yeah.
And can they score quickly enough? I think that's debatable. If Hampshire bowl well, I think Dawson will be very difficult to score. I know they've taken a few here, but it's a new ball at the moment.
Turns it away on the leg side, Yates.
And they had a heavy roller out between innings, so I think, you know, can they get 260, 270 in front? At what point will they feel they've got enough?
Yeah. Tricky 2 sessions staring Hampshire tomorrow, as that's turned away on the onside. Whether they get the full 2 sessions, I think would obviously determine how quickly Warwickshire score tomorrow and how quickly they lose wickets, if indeed they lose too many. But of course, if they don't lose too many, then they can up the scoring rate and really put the pressure on. I would say maybe early tomorrow afternoon when Hampshire start batting, as that's worked up to mid wicket, but of course things can change.
I mean, look, the weather forecast is not great for after lunch tomorrow, but you have to rule that out, really.
Yeah.
It doesn't come into the calculation, actually, in the position of this game anyway.
It's forward, well forward to Dawson, and that completes the penultimate over of the evening. Dawson 4 overs, 1 made, none for 17. And Hampshire then Warwickshire 43 without loss. We come to the final 6 balls.
So yeah, it's interesting, this game, as much as we'd love the track to have had a little bit more pace about it, but we are seeing some help for the spinners. But day 1 was distinctly Warwickshire's. Hampshire definitely had the better of yesterday, and Warwickshire fought back well to take the honours on day 3. That afternoon session, I thought they just showed great persistence with the ball as much as anything. They'd been putting it in the right areas all along, but they survived a partnership of 213 for the second wicket to then take 9 wickets for about 103. As Abbott comes in to start the final over of the day, and that one gets up a bit high on Davis, who takes his right hand off the bat. And it goes down in the leg side, and no run. Listeners to BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR should hear a bit from Danny Briggs in the morning, although BBC CWR will be consoling themselves, having Coventry City having just lost the FA Cup semi-final on penalties to Manchester United after a 3-3 draw. 3-0 down with 20 minutes to go. Through for a single. Davis to 34. 44 without loss. Coventry had a goal disallowed through VAR in added time at the end of extra time. So that was a bit dramatic. Didn't draw our attention away from this though, did it, Kevin?
Not mine.
No, I didn't draw my attention. I just had to listen to bits of it when I was doing reports. So, Alex Davis, I wonder if he'll be happy for Rob Yates to take the rest of the evening now. 4 balls to go. Abbott is in and Yates is in behind it and defends out into the offside. If Davis is 34 not out, that'll be 475 championship runs with a chance to add to that in the morning.
It's a great start to the season, dream start.
Yeah. And he's played on some batting friendly surfaces, that's for sure, but then it's about cashing in, isn't it? The way that Fletcher Middleton did today, because that was one of a couple of highlights for Hampshire today. As Abbott floats one up a little bit, and that was aerial from Yates. He gets it beyond the right hand of Abbott, and a chase down to the boundary in front of us. It's going to be hauled in by Fuller. Good effort from him late in the evening, and they come back for 2. But Middleton's maiden first class 100, backing up Nick Gubbins, making a fine 100 as well. Middleton's, the thing about it is that until the moment he got out, I think it was utterly chanceless. I mean, really impressive, his concentration.
Yeah.
He's got a set number of shots. Simon Hughes was talking about it yesterday. He's got maybe a fairly limited number of shots at this point in his career, but he uses them really effectively. Abbott to Yates, left alone outside off stump. Puff of dust again with that pitch, as you've been noticing in this
yes, it has, isn't it?
Brief interlude.
I think the feature of his innings was how straight he played, which made it difficult on a wicket that's difficult anyway to get the ball past the edge. Made it even more difficult, and Warwickshire were probably able to set fields to counter that, which did cut off some of those scoring opportunities.
Yeah, they set the field to prevent the ball going straight, and he wasn't after playing horizontal batted shots. This should be the final ball of the day. Kyle Abbott in to bowl to Rob Yates, who's on 10. And Yates pushes forward, gets in behind it. And that is the close of day 3. Warwickshire in their second innings are 46 without loss, 15 overs in. That's an overall lead of 136. Rob Yates has 10 and Alex Davis 34. Earlier today, Hampshire bowled out for 365 in their first innings, having been 229 for 1. Those centuries for Gubbins and Middleton. Brown perishing 1 short of a half century that would have been welcome for him. 4 wickets for Yates, 3 for Danny Briggs. Poised, you would think, to be more likely a draw than not, but Warwickshire at least have some incentive to try and push on in the morning.
I couldn't agree more there, Richard. Yeah, fine effort this afternoon from Yates and Danny Briggs, combining well there, which has put Hampshire under a bit of pressure after they looked like, through Gubbins and Fletcher Middleton especially, that they were going to get pretty close to the Warwickshire first innings total. Hope you've enjoyed the commentary today, both watching the live picture feed and on the BBC Sport online website and app, and we will be back, Simon Hughes will be back tomorrow as well, from 11 o'clock.